Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Became Multiversal Mage. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. No one is born equal. That was a thing Izuku Midoriya had learnt at a young age. Leave him alone, Kaken. 4-year-old Izuku stutters out fearfully through his clattering teeth, tears barely held back as he fights his body to stop shaking in fear. His best friend, or former in this case, laughs at the pitiful sight in front of him, and the rest of his followers do the same. Really? And you think you can stand up to me without a quirk? Bakugo finds the very notion of asking ridiculous. He slams his fist against his palm, erupting a small explosion that made Izuku take a step back in fear. His healed burns from previous assaults suddenly flared up again at the sight. Kaken, please, he pleads, nervously glancing back. The kid his age that he had been defending had taken the opportunity to run away. It was just him now, with a target painted on him instead. There was no one else in this playground beside them. He doubted anyone could hear him call for help. He tried to stand his ground, but the closer they got to him, the weaker his knees felt, so he did the only thing he could. Help me! Over here! He shouts and directs it behind the trio, and they glance back quickly, the two lackeys with fear in their eyes, and Bakugo only looking annoyed that he will possibly be interrupted as he shows Deku his place. But they turn to find an empty playground, with no one passing by. Bakugo scowls and turns back to punish Izuku for this trick, but instead of seeing Izuku standing there shaking, he sees his back turned to him as he runs away as fast as he can. Oi, come back here! Bakugo screams as he runs, chasing the green net as he sets off explosions on his arms. All Izuku could do was run from his former friend. A friend who once swore that they would be heroes together, albeit with Izuku as his sidekick, but still the only friend that Izuku had now turned into a bully. All because of how he was born. Quirkless, lacking a special power that makes him unique in the world, might as well be synonymous with the word cripple with how the word is used. He curses himself for that. If only he had been born with a quirk, maybe he wouldn't be treated this way. If only he had a quirk, maybe he wouldn't have lost the only friend he had. If only he had a quirk, he wouldn't have to run. He approached a familiar road and did some quick thinking. If he took a shortcut, he could make it back home quickly, forcing Bakugo to call off the chase. Then he won't have to explain to his mother about the new burns across his body. Hearing the explosions behind him getting closer, Izuku increased his pace as best he could, but as luck would have it, his foot was caught in the curb, tripping and sending him flailing on the road. Ignoring the scrapes on his arms, he tries to get up but cries in pain when he tries to apply pressure to his leg, looking to see his foot bent in another direction. What's the matter? Bakugo asks mockingly as he flashes his quirk for intimidation. Just one fall and you're already crying? And you still want to be a hero without a quirk? What a joke. He and his lackeys laughed as Izuku gripped his injured leg with tears. Bakugo was right, he was a joke. Heroes didn't run at the first sight of trouble. Heroes don't cry when they get scratched up. They stand their ground against villains and always save those in trouble. All he could do was run away. All those emotions within him, the loneliness, helplessness, fear and anger piled up. Anger at Bakugo, but mostly at himself for being weak. If not, he wouldn't be in this position in the first place. Within him, he feels something burning. But then he was snapped back to reality by a loud honk, turning to see a truck speeding down the road honking for him to get off the road. It takes him a second to realize it's moving too quickly to brake and stop, and it's too close for Izuku to limp away. Time seems to slow as Izuku sees the anger in Bakugo switch to fear and his eyes widen with the realization of what would happen, but even if he were to help, he would be too slow. In his mind, Izuku can think of no way he could make it out. Despair and pure panic engulf him. The emotions in him spiked and that burning sensation amplified. No one was born equal, if only he knew to what extent he was right. For every million life forms born in the vast, infinite and ever-expanding multiverse, one is born with a special spark within them. Dull, faded, and weak. But if circumstances are willing, that dull spark may be ignited and set ablaze. Everyone in the area became blinded by an explosion of blue light as the truck driver swerved from the sudden blindness and into a nearby building. It was fortunate to be unoccupied, and the ambulance arrived quickly for the driver. But despite their efforts and the police combing the area, none could find any signs of a 4-year-old Quirkless child. Izuku Midoriya had vanished without a trace. "Mom!" he cries, no longer trying to stop the tears from flowing. The pain, the fear, the confusion about where he was all too much for the young boy. The pungent stench of rotten eggs was eye-watering as he glanced around, trying to make sense of his environment. In one moment he was on the road about to be struck by a truck when, in a flash of blue light, he disappeared. "Somebody help me!" He cries as loud as he can before finally sniffing, about to wipe the tears from his eyes when he realizes they're all muddy. He was in some sort of swamp, something he had only seen in pictures and books before, surrounded by mangrove trees and drenched in mud. He winces at the sight. His mother was going to have trouble cleaning it out when he got home. He doesn't even know where he is right now. It was night, but when he was on the road it was in the afternoon. The moon is his only source of light, piercing through thick clouds in the sky. Was he even in Muzurafu? Japan even? Could this be the work of it? Quirk? Could it have been him? Excitement sparks within him at the thought. He had done research in the desperate hope there could be some way for a quirkless person like him to get a quirk, but all he found were just scams and urban myths. Could it be that in his anxiety, he awoke his quirk to save him? A snap of a branch alerts him to the fact that he may not be alone. He spins around quickly and pales at the sight of an enormous wolf standing on bipedal legs, barely reaching its knees. Could it be a villain? He thinks to himself in dread. Compared to this thing, being burnt by Bakugu's quirk paled. The wolf creature growls as it gets on all fours and slowly makes its way over to Izuku. Please. I just want to go home," he begs the villain monster creature who seems to ignore his pleas. Then it breaks into a sprint and Izuku tries to push himself up to run, but in his fear he had momentarily forgotten about his injured leg, screaming in pain as he tried to stand on it. Fear greater than he had ever felt before surged through his body as he screamed, the wolf creature pouncing on him with jaws wide open. Once again, the spark within him responded to his urge to run, to leave the plane for somewhere else, and it did so. An explosion of blue sparks occurs, and the werewolf slams face first into the mud, scowling as it sniffs for its prey but finds it has disappeared, much to its confusion. He was dead. That was the only explanation for this. The truck must have struck him and he died. He had heard that people who did bad stuff would go to a bad place, but it was worse than he thought. His tears froze the second he was there. The blood coursing through him slowed from the cold. He could barely see or breathe. Moving an inch was a humongous effort. The bright side was that he could no longer feel the pain in his leg. He can barely feel anything at this point. He prays to anyone who could possibly be listening. Someone, please help him. He begs for a hero, anyone to find him and save him. He collapses, barely half a minute after entering this frozen landscape, the snow already building up and threatening to engulf him. But out of the corner of his eye, he sees something. Through his near-frozen eyes and the harsh blizzard, he saw what could possibly be movement. Logically, he should be wary, but logic goes out the window when one's survival is on the line. He was mustering all the strength he had left when he raised a hand in desperation and spoke as loud as his near-frozen throat could allow. "Help me!" Seconds passed and the only change was that the snow finally rose to cover half his face, and soon his entire body would be frozen. But still, he holds up his hand, desperate for someone to see and find him. Then his head was completely engulfed, and he had all but lost hope. His arm goes limp but he is held up by the snow. He can barely think and breathe. "Please," he mutters to no one in particular, struggling to keep his eyes open. Of a sudden, it was all washed away. The snow, the cold, and the darkness vanished in a flash of bright light. He was now wet and cold, but less so than moments before, and was suddenly feeling warm again, like in the afternoon sun. "By Okitra, I knew I had heard something," a baritone voice declared as Izuku felt himself getting picked up. Despite the warmth, the cold and the stress had taken their toll on his energy and he was feeling exhausted. With all the strength he has left, he opens his eyes to gaze at his savior. His first sight was that of an armored chest. The person who saved him was a man with black hair and light brown skin. A look of concern was evident across his face as he placed a glowing hand on Izuku, who felt warmer by the second, and miraculously he felt his leg moving back into correct formation, fixing it with no pain. He was safe now, he knew it in his heart. "Best to keep your eyes open, child," he says soothingly. "What's your name?" Izuku." He mumbles tired, but surprisingly not as much as before. "Was it this man's quirk? Are you a hero?" he asks as the man cradles him and lifts him up from the ground. "Some call me that, yes." The man admits, and soon Izuku's vision was filled with a burst of light and a golden storm. "Call me Gideon." 10 years later. "Gideon, what would you think of my actions?" Izuku mused to himself in thought as he lay across the deck of the mana rig in a pool of his own blood. He smiles ruefully. "You'd probably have called me an idiot and knocked me over the head, even though you'd have done the same." With a wave of his hand, he draws the red mana in the area and focuses it into a wave of fire, incinerating a bunch of Phyrexian. To say it had been a terrible day was an understatement. At the Battle of the Mana Rig, he fought with the Planeswalkers and the Coalition against the Phyrexians, and despite all their enemies' efforts, despite the completion of the Weatherlight, despite their saboteurs, they had earned themselves a reprieve from the army. But just when they thought they were saved, just when the Yavimaya elves arrived, just when the Phyrexian army was retreating, their sleeper agent awoke. Izuku had been in another area reinforcing the soldiers of the Coalition, but he saw it. He saw a trusted friend revealed as the sleeper agent. He saw Ajani bury his axe into Karn and then grip Jaya's neck. He saw her fight with her last breath and cover him in flames. He saw the thing that wore the skin of his friend throw the body of the woman he considered to be a second mother off the edge of the mana rig, dead before she touched the ground. It all happened so fast in just a few seconds that his mind struggled to process what had happened, leaving him open to the Phyrexians stabbing him in the back. At the same time, it was happening that the praetor of the Phyrexian army, by the name of Sheodred, had made a counterattack, pushing the mana rig between herself and a mountain. Hordes of Phyrexians dropped from the mountains, and once again the mana rig was a battlefield. Benelish, Keldans, Yavimaya elves, goblins, humans, and Viashino fought with all their might. Izuku himself was lying in a pool of his own blood, having no time to heal himself amidst the battle, throwing off spells that incinerated entire squads of enemies. Then he hears it. Ominous ticking from the rig's central structure. Someone had activated the self-destruct mechanism. He realized with a laugh. Denying the enemy the rig even if they are losing. Portals open up across the rig, likely Joda's work, sking up allied soldiers and those too stunned to realize they were pushed in by their allies. Except for him, he had been too far from a portal to be esik'd in. A handful of soldiers tried dragging him to one, but there were too many Phyrexians. He was priming white mana for a healing spell, but faced with the chance of being overwhelmed, he used it to send the soldiers through the portal. That was how he got the second stab wound and the third. That's how he ended up here, lying against a railing on the edge of the mana rig, slinging fire and lightning at any Phyrexian that dares get close. Moments later, the portals begin to close as he sees the last soldiers leap into their nearest portals in fighting retreat, the one next to him closing shut. He was too injured to drag himself to it, and even if he could, it left the possibility of Phyrexians following through it and killing many soldiers before they could be stopped. So he grits his teeth and fires out another lightning bolt, determined to hold the line. The portals finally closed and he could see a red planar bridge open out of the corner of his eyes, and Sheodred dragged Karn through it, taking him to God knows where. Another friend lost, to his dismay. Izuku assumes the order to retreat was given to the Phyrexians by the way they were rushing past and ignoring him. They are likely trying to get as many of their troops away as possible to avoid wasting too many. He was fine with it. He could use some rest. The mechanism ticks down and he feels his eyes getting heavy, no longer able to focus enough to cast a spell. Was this how he was going to die? He supposes that as far as dying moments go, it wasn't bad. He struggled to stay conscious as memories flashed through his mind. Simpler times chess with Jace, training with Gideon and the rest of Gatewatch. Jaya, Turfree, Kaya, everyone. Even memories of Liliana before her betrayal. Ajani before his completion. He wonders just when the Phyrexians got their hands on him, what pain he had to endure. He entertains himself with images of Sheoldred paying for all the pain she has caused. And then he sees a woman in his memories. This confused him for a moment, as he did not recognize her. But then he makes the connection when he sees the matching green hair. His mother. He had tried his best, but he could never truly remember her face. He curses himself for that. His failure to remember his mother, his failure to find his way home. But here, in his dying breath, he could see her face as clearly as day. He sees their small apartment. He sees her bending down to his level to wipe dirt from his face. Yes, he remembers this. He had just come home from the playground and she was admonishing him for getting himself dirty. Her voice, that once eluded him, was as clear as day, as was the concerned look on her face. He tries to hold on to the memory as long as possible, wanting it to be the last thing he sees. He hears the sound of the self-destruct finally activating, engulfing the entire mana rig and the horde of Phyrexians in fire, as the force of the blast launches him off the edge of the rig. He was fine with this, he thought to himself as he clung to the memory as he fell, oblivious to the blue sparks that were engulfing him before the flames and heat of the explosion could reach him. Once again, Izuku Midoriya disappears without a trace. Hisahi groans as the alarm rings, fumbling for its off switch half awake. This was what he got for sleeping at 6 a.m., he supposes, but it was his boss's fault. Suddenly, calling about a project due in a month and then saying they needed it done in a few days for some bullshit reason. On the bright side, he finally finished it last night, and he did have some accumulated days off. Maybe he should spend some. Get out of the country with his wife, take their minds off things. He glances at the alarm clock and curses. It was already late in the afternoon, but thank goodness it was a Saturday. He spun around, expecting to be greeted by the sight of his wife, but found her missing from the bed. It was a good thing, actually. Ever since their son died, she had been a mess. Rarely did she have the will to get out of bed, eat, or do anything without her pestering. It took years before she was able to get out of bed, albeit late in the afternoon, get dressed without help, or even eat a meal. Usually he'd be awake to find her in bed, most of the time sleeping or lying there numb, sometimes sobbing softly. Seeing her get out of bed before him was a good sign, a sign she was getting better and better day by day. He understands why she'd be like that. It was his son as well, and when he first heard the news, it wasn't like he was any better. Denial, denying that his son was missing, denying that his son was possibly dead, and lashing out at anyone who dared to suggest it, whether it was friends, co-workers, police, or even pro-heroes. He'd shut himself in his lab an ocean away from his home, using everything he had, resources from his job, favors accumulated, just to find some way to track down his boy and then shut down like her once it became increasingly clear how futile it was. It was only after a phone call from his wife that he realized he wasn't the only one suffering. He finally realized how selfish he had been. He packed up, quit his job, and returned home on the same day to care for her. It was a rough 10 years, and he doesn't think anything will ever be the same. The scars from their loss may never fully heal and fade, but they'll manage. He gets dressed. Perhaps later, they can go out for dinner if Inko feels up for it. The restaurant they used to frequent before. Suddenly, in the midst of buttoning up his shirt, he sees a flash of blue light coming from the cracks of his door and then a loud thud and his wife screaming in shock and fear. Thinking the worst, he dashes out as quickly as possible and heads to the kitchen where he heard the ruckus. Inko, he yells in worry as he sees his wife back up from something behind the kitchen counter, her hands covering her mouth in shock. He put himself in front of her out of caution as he looked at what she was seeing. A boy, a teenager to be exact, in burnt clothes and lying in a pool of his own blood was on their kitchen floor. What the hell just happened? He asks, confused. He just appeared. Oh God, he needs help. Inko mutters in shock before snapping out of it, moving past Hisashi and grabbing a towel. We need to help. Inko, wait. We don't know what dash, he says, trying to be cautious. For all they knew, it could have been a villain fleeing the law and escaping to their apartment. That he'd heard stories like that before. Perhaps he had a quirk that could harm them even if unintentionally. After all, making those with dangerous quirks safe was one of the most common reasons for designing civilian-grade support items. But he sees how pitiful the child in front of him was, how hurt he was, and unable to stand idly by, he moves to grab his phone. "Hello? I need an ambulance. There's someone in my apartment. He's bleeding and looks like he's been stabbed." He continues to give details like his apartment's address, whether the person was still breathing, and answers whatever questions the operator had. As he did this, his wife worked hard tending to the boy's wounds as best she could, applying pressure to stop the bleeding. To her relief, she could feel the boy breathing, so he was still alive. She suddenly hears a choking sound emit from the boy as he raises a hand, making it evident he was conscious. "Please hold still." She tries to sound soothing to calm the boy. "You've been hurt, but the ambulance will be here soon. Just stay away." She cuts off as she looks into the boy's now open eyes. His face was covered in a thick layer of soot, covering up most of his features, leaving the eyes as the only thing identifiable. Her jaw slackens and nearly equals the pressure she was applying to the wounds, unable to stop her choked sobs. "What's wrong?" Hisashi asks, concerned, having just finished the call. "The ambulance will be here in 5 minutes, we just..." "Dear, look at his eyes." Inko says through her sobs that Hisashi did so. They were hazy and unfocused, and while he wasn't a doctor, they appeared to be signs of a concussion. He'd probably have to call an ambulance. When they arrived. But then Hisashi's eyes widened in recognition. He had seen these eyes before, every time he looked into his wife's eyes. He's seen it in a baby he held once nearly 15 years ago. He has seen those eyes in a child in a picture at his desk that he sees every day. "Our son," Hisashi says with stunned realization, "it's our son." A blinding, vast whiteness was all he saw. Was this the afterlife? He had never put much thought into it, never really wondered what was beyond death. Sometimes he spent a few moments pondering, especially during and after the War of the Spark, but it usually led to existential dread, leading to him trying to forget about it. If this was the afterlife, then it was peaceful. It was quiet, like he felt he could rest forever. Then the illusion shattered. He's losing blood. A sharp pain fills his body. He was still alive. He was certain of it. His vision was a blur of white, but he could now see movement, bodies hovering over him talking in muffled voices. "Anemia. We need a transfusion. Type O. Get 4 units of..." Where was he? Was he still in Dominaria? On Shiv? He does not feel the near overwhelming source of red mana emanating from the continent, so he must surely be elsewhere. His blood runs cold. What if the Phyrexians capture him? What if they seek to complete him now, like they did with Arjani and so many others? Trait spiking. He won't let that happen. He won't. The white mana he gathered revitalized him and, coating a hand in mana to enhance his strength, he lashes out, gripping the nearest creature. "You won't take dash." He begins to cast a spell but stops as his vision clears. Instead of some Phyrexian creature, he was gripping a man in blue overalls and head coverings that left only his eyes visible. A quick glance around reveals people dressed in similar clothing looking at him in distress. Where am I?" He speaks in the Agrivian dialect to test the waters. "What's he saying?" One of the people asked in what sounded like common Kamigawan. Was he in Kamigawa? In his dying breath? Did he planeswalk here to save himself subconsciously? He had always taken the plane because it reminded him of home. It helped that they both used very similar language. "We should call security," another one whispers, thinking he was being unheard. "Please. Calm down." The man whose throat he was gripping was saying, "We just want to help." Izuku quickly released his grip, ashamed of harming an innocent, and went to apologize. I'm sorry, I just reacted." He weakly defends as he glances everywhere. He appears to be in some sort of room, lying on a strange-looking bed of sorts with black cushions. As he tries to sit up, he grimaces and looks down, realizing there is a needle and tube in his chest. It appeared that was the source of the stabbing pain and he had healed himself mid-surgery. The person he nearly strangled put up his hands appeasingly as he approached. We were trying to help you. Your wounds. Do you remember what happened? Izuku cringes as memories flare of the battle of the mana rig. He distracts himself by pulling out the needle and thread, wincing in pain as he does so. Vividly. Izuku mutters as he hands the items to the stunned man. Those were 3 stab wounds. He mutters in awe. Both your lungs had been punctured, your intestines and stomach shredded, severe blood loss, ribs broken, there were burns. Yeah, I can feel it. Izuku winces as he feels his bones ache. The first spell only healed a majority of his wounds, so he casts another one quickly, placing a glowing white hand on his body, letting the white mana seep into his bones and organs. The man in blue, presumably a healer, says as he looks at Izuku's flesh where only faded scars remain, "You must have a powerful healing quirk of sorts. But I didn't see it in your file." You could hear a pin drop from the moment he finished. Izuku freezes like he has been struck by a spell. He slowly turns his head to an unsure doctor who looks at him oddly, wondering what it was he said that caused such a reaction. That word he used, quirk, he had only ever heard it used in one place before. But it can't be. Can it? This. Is this Kamigawa? Izuku asks slowly and shakily, his mind and heart racing 100 miles per hour, and hope fills his chest. What is it? No, you're in Muzudafu, Japan. He answers confused before turning concerned. Is something wrong? Are you hurt? He asks the boy, who now had tears leaking from his eyes like a faucet, barely choking back sobs. He ignores the doctors trying to check him for any wounds or whatever they were doing. To him at the moment, nothing mattered but the 2 words he spoke. Muzudafu, Japan. He was home. Naomasa immediately departed for the hospital once he received the call. Part of him still couldn't believe it, that after 10 years, the Midoriya's missing child would show up out of the blue. He had been the detective assigned to their case all those years ago before it went cold. It was eventually declared that Izuku Midoriya was a late bloomer whose quirk awakened during a time of intense fear in order to protect himself, some kind of teleporting ability. It was also declared that he may have killed himself using his quirk. Cases like that are sadly not uncommon. Every now and then, children can be born with an extraordinary quirk that their bodies may not have been prepared for, such as being too strong or lacking enough control. In this case, it was the latter. It was assumed that Izuku Midoriya warped somewhere and was killed, leaving his body missing. The cause of death could have been anything, perhaps drowning in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, starving in the middle of the Amazon rainforest, or heatstroke in the Sahara Desert, depending on how strong the teleporting quirk was. He checks into the hospital and quickly finds Hisashi waiting for him, his back facing him and fidgeting with an unlit cigarette in his fingers. You know you can't smoke in here. Hisashi returns a startled look before pocketing the cigarette. Just nerves, detective. Hisashi says as they shake hands, thanks for coming so soon. It's the least I can do. Naomasa says, has there been any updates? Did the blood test get any results? Hisashi shook his head. They're still checking, but Inko insists that it's really him. He has her eyes and I'd know them anywhere. That boy lying on that bed right now could very well be my son. But you doubt it? Naomasa asks, noticing that his friend's mood was quite the opposite of what one would have expected when hearing his long-lost son returned. He was stoic, composed, and restrained, but Naomasa could see small cracks in his facade. We have had dozens of false alarms in the past. And what about his quirk? It's supposed to be some sort of teleportation, right? But the doctors said they saw him heal himself with some sort of healing quirk. Hisashi reminds us, it could just be that his quirk is more complicated than that, or a dozen other possibilities. I want to believe it's him. I really do. But if he isn't, if this is just one big mistake, I don't think either Inko or I can handle it. We need to be sure. I need it to be absolutely sure. Not 90% or 95%, I want to be 100% sure. Naomasa nods in understanding as Hisashi pulls out a notepad from his pockets. Here, he says as he hands it over, I took the liberty of preparing while you were on your way, some questions and answers that only he would know. Naomasa took it but felt the urge to remind Hisashi that if the child really was Izuku, then there was a chance he may barely remember anything. Disappearing for 10 years when one was 4 years old would be detrimental to one's memory. I'll make sure of it, he assures and heads to the room where they are keeping Izuku Midoriya, the door having been only a few feet away. He knocks politely before entering once given permission. In front of him was a young teen dressed in hospital garments lying on a bed, his eyes mostly staring blankly ahead as if in thought. "Hello," he says slowly. "My name is Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, and dash. Are they done yet?" The boy interrupts abruptly. "I apologize for my rudeness, but I've been waiting here for hours. They said they'd take my blood for testing and then I could see my parents." The boy sounds stressed, but it also seemed like he was attempting to restrain himself to sound polite. Naomasa is surprised. If Izuku had been isolated for the past 10 years, then behaviors such as that might not have been possible. He'd have expected to be somewhat feral if he was honest. He also remembered that he had parents. He supposes that was a good thing. "We just need to make absolutely sure." Naomasa replied diplomatically as he gestured to a seat. "May I?" Izuku nods as Naomasa pulls up the chair next to his bed and sits down, pulling out a notepad and pen as he does so. "Be asking you some questions now, if that's fine with you." Izuku nods again. "Yes, of course. Ask all you need." Naomasa decides to start straight to the point, preparing his quirk as he does so. "Are you Izuku Midoriya?" "Yes, I am." That was what Naomasa felt with his quirk. Of course, it could be that he believes himself to be Izuku Midoriya or something. After all, his quirk wasn't foolproof. It only aided in the investigation, not solved the problems right away. "Do you remember the details of your disappearance?" Naomasa asks the first question on the list Hisashi gave him. Izuku thinks for a moment before he responds. "I was running from someone." "What was his name?" "Casey something? Katan? Kaken?" "Yeah, that's it." Izuku says in recognition, "I broke my leg when I tripped, and then there was a truck. The next thing I knew, I was gone." The notes had said that the boy that witnessed the incident, Katsuki Bakugu, was acquainted with Izuku and even had the nickname Kaken. It was certainly something you couldn't find by looking up in a newspaper. He continues through the list. It was mostly basic trivia on things only Izuku would have known. He asked about his favorite food. Katsudon. What kind of games would he play with his mother as a child? There wasn't really a name for it. "I'd put on an all-might onesie, she'd run and hide, calling for help," Izuku says wistfully. "It was hide and seek with a mix of tag. And his parents' names. My mother, her name was Inko Midoriya." He answers confidently but then falters. "My father. I'm sorry, but I just can't remember. I don't think I even know what he looks like." He says this with a large trace of guilt in his voice, his body shuddering slightly. To Naomasa, it was reasonable. Unfortunately, from what he knew, Hisashi was not present much after Izuku was born. He had a job overseas and it left him little time to visit, so it made sense that Izuku would be more familiar with his mother than with his father. He cringes at the thought of having to break the news to Hisashi. "Is that all, Detective Naomasa?" Izuku interrupts Naomasa's thoughts with irritation barely hidden. "I apologize, but I've been stuck here for hours. I have not seen my parents in 10 years. I wish to see them. Failing that, I wish for them to be brought here to see me. Is that possible?" There was no other explanation. The results from the blood test would only be a formality by now. His quirk didn't lie, and from all the questions that Naomasa asked him, knowledge that only Izuku Midoriya or his close family would know, this was most definitely him. "It really is you," he mutters stunned as he slumps back into his chair. "Where have you been this whole time?" Izuku doesn't face him as he answers, gazing off in the distance through the window next to him. "I got lost." Izuku watches the detective leave. The whole event was odd, to say the least. Not the questions, he understood the reason for them perfectly. He would be suspicious as well if someone went missing for 10 years and then returned out of nowhere. What was odd was the detective. He had sensed it when he entered the room. A source of white mana within him activated in the form of a spell. Given the context, it was likely some type that assisted in questioning, perhaps a lie-detecting one. Heck, he can sense it all across the hospital. He assumed it was just background mana at first, but there was too much variety in such a place. That was when he stretched out his senses and focused, realizing the sources of mana were coming directly from the people. The patients, the doctors, and visitors. They all had mana in them, ranging from the smallest drop to the entire body, and it was all different colors and combinations. It didn't make a lot of sense to him. You cast spells by drawing from the background mana of the area, but this was different. As if the bodies were generating their own form of mana. He felt his curiosity grow as theories sprang up in his mind. What effects do they have on quirks? Or rather, what is their relationship with quirks? Was what he was seeing quirks? He couldn't wait to get this back to Jason, and then he remembers what has happened in the past few hours. It felt like days, but he knew that it had only been just hours after the battle of the mana rig. Memories start flooding his mind, the boiling heat of being on the continent of Shiv, the smell of sulfur in the air from the sheer number of volcanoes. He could hear the chittering of Phyrexian life forms, the biomechanical monstrosities edging closer as he sent them back with fire and lightning, and the pungent smell of burnt flesh and melted metal. The smell of blood most of all. His blood, the blood of coalition soldiers. Sweat drops across his face as he begins to find it hard to breathe. He throws the blanket off in an attempt to get the weight off his chest, suffocating him. The monitor, which was attached to him by a wire to his wrist, beeped rapidly as it sensed his accelerating heartbeat. He needs to get out, he needs to breathe. The doors all but slammed open, and Izuku welcomed the distraction. Anything to get his mind off things. He turns to face what he assumes to be a doctor or a nurse, but then his mind goes blank at the sight. He knows that face, although it has aged over the years and is now older. Her skin was paler than he had remembered, and she was looking at him with eyes full of worry, concern, and tears. She was thinner as well, almost unhealthily, and her leg appeared to be wobbling, threatening to collapse. "Izuku," she says in recognition as she chokes back a sob. "Mom," he mutters in shock before clambering out of his bed. His magic healed him, but it doesn't cure exhaustion, and he was tired after everything, but seeing his mother gave him a burst of energy. She approaches as well as they meet halfway, hugging each other as tight as possible, as if scared that the other would vanish without a trace. "Oh Izuku, you're alive. After all this time. You really are alive," she cries as she brushes her hand against his hair. "It's you. It's really you. I knew as soon as I saw your eyes, but you're home. You're finally home. I'm sorry. I tried to come home. I really did." Izuku interrupts whatever she has to say. For 10 years, he had been preparing himself for this exact moment. The moment he would see his mother again and put into words how sorry he was for leaving, for not finding his way home sooner, for everything. But all that came out was blabbering and choking on his own tears. At that moment, he wasn't Izuku Midoriya, planeswalker, mage and member of Gatewatch, but Izuku Midoriya, a boy who found his mother at long last. "It's true." Izuku hears a male voice from behind his mother. He wipes his tears with a sleeve before looking up to find a man with black hair and freckles standing at the door with a myriad of emotions simultaneously expressed on his face. Regret, pain, sadness, joy, and others. I'm sorry." He apologizes to the stranger. "Who are you?" The F-? Katsuki Bakuga mutters in shock at the words that left his mother's mouth. He had come back from a workout to see her blabbering something on her phone. Not caring enough to listen in, he moves to his room to finish up his homework. What a waste of time, he thought. But it was a necessary waste of time if he was to get to UA. They won't accept any run-of-the-mill student, and he definitely wasn't one. But before he could step into his room, his mom called for him. "What is it now, you hag?" he screams from the staircase. "It's Inko," Mitsuki says, not bothering to scold her son for using that tone on her, something that surprised both him and Mizura, who was sitting in the living room reading the newspaper. She just called and they found him. They found her son. They found Izuku. Masaru nearly dropped his newspaper in surprise at the news, looking at his wife in shock and disbelief. What? He says in surprise, but he's been missing for 10 years. I know. It's a miracle, she exclaims as she looks at her son, who was wearing a strange expression on his face. His eyes twitched and his jaw opened and closed as if he was having trouble processing the news that he was given. The F dash? He swears, what the hell do you mean? Deku's dead. He has been for years. There's no effing way. 10 years ago, he could remember that moment as clearly as day. They had been playing when Deku was dumb enough to run into the streets, where a truck nearly hit him, but then the BSTRD used his quirk to disappear. And since then he's never seen him again. What other explanation could there be besides that Deku died? And now they were telling him that by some FING miracle he shows up after 10 years. Well, it's true. Mitsuki snaps back, confused about why her son was acting angrier than usual. Now listen, Inko's invited us to dinner with them to celebrate. We'll be heading out by 6 p.m. I want you to be on your best behavior. Her words fell upon deaf ears as events replayed in Katsuki Bakuga's mind. The truck speeding down the road, Izuku lying on the street like a deer in headlights, and those diamond blue sparks. It was a quiet ride on their way home. That word left a strange taste in Izuku's mouth. Where was his home truly? He followed Gideon wherever he went in his early days as a planeswalker, excluding his brief stays in both Strixhaven Lorehold College and Carroll Keep, of course. And it wasn't until the formation of Gatewatch that he thought he had found something that could be classified as a home. He recalls the feeling of safety and familiarity that their headquarters in Ravnica brought. Compared to this small house, he feels like a stranger in even stranger lands. Sure, that was territory that comes with being a planeswalker, but shouldn't he feel at least some sort of familiarity with his native plane? Here we are, Izuku, his mother says as she opens the door and lets him in. Welcome home. That it's smaller than I remembered. Izuku says after an awkward pause, not knowing what else to say. How could you tell your parents that the home they raised you in didn't feel like one? It's probably because you were smaller at that time. Inko says with a smile, your room is just as we left it. Do you remember where it is? Izuku struggles with whether to lie and say he does, or admit he barely remembers what the house's interior looks like. Fortunately, his father steps in and saves him from answering. I'll go with him. Is it fine if we leave cooking dinner to you? Inko nods. Of course. I'd better hurry, they'll be here in a few hours. They? Izuku asks as Inko leaves for the kitchen. The Bakugas. Hisashi answers as they step inside the living room. You don't remember them? Izuku looks away in shame as Hisashi laughs a bit. Well, on the bright side, I'm not the only one. He jokes, come on, let's get to your room. He was smiling now, but Izuku could still sense the lingering pain hidden behind it. He remembered how devastated he was when Izuku admitted he didn't know who he was. The man looked as if he had been slammed in the guts by a warhammer. It's fine, really. Hisashi gives his son a sad smile and says, suppose I wasn't present that much like Inko was. That was my own fault. I put work ahead of my family and that's what I got. I'm sure it was important work. Izuku hurriedly says in an attempt at damage control. Hisashi scoffs, well, if you consider inventing and selling support items overseas important. Support items? Izuku asks, unfamiliar with the word. Were they artifacts of sorts? Hisashi looks at him in surprise before realizing, right. I suppose you didn't get to learn about them when you. Anyways, they're these items people use to control or enhance their quirks. I can show you if you like, bring you to my workplace and show you how things work behind the scenes. I know you loved pro heroes when you were younger. There was a hint of desperation in his voice. A desire to bond with the son he had almost lost, a son he had never seen for 10 years and never got the chance to see grow up. And to be honest, Izuku felt the same. He had fond memories of his mother and would like the same with the man who was his father. I'd like that. Izuku responds with a slight smile, to which Hisashi returns. Finally, they stop by a door with a sign hanging on it with the words, Izuku, plastered on it. Here we are, his father says, motioning to the door. Take your time, I'll see if your mother needs anything. Please let us know if there's anything you need. Izuku nods his thanks to his father as he stares at the entrance to his room. Taking a breath, he grasps the doorknob and twists it open. He has vague memories of this place. Posters and figurines were all over it if he remembers right. Sure enough, the first sight he was greeted by upon entry were the many faces of All Might in the form of dozens of items he had purchased as a child. He looks around for one piece in particular, finding it neatly packed on his desk. A deck of cards containing images of various heroes, all limited edition if he was remembering right. A collection of 60 cards, but only 59 laid on the desk, not having a single speck of dust on them. It was clear that his parents had maintained this room to the best of their ability, but it looked as if it had been frozen in time. He unbuttons a satchel he had with him, one of the only things that survived the explosion and his planeswalking to Earth. His clothes had been burnt and cut open for surgery, and now he wore a white shirt with a pair of shorts. Thankfully, the hospital staff didn't take a look inside, and neither of his parents asked any questions so far. That was good. Answering them would be difficult as of now. He pulls out a single trading card, warped and worn with age, bent, chipped, and scratched despite his best efforts to maintain it. A silver All Might trading card that was the rarest in his collection and the only one he had on him on the day of his ignition. And he's so strong that if he punches the air hard enough, he can make a big tornado and put out big fires. Izuku exclaims as he shows his mentor the card he had with him. Gideon chuckles at his childish enthusiasm. He sounds like a strong man. He is. Izuku exclaims, he's the strongest hero in the world. Your world. Gideon reminds, there are always bigger fish in the multiverse, Midoriya. Izuku shook his head. Nope. I bet that even out here he's the strongest. I'd like to meet this All Might someday. Perhaps when we find your home plane, you can take me to meet him. Gideon says, a world with heroes at every street corner? It sounds like a wondrous place. Izuku nods excitedly. Yeah, you'll love it there. I can't wait for my mom and dad to meet you. And Kaken. I can't wait to show everyone all you've taught me, Jura-sensei. The older planeswalker playfully slaps him over the head and says, for the last time Midoriya, just call me Gideon. All right then, Gideon Jura, I promise that when I get back home I'll take you to see All Might. And my parents. Izuku holds out his pinky finger, which Gideon wraps with his own pinky. And I promise that I'll help you find your way home, Izuku Midoriya. Gideon, thank you old friend, he whispers to the card as he sets it down. He takes time to gaze around his room, letting the details sink into his mind, knowing that this may be the last time he sees it. He knows that despite it all, he has to leave. Even if this was the first time in 10 years that he had come to his home country, he has to leave soon. He can't abandon his friends back in Dominaria. The Phyrexians were still invading Dominaria and his friends were risking their lives to defend the plane. Some of them even died. His heart twists as he remembers Jaya being thrown off the mana rig, Karn being kidnapped, and dozens of soldiers dying. Just the memories alone causes his heart to race and his breathing to hitch, requiring several breaths to be taken to calm down. He can't let that be in vain. Somewhere in Dominaria, his friends were rallying the survivors, planning a counterattack. Perhaps the rest of Gatewatch had even arrived by now. Jace would know what to do. Heck, he's probably halfway through coming up with a plan already. He can't just sit back and let others fight and die in his place. He swore an oath that he would keep watch. He will keep that oath. But after seeing his parents' reaction, he feels conflicted about his decision. Leaving abruptly, without notice or warning, just after they've reunited, would shatter them. Even if he won't be around to see it, just the thought of his parents suffering more because of him hurts. He can always explain to them, show them the scope of the multiverse and his responsibilities, but he knows that they will ask him to stay. And he knows that when his mother inevitably begs him not to leave, he won't have the strength to leave. Or he could simply have them not remember him. A proper mind wipe spell can remove all traces of him from their minds. He looks down at his hands as wisps of blue mana gather around them. While they were sleeping, he could sneak in and remove memories of him. He'll empty his room of any traces of him, all the merchandise and such, and turn it into a simple guest room. Remove him so completely in such a manner that he'll only be recognized as déjà vu. No one would ever know but him. That was the least painful path he could think of. Knocks on the door interrupt his thoughts as he quickly ceases the gathering of mana lest he be caught. "Dear?" his mother asks. "The Bakugus have already arrived. Is everything all right?" Already? How long had he been dwelling on his thoughts? Although that did explain why his legs were suddenly aching. "I'm fine," he stutters as he calms himself. Suppose I should go see them? I'm sure Katsuki would love to see you again." Inko says through the door, "I don't know if you remember, but he was there when you disappeared. I'm sure he'd want to see you." Katsuki? She meant Kaken. He remembers a blonde child with him that day. He remembers hostility and anger from him as well. He can't leave now, obviously. He needs time to plan and, to be honest with himself, part of him still doesn't want to leave. Part of him fears that if he leaves now, he'll never find his way back to Earth ever again. But his responsibilities, his oath, his desire to see his friends in Gatewatch. Just one night. One last dinner with his family. One night of normality. It couldn't hurt, could it? "Oh, Izuku. It's so good to see you again," the blonde woman exclaims as she hugs him, to which Izuku awkwardly accepts. "Oh, I'm sure you can't remember me. I'm Mitsuki Bakugu." She introduces herself after releasing Izuku. "I was friends with your mom and dad back in college." "It's great to see you again, Mitsuki," Inko says as she shakes her hand. "How's Katsuki? Is he with you?" Of course he is. He wouldn't miss this chance to meet his long-lost friend. She turns back to the door where her husband and son just entered. "Oi, brat. Come greet them. Don't tell me what to do," he yells back before taking on a softer tone for Inko and bowing slightly. "Hi, Auntie." A slightly gruffer tone with Hisashi. "Uncle." "Brat," he responded gruffly as well. Apparently, his father did not like Katsuki very much. Then Katsuki's gaze shifts to Izuku, and a soft growl escapes his throat. "Deku." Well, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Izuku extended a hand, thinking it was the polite thing to do in this scenario. "It's nice to see you again, Kaken." Instead of shaking it, Katsuki growls and glares at it like he just offered a hand covered in spit, and Mitsuki looks about to slap Katsuki for refusing. Attempting to defuse and salvage the situation, Katsuki's father stepped in and shook it in his place. "It's wonderful to see you again," he says quickly. "My name is Masaru Bakugu." "Pleased to meet you," Izuku says, grateful for the man's intervention. Dinner came soon after, and Inko had prepared a small feast of meat, vegetables, and fish in the few hours. "This is a wonderful meal, Inko." As Mitsuki ate, Mitsuki complimented, "I'm glad you're starting to cook again. I'd heard from Hisashi that you haven't touched the kitchen in years." "Well, we're celebrating my son's return to us, aren't we? I figured that it deserves something better than cheap takeaway." Izuku tries not to squirm in guilt, knowing that his return wasn't a permanent thing. He attempts to distract himself by focusing on the food his mother made. At the same time, he glances up to find Katsuki, who was sitting opposite of him, glaring as they ate. If it was normal, he would plainly ask what his problem was. But he glanced at how his parents appeared to be having a good time, and decided that it wasn't a good time to start a fight, intentionally or unintentionally. "Do you think, Izuku?" "Huh." Izuku snaps his head up to look at Mitsuku. "I was asking when you think you'll be getting back to school. You've been gone for 10 years. You probably didn't have a formal education between that time." "Right," Izuku says as he avoids her eyes. He actually does. A full year at Strixhaven Lorehold College, to be exact, where he studied military science, history, and more. He suppresses the slight urge to mention that if he had stayed for another few years, he'd likely have majored in hoplology. It's a bit too early to talk about school, isn't it? Inko saves Izuku from coming up with an excuse. He just got back after all. Perhaps some homeschooling at first. Hisashi pipes in as he eats. It would do a lot of good to catch him up on the basics first. Again, he resists the urge to point out that he studied at Arcavios' best magic institution. He doesn't consider himself to be an arrogant person, but he still had some pride after all. pride that was being hammered away by the adults discussing his apparent lack of formal education. Izuku was a smart boy even back then. I'm sure he'll catch up soon. Mitsuki says as she rubs her elbow at her son. Hell, maybe he could end up in UA with the brat. UA? Izuku thinks to himself, unfamiliar with the term. Katsuki slams his hands on the table, enraged, the pent-up rage exploding like a volcano, before he could ponder further or ask a question. Like hell. As if shitty Deku can dash. Katsuki. Mitsuki interrupted with a smack to the head before standing up and bowing to them. I am so sorry for my son's behavior. Well, hopefully he changes once he gets into UA. Hisashi growls at him, if they even let someone like him in. You want to start something, you old dash. Brats like you need to learn their manners. Everyone. Izuku raises his voice, silencing the fight between Katsuki and Hisashi before it can begin. He was going to let it resolve by itself when he saw the distressed look on his mother's face. His voice, slightly enhanced with mana, came as a surprise, even to Katsuki, who silenced himself. Once everyone sat down, he spoke. I'm sure Kaken had a rough day, father. There's no need to aggravate him even more. Izuku said with all the diplomatic experience he had amassed from his travels. He looked as if he was going to speak out again, but his mother stared him down and reluctantly closed his mouth. Both Masaru and Inko nod their heads in thanks for stopping the argument before it could escalate. Izuku puts on his most calming smile and says, this is supposed to be a celebration. My mother was kind enough to prepare this meal. We shouldn't be having arguments over a fine meal like this. He's right. Hisashi admits before sitting back down with a glare at Katsuki. It's supposed to be a happy occasion after all. Let's not spoil it, brat. Father. Izuku says, who rolls his eyes and continues eating. Thankfully, Mitsuki had the same idea and glared at her son, staring him down and forcing him to continue eating. The rest of the meal was quiet at least, with occasional chatter from the calmer heads at the table. But not once did Izuku feel Katsuki's hostile glare leave him. Izuku sighs as he leans against the house's second-floor balcony. There was a small garden there with a variety of pots and plants. He was no druid or master of green mana, but he spent enough time with Nissa to realize they were well kept. With dinner over, the adults have taken to chatting with each other in the living room. Taking this opportunity, he decided to slip away to somewhere to think. Not in his room. Honestly, having all the merchandise of All Might staring at him with their blank plastic smiles was a bit disturbing. His younger self did have an obsession with and bad taste in room decorations. This place was good. Open air with the night sky and fresh plants. He was slightly disappointed to look up and see no stars tonight. Just a blank, dark, cloudy sky. It actually reminds him of the polluted sky of Ravnica, full of industrial smog. Familiar and comforting in a strange way. In his hands was a notebook, one of the few that were in his room, with the word, Hero Analysis for the Future #1, scribbled on it with messy handwriting. It was only mostly completed before his spark ignited, leaving a handful of blank pages at the back. Reaching into the minds of his parents and the Bakugas was not an option. It was just cruel, too prone to failure. Mind-wiping wasn't an exact science, and removing decades of memories was out of the question, especially for many people. Questions would be asked, and if somehow there was a quirk out there that could restore memories. It was too risky. He won't subject his parents to that. A note was the only option he could afford. But how does one put it into words that he's leaving again without saying goodbye, will likely die in a war and be buried literal universes away? He frustratedly scratches out a page with a pen he summons with his magic. In the midst of this, he hears footsteps echoing behind him, and he quickly shuts his notebook before turning back to see his father. Oh, I thought you were in your room. Hisashi says awkwardly, as Izuku notices a small packet in his hands. It took him a moment to recognize them as some sort of cigarette. You smoke? Izuku asks as Hisashi withdrew a cigarette already in his mouth, replacing it in the packet before closing it, but still keeping the packet in his hands. Only when I'm stressed and the situation allows it. Hisashi sighs as he walks up to and joins him in leaning across the balcony. So, Probably not the welcome party you expected. There was certainly more shouting than I expected. Izuku attempted to joke. There was silence between them as father and son both racked their minds for something to talk about. You seem to dislike Kaken. Izuku asks the first thing in his mind, his memories flashing to how gruff his father sounded when conversing with the blonde teen. What gave it away? Hisashi snorts as he fidgets with the carton of cigarettes. How would you act around someone responsible for what you thought was your child's death? So why did you invite them? Because your mother insisted. She's too good for this world, honestly, Hisashi sighs, both annoyed and fondly, too forgiving. He's just a child, she'd say. He had no idea what he was doing. He'd lured my son to his death, that's what he did. But I didn't die. Izuku assures his father, and I'm here now. But not for long, he doesn't say. Hisashi sighs with what sounds like bitterness in his tone. You were gone for 10 years. What else were we to think? He turns to face Izuku with barely disguised hurt. So why didn't you come back? You were alive and obviously stayed somewhere. At least somewhere civilized enough to get clothes and a satchel. Feeling a pang of guilt in his chest, Izuku sighs. He'd hoped he'd remain unquestioning of it, but it appears not. Izuku was silent for a moment before speaking up, his voice full of regret. I tried. I really did. The moment I ended up in that frozen hell, I never stopped looking for a way back. Frozen? Where on earth were you? Hisashi asks in shock and fear, as Izuku curses himself for slipping. He pauses in his thoughts. Realizing he couldn't hide it after his slip-up, but also couldn't tell the full truth, he opts for half of it. It was terrifying. Izuku begins, but beautiful at the same time. Horrors around every corner, but there was also wonders and awe-inspiring sights. I don't think I can truly describe where I've been in only a few words, or even if you give me a day. That doesn't really sound comforting. Hisashi admits desperately wishing he could smoke but restraining himself as he doesn't wish to set a bad example for his son. I think you don't really want to tell me what happened. Izuku shook his head. No, not now. To his surprise, his father placed a hand on his shoulder. And to his shame, he feels the instinctive urge to recoil as if it were a stranger's touch. His father realizes this and withdraws his touch. It's fine. I was going to say, you don't need to tell us. You're here. You're back. And we're not going to lose you again. That's enough. Again, guilt stabs him like a blade, taking all he had to smile in his father's face and pretend like nothing was going to happen. Then the next day, he'll awaken to find his son missing again, the only difference this time being a note to explain. Unaware of his son's plight, Hisashi decides he should leave his son be. Give him space and time to adjust. You should join us soon. Hisashi suggests, I think we still have ice cream in the fridge. I'm not sure if you had them. Where you went? Maybe. Izuku said softly as his father left. Before he could get out of sight, Izuku realizes that this may be the last chance he's got. Dad, he yells, getting him to freeze. It was the first time he had used that word and not father, ever since he arrived. His father stopped, startled and surprised, before looking back to his son, who had a conflicted look on his face. You know I love you, right? You and Mom. Izuku asks almost desperately, I'd never leave if I had the choice, and I'd give up everything to return even just one day sooner. I swear. Hisashi was surprised but smiled. That's comforting to know. I believe you, son. He leaves soon after, leaving Izuku alone on the balcony. He breathes heavily. Just saying that took all he had. He wishes to see his mother one more time, but at this point he fears that one more time will repeat until forever. If he doesn't leave now, he doubts he has the strength to do so. In the notepad, he leaves a simple note, hastily scribbled while he still had the strength. Simple promise. Mother, father, I'm gone again for now. I left unfinished business back where I came from. This is not forever. I will return. Please wait for me. Izuku slams it shut and places it on a nearby empty pot. They'll find it sooner or later, and he hopes that one day they may forgive him for the pain he has caused them. He hopes that he will be alive to regret this. He feels the familiar feeling of his spark igniting within him. Energy coursing through his body in milliseconds, enough to pierce the barrier between planes and safely transport him through the ether between them. In his mind, he guides his spark to take him to his friends. To Dominaria. But just as the blue sparks were about to engulf him and throw him into the realm, something happened. His eyes widened as he was launched backwards into his house, through the hallway and into a wall, creating a loud thud. He lies there in shock, hearing the noises from downstairs as his family rushes to find the source of the noise. He paid them no attention, but instead looked at the position where he was standing. Pots and plants lay scattered as if a small explosion went off. Somehow, when he attempted to fling himself to Dominaria, he hit something, and that something flung him back. Something was stopping him from planeswalking. What the F dash? It has been 2 days since his failed attempt at planeswalking. After assuring his worried parents that it was just a quirk malfunction caused by recent stress and by no means was he leaving, again lying right in their faces, they calmed down quite a bit. But it leaves him alone with dozens of questions running through his head per second. Why did his planeswalking fail? Was there some sort of phenomenon on Earth that prevented it? Was it linked to the reason he had such difficulty returning home during the 10 years? Was there an artifact of sorts out there? The thought of something like the immortal sun on the plane imprisoning the next nickel bolus was a frightening one that sent shivers down his spine. After hours spent theorizing and experimenting, he soon discovered that if he tries to reach out to the wider multiverse, he couldn't. As if a shroud was encompassing the entire plane, keeping it hidden from sight from outsiders, as well as preventing those within from looking outwards. A specialized prison plane, perhaps? Designed by an eccentric planeswalker before the mending? Did it have something to do with the mana he was sensing within the humans of the plane? He tries meditating on it, probing at the veil between planes and the ether. As long as he made no actual attempts to cross through it, there is no backlash on the level of the small explosion. Instead, it felt more like being probed back, a minor headache after a dozen repeated attempts, but nothing serious. It answers his question on what, but it leaves who, why, how, where, and when unanswered. Izuku, are you all right? He nearly leaps out of his seat, startled by his mother interrupting his thoughts. You've been staring and mumbling at your breakfast this whole time, she informs, looking worried. Is there something wrong with it? Do you want something else? Izuku hurriedly shook his head, afraid he had accidentally offended his mother. No, Mom. I just have a lot on my mind. Do you want to talk about it? Inko asks carefully. She and Hisashi had talked about Izuku in their room the day he arrived, and he had mentioned how Izuku wasn't ready to talk about how he spent the past 10 years. She barely slept afterwards, worrying about what her poor son experienced in those times. You shouldn't worry about me too much, Mom. Muttering and staring off is just a bad habit of mine. That was true at least. Despite the efforts of some members of Gatewatch, mostly Chandra, he's never been able to kick the habit. He remembers the number of times she'd flick her fingers at the back of his head, or maybe set off a few sparks under his feet, in order to snap him out of it. It definitely would explain why he felt that meals were too quiet the past few days. He was missing the Gatewatch already. The banter between Chandra and him, discussing theory with Jace and Teferi, and Johnny. He finds himself thinking sometimes, why Ajani and not him? Ajani, a strong warrior and mage, could slay entire squads of enemies with his axe in one hand while banishing another with a helix of lightning. Why had the Phyrexians not gone for Ajani and not him, the weakest of the bunch? Why did he still live while someone he cared for, and looked up to, now exists as a cold cadaver used as a puppet? Why Ajani and not him? I'm fine, Mother. Izuku insists, surprised by how easy lying to his parents was becoming. Shame had become an emotion he was most NTMT with these days. His mother looked unconvinced but didn't press further. To see a loyal, kind friend twisted into a pawn. For their enemy. He hopes against hope that there's a cure out there in the vast, endless multiverse. Somewhere out there could be a cure for completion. But could there truly be a cure for being reformed into a machine and having your soul torn out? Worst comes to worst, a quick, clean death. But knowing Ajani's strength, it won't be either clean or quick. It may be a selfish wish, but he hopes at least the rest of Gatewatch and him won't be the ones to do it. Izuku, are you really all right? His mother asked once more, looking more concerned and worried. Izuku opened his mouth to respond again but was interrupted by his father, who just entered the dining room. Perhaps he's just stressed? Honestly, the past few days have been so to all of us, he says, which is why I'm suggesting something. How about a trip to the mall? This catches the attention of both Izuku and Inko. The mall? They both ask for different reasons. Are you sure about that, dear? Inko asks, I thought you had to go to work? It's fine, I called my boss yesterday. I should get the week off. He places an assuring hand on her shoulder. I'm not going to waste this second chance. Izuku smiles at the sight of her mother, looking touched by his father's actions. But still, one question rings in his mind. But what exactly is a mall? On second thought, yeah, going to the mall seems to be the right idea. So, this is some sort of market? Izuku asks. It was impressive in its own way, he supposed, definitely cleaner than the markets he's been to, and the fact it was indoors. There was also a slight chill in the air, likely artificially generated as it contrasted to the hot air on the outside. Kind of. Hisashi says as he gestures everywhere. Besides, we need to get you new clothes as well, stock up on groceries, and we should get you a phone as well. A phone? Izuku asks confusedly as his father looks at him baffled before sighing and patting him on the back. Right, we're gonna have to work on that. He mutters when all of a sudden a sharp repetitive ringing was heard. Izuku flinches and searches the area for the source when he realizes the source was from his father's pocket, who pulled out a flat rectangular device. Is something wrong? Inko asks as Hisashi looks at the device frustratedly. One moment, he says as he steps a distance away before placing the device to his ear and speaking to it. It must be some sort of communication device, Izuku realizes. He doesn't know what the conversation was about, but he could tell the general direction. His father looked stunned and then frustrated and angry, yelling something that he couldn't decipher before glaring at the device as if attempting to set it on fire before pocketing it. Everything all right, father? Izuku asks as he returned. Just fine, just peachy. Hisashi says contrary to his expression. He sighs before looking at Inko. I'm sorry, but that was my boss. He's called me in for something. Apparently. Some dumba dash. He stops mid-swear at Inko's glare. I mean, idiot messed up one of our projects. Since I'm practically the only one who knows how to fix it, I've been called in. It shouldn't take long, hopefully, just half an hour at most. Izuku nods. He's familiar when duty calls and forces you to answer. He supposes he'll accompany his mother until... Why don't you go with him, Izuku? Inko suddenly suggests surprising the two of them. It would be good. Hisashi, you said you wanted to show Izuku around your workplace, right? Well, yes but dash, Hisashi says but was interrupted by Inko. It's fine, I can handle a few groceries by myself. She assures and nudges Izuku towards his father. You should also spend time with your father. I'll be fine by myself, really. She gives them an assuring smile as the two look at each other unsure before shrugging and going along with it. After all, she was insisting. She had seen the look her husband had in the hospital, when Izuku bluntly asked for his identity, not recognizing his own father. He puts on a solid facade, sure, but at night she swore she could hear some weeping from him when he thought she was asleep. He needed time with Izuku, all of them needed time together. But she can wait, right now she believes her husband needs the time more. So, this is where I work. Hisashi admits somewhat reluctantly, gesturing to a large shop with a glowing sign spelling out, Helix Tech. It looks impressive. Izuku says, slightly unsure as he has no idea the scale of shops in the plane and what is considered impressive or not. You must have an important job here? Hisashi sighs, emitting a small puff of smoke from his mouth. Kinda. I'm in charge of the commissions. Sometimes we receive customers with quirks that don't fit the standard, so I help manufacture them. It sounds like a good job. Izuku says as they walk into the shop. He passes through multiple items stocked on shelves, ranging from what appear to be simple attires and household equipment. Thing is, we don't get many commissions. Hisashi explains as he gestures to the stocked shelves. Most of the standard stuff works just fine, and if people want personal support items they go to the big brand types like Detnerat. So really I just spend most of my time pointing out to customers what they need and getting yelled at for not giving them discounts. Just your average retail life. He explains, sounding a tad bit bitter and resigned. Remembering a detail his father mentioned, Izuku asked another question. You said you had a job overseas. Was it like this? As I said, it was developing support items for pro heroes, his father says as he sighs, remembering his old job fondly. It was a big company, I got my own office and lab. And now he is basically a minor employee, when he was once a renowned artify engineer. Izuku thinks to himself with guilt, because of me. Noticing the guilt on his face, Hisashi hurriedly says, but hey, that doesn't matter. Because I was away I wasn't able to see you often. I'd take any job if it means I can both support you and your mom, and stay close at the same time. It didn't really make him feel better, his father was a bad liar. But he was also a good man. Before their conversation could continue, a man from the counter calls out, Midoriya, there you are. Stop yapping about with the customers and get over here. This is my son. Hisashi corrects annoyance to the man who Izuku assumes to be some coworker or even boss. What happened? I told you all not to touch anything? Just standard double checks, then it all fell apart. The person says in a rough manner, get to work already. Hisashi struggles to calm himself as Izuku notices smoke emerging from his nostrils before he takes a deep breath to calm himself, turning to Izuku, I'm going to get to work now, do you mind waiting here? It should only take a moment or two. Izuku nods and watches his father go behind the counter and into the shop's back room, leaving him alone. The shop was almost empty save for him and a handful of others, but he ignored them as he strolled across the store glancing at equipment. He glanced at the shirts he saw earlier and read their label, hoping the kanji of Japanese was similar enough to common Kamigawan. Unless he was wrong, the shirts were supposedly flammable only to temperatures above 900 degrees Celsius. He supposes it would be useful if someone lost control of their fire quirk, preventing them from burning their clothes, or were unable to turn off their quirk. Some other clothes offered resistance to being damaged by piercing or slashing, resealing damage, or stretching to accommodate large-sized individuals. They weren't fairly impressive, but then again they were for civilian uses. He wonders how different support items used for pro heroes differ. Just as he was thinking, his attention diverges to a set of goggles placed near the counter. They were labeled to be flash-resistant goggles of sorts, but really they just looked to be normal welding goggles. Picking up one to inspect them, they reminded him of the type of goggles some pyromancers like Jaya and Chandra would wear. He slides them on and gazes into a nearby mirror to see how he looks with them. He hums to himself approvingly, they were not bad. He thinks he would like them. Suddenly he noticed someone walk up to the counter behind him thanks to the mirror. A girl with purple hair and a strange pattern streaked across it. Was that natural? It doesn't seem like any hair dye he's seen. The strangest part were her ears, some sort of thin cords made of flesh trailing beneath her earlobe with small spikes at the end of them. Fashion statement? Mutation? Could they be used as weapons of, "Hey, goggles," she snaps as she turns to face him, "I can hear you, you know?" Now he understood why Chandra was always insistent on stopping his stuttering. He turns around and takes off the goggles to face her. She was wearing a shirt with the words, "Deep Dope," plastered over it and a black jacket made of some leather material. She was also holding what looks like a pair of metallic earmuffs. "Sorry, did I say that out loud?" Izuku asks apologetically. The girl points her ear things at him, lending more credence to the theory of being some sort of mutation. Perhaps it had something to do with her quirk? "Just loud enough for me to hear with my quirk," she grumbles irritatedly before gesturing to the empty counter. "Is the shop closed or something?" "No, they're currently resolving an issue somewhere in the back." Izuku responds as he gestures to the back door, "Some sort of equipment failure I heard." "Great, fantastic," she mutters frustrated before pinching the bridge of her nose. "How long until they're back?" Izuku shrugs unsure. "Well, I think they said they'll be back in a moment or two," which was 5 minutes ago. "I was hoping to hurry this up," she says to herself. Of all the days, It just had to break down. Izuku glances at the metallic earmuffs she was holding. I take it that you came to have that repaired? Yeah, obviously. She waves the device in her hands frustrated. They broke last night, meaning I couldn't get a wink of sleep. That certainly explained her attitude. You can't switch off your quirk? He asks, curious about her quirk, knowing that it was some sort of enhanced hearing with some physical mutation. Frankly, he wanted to study more of all quirks, and wanted to find their relationship with magic and mana, but he has yet to find a library nearby. He knows that the amount of mana in a body likely relates to the strength of a quirk. His father had a small fire-breathing quirk, and he had a noticeable amount of red mana gathered around his throat, and his mother had hints of blue mana around her hands. No, I can't just switch it off. She answers, annoyed as if she heard that question a number of times. If I could, would I be here trying to get this DMN thing fixed? Izuku raises his hands placatingly as he backs up. In hindsight, that was probably a dumb question to ask, but his curiosity got the better of him. The girl sighs and takes another deep breath to calm down. I'm sorry, that was rude of me, she apologizes. I was just hoping to have this finished quickly, rush home to take a nap, then squeeze in some training. It's fine, I understand that. Izuku assures before realizing what she said at the end. If you don't mind me asking, training for what? Entrance exam for UA. She grumbles. It's in 3 weeks, been trying to cram as much as I can for it. There was again the same name he had heard during the dinner with the Bakugo family, the same school Kaken was apparently applying for. Ever hungry for knowledge and sympathetic to the girl's plight, he extends an open hand towards her. Maybe I can help fix it? He offers, to which she looks at him in surprise. I believe I'm fairly good with machines. He was quite familiar with the inner workings of multiple artifact and artifact creatures across the multiverse. One has to have in-depth knowledge of them in order to summon them to battle after all. He had to study how to take them apart, put them back together, what each component does, and so on. He was confident he could handle a simple civilian-use sound-blocking device. The girl, however, was reluctant. You're kidding. What if you break something, then I'll have to pay even more for repairs. An excellent point, to which he counters. My father works here. I was actually waiting for him to finish up with his business here before you arrived. He says, gesturing to the back door. If I happen to break it, and I won't, I can persuade him to offer his services for free or at least a significant discount. One of the perks of being mentored by a man who was once the living guild pact was lessons in diplomacy, persuasion, and such, from the very best. He can see the gears spinning in her head as she weighs the pros and cons. Now he just needs to deliver the final touch. And what do you want in return? She asks, suspicious of a stranger's goodwill. Just someone to talk to pass the time, he says with a shrug. I get to satiate my boredom, you get your item fixed for free right now. That and some answers to questions he had in mind. If he outright asks things that may be common knowledge, it would quickly paint him as an even stranger person or drive her away, leaving his questions unanswered. Again she weighs the pros and cons of the offer, but once she realizes the benefits far outweigh the costs, she would likely agree. True to his predictions, she offers up her ear muff-like device. These are custom for me. Don't break them. She warns as he takes them off her hands and inspects them, finding there to be screws and seams on the device, as well as some sort of hole in the interior, some sort of port perhaps for the girl's ear mutations. A simple wave of his hand engulfs the device with blue mana as it levitates in the air and unscrews, taking it apart carefully piece by piece to the girl's alarm. What are you doing? She shouts at him as she spun her head around as if worried they might get caught. But for what? As far as he knew, they weren't committing anything noteworthy. I'm fixing your device? Izuku responds confused, wondering what the fuss was about. With your quirk? Are you even allowed to do that? She asks in fear with panic in her eyes. It seems there was some sort of cultural taboo against that? Or was it a written law? Evidently, it was something he was not supposed to do, but he can't stop now. If it gets it done as quickly, do you care? He asks carefully to test the waters. She seems hesitant before looking around one more time and leaning against the counter. Fine, but if we get caught, it'll be your butt. Izuku nods as he studies the internal components carefully as he disassembles them with his telekinesis. As he does so, he asks his questions. So, you mentioned something about UA. You plan to study in that institution? Shouldn't you be focusing? The girl asks in a whisper, hoping that doing so will raise less attention to them. I work better like this. Besides, if I recall, we made a deal where we would chat in return for my service. He reminds as he inspects what appeared to be a mechanism connected to a wire that was dislodged. Did you happen to drop this device recently? Well, it was in my bag a week ago when I accidentally dropped it, she recalls. And as for your question, well, obviously I do. In the hero course specifically. Hero course? So the institution provides training and education for one to become pro-heroes at such an age? It does make sense to get as much training in as early as possible for a dangerous job. It's a dangerous job. You're brave for wanting to be one, he compliments as he identifies the damage. It appears that what looks to be a sound dampener wasn't connected properly, and the drop caused a few cracks across the systems. Nothing a quick spell won't fix, as he gathered some white mana. Not difficult, as they were in a city. The girl twirls her elongated earlobes bashfully. It's not a big deal, really. And you are stressed because of the school's entrance exam? He asks once more as he surgically applied the spell to repair and furnish the components. Yeah, I am. She sighs, exhausted, the stress and lack of sleep finally catching up. How can I not? There'll be thousands of other applicants besides me. Who knows how good they are, or how strong their quirks are, or how smart they are. And I'm just me. Izuku pauses for a slight second as he hears that. It was a familiar sentiment he shared. It was not often, but there were moments he felt inadequate, where he felt the least of the gatewatch, the kid hanging on to them like a parasite. Only strong because they spared a moment of their time to teach him what they knew. I understand that, he says honestly, feeling you're weak and inadequate, fearing that you would fail to match up. Weak? She asks disbelievingly as she gestures to the display of magic he was performing. Doesn't look like it. Yes, I am, he confirms. I had to learn how to get where I am now from people far stronger than I am. And I've yet to surpass them. He smiles wistfully at the thought of Gatewatch before turning back to the girl. But back to you. It's not the only institute with a hero course, is it? He does his best to make it sound rhetorical, and the girl sighs. Geez, you're starting to sound like my parents. Of course, I know there are others, but this is UA we're talking about. They churned out heroes like All Might and Endeavor. If you get in and graduate, you're basically guaranteed to make it big in the hero business. Hero business, that was something he was hearing a lot of these days. The word itself seems very contradictory. Being a hero was being selfless, sacrificing oneself for the sake of others, and having the ability to run but choosing to stay. Being a hero is an inherently selfless thing, and turning it into a business contradicts it. I just want to make my parents proud, she says, but from the volume and tone, it was likely she unintentionally spoke it out loud. Pardon? The girl debates with herself if she should answer him. She had not meant to say that out loud. The lack of sleep must have been affecting her worse than she thought. Perhaps that was also why she decided to answer. My folks, well, they always thought I'd be a musician like them. And so did I for a while, but times changed, and one day I told them I wanted to be a hero. I thought I'd have to argue and fight, but they accepted it, and told me they were proud of me no matter what I choose. Now I feel that if I get into anything less than UA, I'm letting them down. Do your parents sound like wonderful people? Izuku says after a moment as he reassembled the device. You've done all you can do to prepare? Trained and studied? And you'll complete the exam to the best of your abilities? Of course I will. Then there is nothing to fear, is there? Whether you fail or pass, you will enter UA with all the preparations you can muster, knowing you have done your absolute best to pass their exam. That's so you're basically saying everything I'm doing doesn't matter and I should just accept that? She asks, slightly ticked off. What? No, I dash. Izuku reacts, flustered, suddenly afraid he had offended the girl. I just mean that you shouldn't be afraid to fail. Even if you do fail, as long as your will remains, you will become a hero one day. It may not be from UA, but at the end of the day, you will be doing the same job, saving people who need saving. Isn't that all that matters in the end? This seems to put the girl in thought. Well, I want to be a hero to bring happiness to others. Like my parents do as musicians. And do you need UA to accomplish that? If you put it that way, I don't think so, she says with an exhale as if a weight lifted off her back, but I'm still going to try anyway. I didn't say you shouldn't. You might get knocked down, but you can always backtrack and find another route to your goals. It was a sentiment he was familiar with all his life. Countless efforts to locate Earth and return home, countless efforts failed, but he never stopped. He took steps back, reevaluated, and tried another way. Has anyone ever told you that you sound old-fashioned? She asks after a moment, like someone trying to sound like an old wise mentor. Izuku's jaw dropped in incredulous. I gave you advice and that's all you got from it? The girl laughs for the first time. Hey, don't get me wrong. I needed that. 5 stars would receive a motivational speech again, but you really do sound like you're going for that. Izuku pouts. Sure, he was trying to sound like Gideon, but he didn't think he was really intending to sound like that. I wasn't trying to sound like an old man. Whatever you say, Gramps, she chuckles. At least she was happy, or at least less stressed than before, but Izuku still pouts and waves the device in his hand, dangling it on his finger. Well, shame I'm so old it might slip, he retorts, pretending to almost drop it. All right, I'm sorry, she says with no trace of being apologetic. Still he hands it over. Hey, it even looks brand new. I took the opportunity of refurbishing it while I fixed it. He explains. Does it work now? Hold on, let me try, she says as her earlobes stretch and plug themselves into the earmuff's interior before sliding them on. Holy shit, yeah it does. Can barely hear a thing. Try saying something. I'm a dimensional traveling wizard who went missing 10 years ago and just returned home after nearly being blown to shred while fighting an army of biomechanical monstrosities, he says bluntly to her face with a blank expression. She nods obliviously as she takes off her earmuffs. It works great, couldn't hear a word. That's a sweet quirk you got there. That telekinesis or something. Izuku shrugs and wipes the excess blue mana trace from his hands, brushing off mists of blue, or something. Telekinesis and repairing items are amongst those talents. Still, it's pretty cool, she admits. Are you planning to be a hero as well? Or go into the support industry? Now it was Izuku's turn to sigh as he leaned against the counter. Well, to be honest, I'm not really sure. Not even sure that he'll stay that long. Long enough to graduate from school. Can he live a simple life knowing that his friends were fighting for their life while he sits in a classroom? You don't know what you want? She asks and he shrugs. Everything's been moving so fast ever since I came back, he replies absent-mindedly, his thoughts half there and half elsewhere. Everything's just confusing. Up is down. Left is right. And I'm just trudging along with barely any idea where I'm going. Came back? You went on a trip or something? Or something, he says with a sigh, not giving anything else. Realizing she wasn't going to get an answer about that, she focused on the issue. Well, yeah, growing up can be a rush. She misinterpreted what Izuku was saying. Honestly, they should have given us more time. I mean, hero courses should be a college thing or something, not high school. But it's what it is. What do you want? I guess that I want to be a hero. All my life, it's what I always wanted, he says with a shrug, his mind going back to the members of Gatewatch, specifically the moment the founding members swore their oaths to guard the multiverse. 4 heroes, each swearing their own oaths to protect life across the infinite multiverse. They tried to talk him down from joining, he was a child after all, but he eventually did swear his own oath. Until I find my way home, I will keep watch. So what's the problem? The girl prods. You seem to have it figured out. My parents? He answered. Every day I look at them, I can tell they're worried and concerned. I worry that if I told them that I wanted to be a hero, if he tells them that he wants to leave and fight in a multiplanar war, I worry about how they'd react. And I know that if I tell them what I want, they'll beg me not to. And I know that I won't be able to argue with them. Silence reigned between them, and for a moment Izuku thinks that's where the conversation will end before the girl spoke up. Well, sorry for being blunt, but I think it's bullshit. She says, if you think being a hero will make you happy, just tell them. And what if they try to stop me? Izuku asks frustrated. I don't want to see them upset. They're good people. If they're as good as you say, then they'll accept and support you. But You think I wasn't terrified when I went to my parents and told them I wanted to be a hero instead of a musician? I was psing myself and ready for them to start begging me to change my mind. They didn't, and I'm glad they supported me, but if they hadn't, I'd still have fought tooth and nail to convince them. It doesn't mean that I don't love them, but it didn't feel right throwing away my dream just because they think it would have been too dangerous, or that I couldn't handle it. That's so go straight to the point and DMN the consequences, he summarizes. It's certainly a blunt way to tell them. She shrugs apologetically. Sorry, it's just the way I am. No, it's fine. Izuku quickly assures her. I appreciate the bluntness actually, it was refreshing. You definitely gave me something to think about. He trails off as he realizes he never caught her name, nor did he introduce himself. He extends a hand to her. I'm Izuku Midoriya. She shakes his offered hand. Kyoka Jiru. A pleasure to meet you, Jiru, he says with a smile. Likewise. Now there was silence between the two as they both wondered what to say to each other, with Jiru making the first move. So, what are you gonna do now? She asks curiously as Izuku rubs his chin in thought. I think I'll talk to my parents, he decides. They deserve to know, and at least I'll get it off my chest. Good luck, she says sympathetically. Best not to beat around the bust and just get to the point. Your advice is appreciated. Yeah, no sweat, I owed you one for fixing this up, she says as she waves her earmuffs. Do you think you'll be going for UA? Perhaps. Izuku shrugs. It sounds like a fantastic place if they train someone like All Might. I think I'd learn much from that. Cool, maybe we'd even get into the same class. She smiles before it turns slightly bashful, and maybe we should exchange numbers. Pardon? Izuku asks, looking at her oddly, never having heard such a phrase before. Don't make it weird, she says, pointing her ear jacks at him. It was a good talk, and I'd actually like to get to know you more. Yes, but what numbers? He asks, genuinely confused. Surprising her, is that some code? Password? Wait a minute, do you even have a phone? She asks incredulously. Well, not yet, but my father's taking me to get one later. Izuku says, confused by her reaction. Is something wrong? Jiru still looks at him like he was insane, blinking repeatedly before holding out a hand. Do you have a pen, then? Something to write with? Sure. Give me a moment, he says, borrowing bits of mana from the surroundings to create a fountain pen and handing it to her. Huh, neat trick, she says, admiring the pen. Now your hand, please. Izuku hands his hand to her and she began to write on his palm, a sequence of 10 digits. What's this for? He asks as she hands back the pen, to which he dispelled. Some password of sorts? You're a smart guy, I'm sure you'll figure it out, she says, laughing at his guess before stepping away. Sorry to cut this short, but I better head home now. Gotta cram as much training as I can. See you, Midoriya. Good luck with your training, he says. Fate be willing, we may meet again in you. I look forward to learning with you. She leaves with a wave and a smile, leaving Izuku to stare at the strange code of numbers written on his palm. Something he'll have to ask his father about, he supposes. As if on cue, the back door opens up with Hisashi storming away with a stream of curses from his lips. Sking son of a dash. He cuts himself off at the sight of his son before coughing into a fist. Sorry about that. It's fine. Everything all right? Izuku asks his father. Everything's peachy. Hisashi grumbles as he glares at the door. Sorry for the wait, but those idiots just can't help but mess everything up. I swear if you put those idiots in the general vicinity of a nuclear power plant, you'll end up with a meltdown in less than a minute. Sounds like you should fire them. Izuku suggests. If they were as incompetent as his father claimed, what was the point of keeping them around? Afraid I don't have the power for that, he grumbles. They're the boss cousins. Nepotism. A tale as old as the multiverse itself. That certainly explains it. Anyways, you found something you like? Hisashi asks, pointing to the goggles around his neck. Yeah, I suppose so. Izuku nods as he toys with them, his father smiling and patting his back. Well, let's go meet your mother. I'm sure she's almost done by now. Shouldn't we be paying for this? Izuku asks as they left, and his father scoffs. Hell no. This place, my boss. His father whispers to him, "Now come on, your old man's gonna teach you how to shoplift from this place." Shoplifting with a father, truly there was no better bonding activity. "I'm so glad to hear you had a good time," Inko says as she dug into dinner. There was no grand feast this time. Instead, they took the liberty of ordering from outside and dining at home. Takeaway, they called it. "I like those goggles, they look nice on you," his mother compliments. "You bought it from Hisashi's workplace." "Just bought it," Hisashi says awkwardly. "Definitely. For a cheap price." "Very cheap." "Yes," agreed Izuku says with the same amount of awkwardness. "Practically stole it." His father kicked him from under the table warningly. Inko glances at the two's antics before shrugging it off. "So how's your new phone, Izuku?" Inko asks to change the subject. Izuku shrugs. "It's an interesting device. I look forward to using it. Just let us know if you need any help with it." Izuku smirks. He's piloted Thopters and used a variety of complex magical artifacts in his adventures. He was sure he could figure out how a thin piece of metal is used to communicate with others. Still, he has trouble deciphering the code Jiru gave him earlier. Which reminds him. He looks at both his parents enjoying their dinner. They both appear to be in a good mood. If he should do it, might as well now. "Mother, father," he says slowly, getting their attention. "Remember a few days ago, there was talk about returning to school." Inko immediately looks worried. "You've been back for only 3 days, Izuku. Should you really be rushing to go to school?" "Your mother's right, son," Hisashi says. "Perhaps we can go for homeschool for the moment? I can look around for a tutor to help. There's no real need for you to join a school right off the bat." "A particular school actually," Izuku carefully says as if threading on a light minefield. "I have interest in joining UA." You could hear a pin drop from the silence. "You mean the general education course, right?" Inko asks hopefully, desperately. It pains Izuku to press on, but he did. "No. The hero course," he says quietly. She gasps, but Izuku takes advantage of the shock to state his claims, or else he might not have the chance later. "I can only guess what you might have to say," he quickly states to his parents in a neutral voice, "that it's dangerous, or that I am not ready, or a myriad of other things. But let's make this clear. I want to be a hero." But why?" his mother asks. "This is so sudden. Did someone put you up to this?" Izuku shook his head. "No, this has been something on my mind ever since I was young." As for why, he steels himself, for this requires telling them inklings of the truth. The truth of what he has been doing for the past 10 years, even if it wasn't the whole truth. "Where I went, I saw things you couldn't believe. Monsters that even to this day I struggle to understand." He shudders at the memory of the first time he saw in Eldrazi, the defense of Sea Gate and other battles. "But I saw people, the greatest heroes I've ever known, stand against them. They took me in, trained me, and taught me to protect myself. And I also saw some of them die." He winces at the last part, seeing his mother's expression of fear, worry, and panic at the information she was receiving. His father had put on a neutral face the whole time, and so far he had issues deciphering it. "But want to get stronger, that's why I want to join UA. I want to be strong enough to protect those I care about, stop them from dying. I want to stop being so useless." The last part was filled with pent-up frustration he has felt in the past days, requiring him to take a moment to calm down. His mother was near hysteric. "Izuku, you don't have to do that. We're safe here. There's plenty of heroes to protect us." His mother protests and Izuku bites his lip. "You're not the only ones I want to protect," he wishes to say, "and there's so many out there, so many things worse. If the Phyrexians spread, if they found Earth." Before he could say anything, his father spoke up at last. "Izuku," he says softly, "is this really what you want?" He nods. "More than anything. All I've ever wanted is to save people. I have the ability to do so. To squander that is to make a mockery of everything I've been taught. To spit on the graves of those that taught me." They were both silent, both stunned by the conviction in his voice. In Inko's mind, she always saw him as her sweet little boy, even when he returned a decade older, but now all she saw was still her son, but all grown up. She has to stop treating him like he was the fragile boy that cried because he learnt that he was quirkless. Will it make you happy? She asks after a moment of silence, surprising Izuku. He was stunned before nodding. Yes. Both Inko and Hisashi share a silent conversation with each other, staring into each other's eyes before turning back to Izuku. If you really think that being a hero is what you want, then your father and I will support you. Izuku was honestly surprised, his jaw dropping. He had expected both his parents to put up more of a fight, but they seemed so accepting of it. Truly? He asks, surprised, his mother reaching across the table to grasp his hand. You're our son, Izuku. All we ever want is for you to be safe, healthy, and happy. Being a hero is dangerous, but if you believe it'll make you happy, if that is your dream, we won't stand in your way, and will help however we can, she says as she wraps her hands around her sons. Besides, Hisashi says, I remember I was in the same spot with my own parents. Told them I wanted to be in the support department, but they kept complaining about how I was gonna waste my quirk by doing that, those absolute pricks. He chuckles to himself before placing a hand on his son's shoulders. I'm not gonna be like them. If being a hero is what you want, I'll support you all the way. That he couldn't help the tears running down his eyes as words failed him. He doesn't deserve them, he truly didn't. At that moment he made a vow for when the inevitable comes and he finds his way to the front lines against the Phyrexians once more, he will come back, no matter what. He will get stronger to do that, so that not even the entire Phyrexian army, their praetors, or even the multiverse itself, will stop him from coming back. What do you mean we lost her? A man in a leather jacket screeches in fear. They were hidden behind an alley, an agreed rendezvous point in case there was trouble. And this was very much a big problem. I mean that we lost her, the person getting shouted at retorted. Lost her in the FNG train station? The train station? The first man shouts in fear at the ramifications. Do you know what this means? Jay, just calm down. The other man says with panicked breathing, we can work with this. There's a buncha camera on the trains. If we get to some security guard we can dash. You can do what? A third voice was heard from the end of the alley. The two men froze in fear as the third approached, dressed with a mask resembling a plague doctor from medieval times, and a dark olive bomber jacket, his golden eyes piercing through their souls. What was most terrifying to the two men was that he was removing the pair of surgeon gloves he always wore. BB boss, the first man babbles in fear as he instinctively takes a step back. Please, we're almost there. We can find her, just dash. He doesn't get another word out before the third man places his bare hands on his face, and in a split second, the first man was transformed into a red stain against the wall, with pieces of him splattering on the second man who could do nothing but stare in horror. Find the security footage, the third man says as he puts back on the glove. Find which station she fled to, and then I will kill you. The third man walks away without receiving a response. Filled with terror and despair, knowing that he was dead either way, the second man draws a knife and screams as he lunges at the exposed back. Do you overhaul? He never took more than 2 steps before being turned to a matching stain on the wall. Sighing, Overhaul pulls out a phone and dials a number. Chronostasis? I require a cleanup crew for 2 at my position. Afterwards, I want you to task a crew with what men you can spare, get them to comb the train footage, find where she fled and track her down. No need for the 8 to get involved, yet. Not with those heroes breathing down on our necks. He orders with frustration evident in his voice, nearly crushing the burner phone in his hands. After the call is finished he uses his quirk on it once more, scattering its remains everywhere. What cursed luck he was having today. First he came back to base to find that the child had fled once more. Not uncommon sadly, but always manageable. She would be tracked down, the slacking caretaker punished, and everything returned to normal. But this was the furthest she's ever gotten. This was the closest she got to ruining his plans. Perhaps once she returns he should do the same thing he did to the old man. It was not as if she needed to be conscious to supply him with material for the experiments. He just needs more time with his experiments. Once he eradicates the sickness that plagues society, the Yakuza can rise once more. And the boss can wake up to see just how wrong he was. once he sees how the Yakuza returned to their glory days. Somewhere on a train, the travelers take note of a small girl curled up in the corner, shuddering from either cold or fear. Some look at her with pity but make no move to help her, and some do their best to ignore the sight, all sharing the same thoughts that a hero will solve the problem. It wasn't their job to help her, after all, they were just civilians. Now arriving at Tatooine Station, an artificial voice rings out across the train as it slows to a stop, the doors sliding open. The girl suddenly springs up at the sight, running through it as fast as possible. Again, while many were disturbed or stunned at the sight of a young, unkempt girl stumbling through the crowd was concerning, they still believe that a hero will be there soon to bring her to safety. Why should they waste time doing their job for them? Someone help, she thinks to herself as she blindly runs. Please. I can't. Someone help me. Come on. Izuku mutters to himself, the young boy taking deep breaths to steady himself, channeling the red mana to form a spell, launching a stream of fire towards 3 targets that split mid-flight and incinerating them all to ashes. Yes, he cheers in celebration, finally. So that's the source of the ruckus. Izuku nearly leaps in surprise, as an old woman chuckles at his antics behind him. Jaya dash. I mean Mother Ludi, he bows immediately. I'm so sorry for my disturbance. I didn't mean to wake you. She waves away his apologies. It's not a problem, I woke up long before that. How's your practice? I think I'm doing well. Izuku says as he looks back at his handiwork proud. I can feel it. Thanks to your teachings, I'm definitely getting stronger. Really? In that case, why couldn't you save them? The scene suddenly shifts as Izuku blinks. Suddenly, he was no longer in the Carol Keep, surrounded by corpses of coalition soldiers. What the hell? He shouts in confusion and fear before realizing. He quickly turns around and just in time to see a complete Ajani snap Jaya's neck before throwing her off the mana rig. No. He shouts and attempts to move, but once again he feels a metal blade pierce his chest once, then twice, then a third time, falling onto the floor with the other corpses. Please. Not again, he could only whisper as phantom pains fill his body. The nightmare didn't stop there, as he tried to stand but the arms of the corpses latched onto him with vicious grips, pulling him down. Why couldn't you save us? A disembodied voice echoes. Why? He wakes up screaming, cold and drenched in sweat, gasping for breath as he clutches his chest as phantom pain flares across his body. His physical wounds may have healed, but there were some problems that not even magic couldn't help with. The nightmares started a while after he returned. Now they were getting more frequent. He was fortunate enough to prepare and placed an enchantment around his room to silence any noise after the first nightmare. He glances at the clock, roughly 6 in the morning. Of all days it had to be on the day of the entrance exam. His father had done a wonderful job catching him up with the education standard of Earth. Honestly, he had little issue with subjects regarding language, science, and mathematics. The first was a byproduct of his planeswalker nature. Learning language is as easy as learning to ride a bicycle. For mathematics, it was a multiversal language that all knew, for all civilizations at one point figured out 1 + 1 2, it was just the symbols and units that needed translating to Earth standard, but it was only a minor issue. Science was a headache, basic biology and physics he had handled, but chemistry was quite a mess as there were different elements all across the multiverse and he struggled since chemical formulas or even entire elements he was familiar with did not exist at all. That leads to a confusing chat with his father that they collectively decide to ignore and move on. History was basically binge-watching multiple documentaries that may or may not be historically accurate. Still, his father was impressed with his progress, claiming his grasp on language and mathematics were near college level. That was good, at least he has the written portion of the exam handled. The practical, on the other hand, what would the practical exam for becoming a professional hero involve? Combat ability? Rescue? An obstacle course? He supposes that he'll have to wait and see. He has done all he can to prepare, but there was still plenty of time even if he ate breakfast and caught a train to UA's campus. He supposed that he'll spare some time to visit them, in any case. It was not as grand as he would have liked. He would have created a grand statue, or a beautiful plaque, something eye-catching to let the world know about her, but it would have gathered attention and people would ask questions. Instead, a simple mark on a tree, in a park near his house. Their names etched into the barks and flowers placed at the base. He didn't know what kind they'd like, to his regret, so he settled with white chrysanthemums, a local breed of flowers. According to this internet thing, they symbolize mourning. The writing on the bark reads, Jaya Ballard and Ajani Goldmane. Hey Jaya, Ajani, it's me again, he says after a moment, sitting down in front of it. The park was empty, meaning he was free to talk without looking like a crazy person. Today's the day, he mutters as he forces a smile. Feels a bit like I'm back at Strixhaven, trying to get in. They'll be testing us today, shouldn't be worse than what you and the rest of Gatewatch put me through. There was awkward silence again as Izuku sighs. I realize also that technically my oath is fulfilled. Both of you weren't really there for that, I guess. Neither of you met us yet. But after the defense of Gate, I swore with the rest to protect the multiverse. I swore that until I found my way home, I would keep watch. He raises his right hand, glowing with a swirl of white, red and blue mana as he did so. So I'm swearing a new one. I'm not going to just stop because I'm safe at home. Our friends are still in danger, Dominaria is still in danger, and until I find my way back I'll keep getting stronger, and if this plane finds itself in danger I won't sit idly by either, he says determinedly with a shaky voice as he swore his new oath. I swear that until the last star burns out, until my body breathes its last breath, that I will keep watch until the end of my days. I'll never stop fighting for you, for my family, for all lives across the multiverse. The display of mana fades away. Having said what he wanted to say, he bids farewell. Even though the afterlife for them may be literal universes away, he still found that his small act brought some form of comfort. Not completely, but still made things easier. Goodbye, my friends, he whispers to the tree as he places a hand against it, and again, I'm sorry. Izuku hates taking the train, something he realizes soon. Too cramped like the mana rig, full of people, soldiers chatting, eager to return once the battle was over, and smelt of sweat, blood and fire. He smacks himself in the head, hoping it would jolt the thoughts away. It was even spreading to his waking moments now, memories of the battle. Using a handkerchief he wipes the sweat from his forehead, wishing that the ride will end soon so he could get out. Thankfully it did so, and he was the first off, hoping that fresh air and open space would clear his mind. According to the directions he received, it was a short walk to UA campus now, enough to get his head straight. Or so he thought. The sound of familiar flapping of wings nearly trips him as he spun around frantically searching for the source, belonging to birds standing on power lines above. Habits, he supposed. Birds were often complete during the Phyrexian invasion, used as spies. Any feathered creature in the distance could be an enemy spy reporting your location and activities, and there were very many of them in Dominaria. He barely restrains the urge to shoot lightning at them just in case. Reminding himself that the Phyrexians weren't here, they were not on Earth, before continuing his walk. He was not being watched by a Phyrexian spy. He was not being followed, stalked by an assassin. The fact that the bird hasn't stopped staring at him was just a coincidence, not. He was nearly at the campus, but as if the multiverse was conspiring against him, he finds a large crowd at the entrance as dozens of students pass through the entrance for their test, making quite a ruckus. He just needs to get this over with, just need to finish the exam. He walks and weaves through the crowd, their chattering not helping his nerves at all. He just needs focus, he just needs to breathe. Excuse me. A student bumps into him, sending him stumbling forward where he was bumped into again. Hey, watch it. Coming through. Move it. It was a large crowd and he couldn't stop bumping into someone. It was like being trampled and swarmed by Phyrexians. It was getting hard to breathe. The noise was almost nauseating as he was shoved around. The urge to unleash a massive spell to silence everyone was almost overwhelming, dim the consequences. He stops walking for a moment, trying to breathe, but the suffocating feeling would not leave him. Was he starting to hyperventilate? It certainly felt like it. Then something touches him on the shoulder, an enemy prepared to strike him, a hand. He jumps and would have fallen over if the same hand did not grab his arm, stopping him from falling. "Hey, you alright?" a familiar purple-haired girl exclaims. "Wait, Midoriya?" Jiraiya. Izuku wheezes out mid-gasp for air. It was a surprise to see the girl. After their encounter at the mall, they've only communicated through brief text over the past 3 weeks. He had not expected to meet her again like this. "Geez, you look pale as a ghost," she remarks before her quirk picks up his ragged breathing and accelerated heart rate. "What's going on?" "It can't breathe," he gasps out, clutching his chest. His breaths were getting shorter and his head was getting lighter. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Jiraiya pulls Izuku's arm over her shoulder and leads him out of the campus. Only when there was some distance between them and the crowd at the main gate did she set him down against the walls. "Hey, is this better? Do you need a bag to breathe into or something?" she asks in concern as Izuku's breathing becomes slower as he gasps down large gulps of air. Better. The noise was still present but not as overwhelming as it was, and there was more room. More manageable than before. He nods before turning to her in confusion. "I did not expect to meet you at the entrance." "Neither did I. It's one hell of a coincidence," she admits before looking serious. "What happened back there? It looked like you were having a panic attack." "A panic attack?" Izuku mutters, thinking back to his struggle breathing. "Did I suppose I was?" He slowly exhales as he returns his breathing to normal. As he does this, Jiraiya looks at him with concern. "What do you think triggered it?" she asks, and Izuku thinks for a second. "The crowd, I think, was like that in the train as well. Too loud, cramped, everyone kept bumping into me," he sighs. "I'm sorry, it's a stupid reason to freak out." Jiraiya pauses for a moment, staring at him in disbelief, before stabbing her earjacks at his head. "Ow," he exclaims in shock and pain at the sudden attack as he looks up at her in annoyance. "What the hell was that for?" "You're an idiot for thinking that," she says, ignoring his earlier question as she kneels down and sits next to him against the wall. "So, if something like that is stupid, that must mean I'm stupid." "What?" Izuku exclaims in surprise, wondering how she suddenly decided that he insulted her, when he realizes, "You mean..." She taps her earjacks. "Being born with these doesn't mean I was automatically used to it. It was pretty normal until I was 4, then the enhanced hearing kicked in. Suddenly I could hear the heartbeat of everyone in my class, the cars honking from miles away, the electricity running through the building, and everything else. I had my fair share of similar experiences." "Oh," Izuku says dumbly as he connects the dots. "I didn't mean to offend. This is all new. I've never felt this way before." He is confused. He was no stranger to violence, blood, or death. So why was he suddenly feeling like this? Why the nightmares and terror? "Well, I'm not an expert or anything, but I think you should go see someone," she suggests. "Just someone to talk about all this." Someone to talk to? Someone to talk about the horrors he's seen in the second Phyrexian invasion? About how he nearly died to a biomechanical monstrosity, part of an interplanar expanding empire that is looking to complete the entire multiverse and forcibly turn them into their own image of perfection. "I'll take that under consideration," he mutters half-heartedly. Jiraiya only nods as they both sit against the wall in silence. Then they both remember the reason they were here in the first place. "The exam," he facepalms in frustration. "I almost dash. We're not going to be late, are we?" A brief look at her phone and Jiraiya shook her head. "Nope, we still got some time. We can head to the exam halls on time if we go now." Again, "I'm sorry for the dash," Izuku apologies but was interrupted by Jiraiya stabbing her earjacks again. This time he sees it coming and catches it annoyed. "What now?" "Don't apologize for needing help," she says as Izuku releases his grip and she retracts her earjacks. "You're only human, Midoriya. Nevertheless, we have an exam to pass," he reminds as he stands up, glancing at the giant structure that was the UA main building. Now that he was fully registering it with a clear mind, he was somewhat disappointed. Perhaps it was unfair to compare it with Strixhaven, but he was honestly expecting bigger. Maybe a few floating spires and giant towers. Instead of a structure of marble, elegantly constructed, it was a building made in the shape of a bulky letter H, made almost entirely of glass. Simple but not truly impressive. Still he feels something of a chill down his spine, like some sort of strong presence was within the building? Perhaps it was just that the place was a strong source of mana? Something to investigate later, he supposes. You sure you're up for this? Jairu asks as she stood up with him. I hear the practical exam is all about fighting. You're not worried about having an attack in the middle of that? Quite the contrary. If it is fighting, then I look forward to it, he assures with a hint of a smile. A good fight can be therapeutic, a cathartic release even. Help me take my mind off things. If you're sure. Jairu shrugs. Which exam hall you're heading to? Mine's B. A for me. Why? Izuku asks. I was thinking I'd walk you to the exam hall. Don't want you collapsing all of a sudden, she says half jokingly, lightly bumping into his shoulder. I don't mind. It'll be cutting it close, but I got time. I'll be fine. Truly, he says, genuinely touched by her offer. You focus on your exam, and when we pass I'll look forward to studying with you. If we pass? Jairu reminds, and Izuku scoffs. If someone like you fails to get in, maybe this school's not as it's cracked up to be. This got a reaction from her as she glanced away embarrassed, a slight reddish hue on her cheeks. Come on, what for? He looks at her incredulous. You were the only one who helped me out of the who knows how many at the entrance. I'd say that speaks a lot about your character and theirs. She blushes. If they weren't distracted, I'm sure a lot more would have helped. Or someone would have come along if I wasn't there. Perhaps. But it was you, he points out as he leaves. Best of luck. The exam halls for the written test weren't so bad. The tables were spaced out to prevent students from copying others, and it was all conducted in silence. The exam itself was not challenging per se, but it did cover a wide range of topics. Answering the questions felt like a joke, and he had been tempted to ask the exam's invigilator if he had received the wrong sheet if he did not see the other students had similar sheets. Apparently they gave you 5 potential answers for each question, and you have to highlight the respective circle for each question. None of the questions had been related to heroism as he expected. No complex questions about morality, tactics one would use in a combat scenario or such. It all felt standardized or something. The only thing that did surprise him was an essay portion at the back. It had no marks for it and was completely optional, with the question being, why do you wish to become a pro hero? It didn't hinder him much, writing a short essay before finishing up the paper and double-checking his answer. With the ring of a bell, he placed his pencil down and waited for his paper to be collected. His confusion on his face must have been mistaken for being dismayed because the invigilator, a man with slender limbs and mouth that seemed to split across his face wearing a large pair of glasses with blank eyes behind them, offered words of comfort. Chin up, kid, you'll have plenty of opportunity to make up for your scores in the practical, he says as he continues to collect the other papers, his legs making metal clicking noises with every step. To Izuku's surprise, he sees him exit the exam hall and joins what appears to be multiple exact duplicates of himself carrying similar stacks of papers from other exam halls. Some sort of cloning? He shrugs it off, having seen stranger things after all, and moves to the hall he had been instructed to. He walks quickly so as to avoid getting caught in a crowd again, managing to make it and find a seat. As he did so, he scanned the area around him. No signs of Jairu, unfortunately, but he did spot Kaken a couple dozen seats away from him. Wonderful. He keeps his head low to avoid getting noticed. Now wasn't the time for confrontation with him. As he does so, a blonde-haired man who appears to have used an obscene amount of gel to get his hair to how it is, steps up to the stage wearing sunglasses and a leather jacket and what appears to be a speaker around his neck. Welcome to today's live performance, he shouts in a deafeningly loud tone. Everyone say, hi. An awkward silence fills the room. Izuku, on the other hand, focused on the man's speaker artifact around his neck. It obviously meant to amplify his voice, but was it because of his quirk? Did it help control and direct it? If so, how? He wonders if a similar device could be made for Jairu. She mentioned she could transmit her heartbeat through her ear jacks, so... Well, that's cool, my examinee listeners, he shouts, undaunted by the silence he received. Name's Present Mike and I'm here to present the guidelines to your practical. Are you ready? Present Mike? He's heard that name before, over the radio his father listens to. He admits some of the topics discussed over said radio show were intriguing, such as daily lives of pro heroes and struggles they experience in the industry, and he had many inspirational sayings in each broadcast. "This is how the test will go, listeners," he says as he clicks a button on a remote and a stream of light displays an image on the blank screen. It's a 10-minute scuffle in a mock city. You're allowed to bring whatever you want, just be at your assigned location when it starts. So it'll be urban warfare then? Not his first choice in combat arenas, but he'll have to improvise, he supposes. Sometimes you don't get to choose where fights begin after all. Each site's filled to the brim with 3 types of faux villains. Present Mike shouts as the image on the screen changes to the outline of 3 strange creatures, each with numbers on them from 1 to 3. Use whatever trick you got up your sleeves to take as many of them down to earn points, listeners. Of course, playing the anti-hero and fighting other examinees for points is absolutely forbidden. That made sense, so they were fighting artifact creatures of a sort? Good for him that besides being good at fixing and putting together artifacts, he was skilled in their dismantling as well. Izuku refers to the handout he had picked up on the way here. Sure enough, there were a list of 4 artifact creatures matching the description of Present Mike. Wait for? Before he could ask, someone did so for him. "May I ask a question?" A voice speaks out clearly from the crowd of applicants. Izuku turns his head to see a tall, bespectacled boy with blue hair standing up and raising his hand. There appear to be no fewer than 4 varieties of faux villains on this handout. Such a blatant error, if it is one, is highly unbecoming of Japan's top hero institution. "And you, with the curly hair." Izuku nearly jumps at the boy suddenly shouting at him, "You've been muttering this whole time, and distracting all of us. Is this some sort of game to you? Then if so, please leave immediately." Okay, he's starting to understand why Chandra's always trying to stop his mutterings. But still, was it really that much of a distraction? And to make it even worse, Kaken turned his head to his direction and his eyes widened in shock and then anger. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Luckily for him, Present Mike decided to de-escalate the situation. All right, Examinee 7111, nice catch," he says as he clicks the remote again, displaying the outline of a robot that looks like a brick. This little guy's called the 0-pointer. You guessed it, IT gives you a whopping number of 0 points for its destruction. There's only one on each site. Its whole deal is to cause trouble and slow you down. I recommend my listeners to just carry on and ignore it if you can. That seemed suspicious. Having an obstacle such as that made sense, but only one of it in each site? It felt like a strange call, unless it was stronger than expected. He'll have to be wary if he comes across such an artifact creature. He hopes he can study their construction afterwards. The collector instinct in him would very much enjoy adding them to his arsenal if possible. Now that's all from me, folks. Present Mike declares. With that said, let's end it with a favorite quote of mine, from good Napoleon Bonaparte. True heroism is being superior to the us of life. Plus ultra everyone, break a leg. Perhaps he had underestimated you. That was the first thought Izuku had when he saw the test site. Pretty impressive, being able to construct and maintain entire city-sized areas. That must take a lot of funding. Still not as impressive as Strixhaven, but he'll give them points for that at least. The bus drops them off after a mercifully short ride. It was quite cramped and noisy. Thankfully another attack didn't occur like in the entrance. Thank the multiverse for small mercies. All around him aspirants of all manners assembled, most with no more equipment than the clothes on their backs, with some carrying 1 or 2 devices, likely support items for their quirks. As for him, he wore a light green tracksuit his father bought for him, but he was far from unprepared. Like all places in the multiverse, there was mana flowing through the area. He can feel the fiery passion and power of red mana with a dash of white flowing through the testing ground. It would be more than enough to suffice for his needs. But then he recoils, his concentration snapping for a moment. The mana in the air, it was stronger than he anticipated? That feeling from back in the gate. It was like comparing a match to a flaming brazier, not a steady stream of mana but more intense. He assumed it was just strong background mana, but now with his senses reaching out, It simply wasn't that. It was more concentrated like that, like it was inhabiting something, like how he saw quirks as sources of mana contained within a body, but this one was bloated with mana, leaking it like a broken faucet and barely contained. His eyes wander around to identify the source, and it lands on a bespectacled girl with flowing blonde hair tied into a ponytail. Like many others, she wore a simple tracksuit and was busying herself with preparations, tinkering with some sort of gauntlet that adorns both her hands and a matching mechanical boots on her feet. Should he approach her? The logical side of him insists that he focuses on his own preparations, but his burning curiosity got the better of him. His hunger for knowledge needs to be sated. Why was she so different? Where did that amount of mana come from? Questions and questions flood his mind as he takes steps towards her before feeling a hand grasp his shoulders from behind. Why are you here? Hoping to interf dash? The boy was halfway through his accusations when Izuku instinctively launched his elbow backwards at a presumed threat. Thankfully, it was not as strong as it could be, and not even infused with mana, so it wouldn't even leave a bruise, but it'll still hurt. You dash. What was that for, you brute? The boy exclaims in pain as he rubs his face. Izuku was immediately apologetic. I'm sorry, I really am. But you shouldn't surprise people like that. Or perhaps it was intentional. The boy scoffs. I wonder if you're truly serious about coming to UA. Everyone here is preparing to do their best, and I see you are about to interrupt one of the examinees. Are you planning to sabotage our efforts perhaps? That got a negative reaction from Izuku, who clenches his fist as the crowd starts whispering to each other about him. But still he can't bring himself to retort, for it was an accusation with reason behind it. After all, was he not about to interrupt someone else's preparations to satiate his curiosity? He sighs. His curiosity would have to wait. Until after the exam perhaps, or maybe when they meet again in school. Glancing back at the girl, whose attention has shifted to him along with many others, he has a feeling that someone with that power in her would most definitely earn a spot in the academy. And begin. A familiar deafening voice rings across the area as everyone glances up to a watchtower where present Mike stood. What are you standing there gaping around for? There are no countdowns in real life. The die is cast. It was simultaneous. Everyone began moving at once, dashing forward as fast as their bodies or quirks would allow. He sees the blue-haired boy immediately grow pipes from his calves that propel him forward. He sees that blonde girl from earlier charge her legs up with energy and take a giant leap forward. Truly, it was a shame there was no time to fully analyze them. He channels the red mana from the area into his legs before dashing forward, thunder and red lightning following in his wake as he weaves between the numerous examinees to get ahead of them. He passes by the same blonde girl he saw, who appeared to be charging up for another leap as he runs by, surprising her as he overtakes her. The spell only lasted for an instant, but it was enough to get him a head start. Now where could he find some faux villains? As if on cue, an artifact creature rolls out in front of him from an alley. It seemed to operate on wheels, making it fast and agile, but the armor looks thin, meaning it sacrifices armor for speed. It swings its arm towards him, pointing a strange multi-barreled device at him. Probably a projectile launcher of some sorts, in which case he won't give it an opportunity to open fire. With a flick of his hand, a helix of lightning shoots out, twin streaks of red and white swirling together and striking the one-pointer. It immediately explodes from the spell, turning to a pile of molten slag. Dang it! The blonde girl curses at the sight of lost points before leaping in another direction to search for more points. Shame, he'd love to see her in action, but this was no time for that. It was a combat trial, he has to put his all into it. He dashes forward with another spell to expedite his movement. Sure, he could use a number of spells to scry the area, but they cost blue mana, which this area lacks in abundance. Best to save it for when he really needs it. He'll have to search for his opponents the old-fashioned way. Speak of the devil, and he's already run into 3 more. 3 one-pointers, 2 two-pointers, and a single 3-pointer. The bigger of the 3 artifact creatures detected him first and fired a cluster of projectiles that streak towards him. He smiles as he guides the white mana to form a shield in front of him. At the very least, the next 10 minutes will be anything but boring. Far away in the main campus, the faculty members gather around dozens of screens, each displaying every exam site where the practical tests were taking place. A skeletal-looking man in a stripped yellow suit and blue tie walks up with a pant. "You're late," grumbles a man in dark clothes and a white scarf bundled around his neck. "Tardiness is unbecoming of you, Mr. Symbol of Peace." "I apologize for that, but duty calls, you know," he chuckles nervously. "Nevertheless, I am here now." "Has the test already started?" "Do not fear, Yagi," a bipedal creature says from his seat as he sips a cup of tea. "The trials have just begun. You barely missed anything. Come, take a seat. Would you be requiring any refreshments?" "No thank you, Principal Nedzu." Tashina Yagi declined as his eyes turned to the screens. It was strange seeing it from this angle. Back when he was younger and attended UA, he was down in the sights smashing robots with his bare hands. Now he was going to be one of the faculty members judging who gets to attend UA. His eyes traveled across the number of screens looking through the potential students one by one, but mostly he was searching for one particular examinee. His successor was out there somewhere, Melissa Shield. He spots her in midst of battle and smiles proudly at the sight of her destroying a robot with a low-yield smash. Normally, even with the training he had given her to build up her muscles, the backlash from one for all beyond 5% would strain muscles and bone, even shatter it if she went beyond her limit. Fortunately, she was able to find a way to circumvent that, designing gauntlets and boots that allow her to safely handle one for all's backlash beyond her limits. Support item technology has definitely come a long way from his days. It was definitely a crutch, but a necessary one until she learns to control larger amounts of one for all. We never told them how many villains there are, or where they are placed. Such a wide battlefield and limited amount of time. Nedzu muses out loud as he takes another sip. Truly, it brings out the best in them. He gestures to a number of examinees across the screens. There are those who can assess information in an instant, intelligence gatherers. Those who'll never be late for a party, mobility experts. Those who can cope with any situation, decision makers. And there are natural-born warriors. The last screen displayed a blonde boy with explosions detonating across his arms. Impressive, he uses his explosions to draw the faux villains towards him and wipe them out. Simple and efficient. One of the teachers comments. Toshinori recognizes him as Snipe, but his attitude towards collateral damage seems to be lacking. "Well, it'll be our duty to drill that habit into him if he gets in," a woman with a whip in her hand points out. "The R-rated hero, Midnight, also known as Namuri Kiyama. That is our job after all, to shape them into heroes." "Any of our examinees catch your eye so far, All Might?" Nedzu asks. Toshinori searches the screens once more. It wouldn't be fair to have Melissa be his focus for the entire test. His job would revolve around teaching an entire class after all. It was best to find others as well. His eyes land on a screen displaying a boy with green hair, eyes widening slightly at the sight. He threw twin streaks of lightning that curl into a helix, destroying robots with a single shot each, even the three-pointers which were made to be tankier than the rest. One three-pointer fired from the roof of a nearby building, a cluster of missiles that would create concussive blasts strong enough to knock your average person off their feet without much harm. He rolls out of the way, raising a white energy shield as he does so to protect himself against the shockwaves, but Toshinori realizes he rolled in front of a one-pointer that was bringing an arm down on him. He winces in anticipation of an injury, but the boy points a hand at the robot without looking, covering it with a blue aura before flinging it at a cluster of faux villains, before shooting a red bolt at the thrown robot, exploding it and turning it into an improvised shrapnel bomb, destroying them all in one go. As for the three-pointer on the roof, it prepares for another salvo, but then the boy disappears in a blur of red lightning, suddenly covering the distance in a near instant and appearing behind the robot, delivering a blow with a fist covered in white energy. It all happened so fast, no hesitation in his movements, and the speed he displayed at the end was so fast that if they weren't veteran pro heroes, they may not have kept track of it. It was an excellent display of a combination of skill, speed, decision-making, and power. It was impressive. And to Toshinori Yagi, it was unnerving. He thought at first that the kid had some sort of lightning-based quirk. Not uncommon, and quite a high-demand quirk as they had functions for them outside of pro-hero work. But then he displayed the ability to create some sort of energy shield, telekinesis, an explosive projectile, super speed, and some sort of strength enhancement. It couldn't be, could it? Well, be d'med. Those were some neat moves, weren't they? Snipe comments, 15 points in 5 seconds. He lured all those robots in one spot, and used that one pointer as a grenade to wipe them out. Thinking on the fly like that, does the kid have some experience or something? Vlad King asked, astonished as the boy continued dashing, leaving a streak of lightning, and he's still going. Very nice. The boy, Toshinori says as he keeps the shutter hidden, what's his quirk? Let's bring his file up. Nedzu says as he clicks on a remote, displaying the boy's information on a screen. Here we are, Izuku Midoriya, age 15. His quirk is called 3 colors. According to the description, it allows him to use different abilities depending on their color. Red is offensive focused and allows him to use elements such as fire, lightning, and ice to deal damage, as well as enhance his physical abilities. Blue allows for telekinesis, and according to the file, it grants him the ability to scry for information. Curious on what that means. As for white, it grants defensive abilities as well as enhancements and healing. Quite a variable quirk he has there. His voice was neutral as he says that, recognizing the implications as he shared a glance towards Toshinori. Having all that power from one quirk? It was very rare for people to be born with multiple abilities in one quirk. Then they hear Snipe snap his fingers. Hang on a minute, I heard that name before. Wasn't there a kid with that name who went missing 10 years ago or something? Was all over the news, a kid with a teleporting quirk almost hit by a truck and went missing. The files make no note of a teleporting quirk. Notices with a frown, and he displayed no such ability yet. Maybe they just share the same name then? Snipe suggests with a shrug, or maybe his teleportation is one of his skills, and he just hasn't used it yet. Possibly. What do you think, All Might? Nedzu asks as he looks towards the symbol of peace, whose mind was going 100 miles per hour as he grasps his weak spot as phantom pains flare across it. Disappearing for 10 years, then coming back with new abilities, he thinks to himself in worry, it's a coincidence. Has to be. Can't be. I killed him, watched his body get cremated myself. It's likely just that. Toshinori says more to himself, born with a particularly variable quirk. And skilled in using it, it appears. As he says this, a boy with spiky red hair gets blasted directly by a concussive missile. Fortunately, he appears to have a hardening quirk of sorts that absorbed most of the damage but was still sent flying and dazed by the attack. Izuku Midoriya notices this, and dashes toward once more throwing up another shield to block the following missile, before firing another twin bolt of lightning at the 3-pointer, destroying it. And a heroic spirit as well. Midnight notes approvingly, that's at least 5 rescue points. Agreed. Nedzu says as he adds the respective score, and speaking of which, it seems to be about time for that. The other teacher nods as a button is pressed, but Toshinori's eyes never left the screen. His gaze focused on the green-haired boy. Up you get. Izuku says as he offers a hand to the fallen boy, the fight's not yet over. Thanks. The redhead grunts as he accepts and pulls himself up. There goes my 3 points. Normally complaining about a rescue would say a lot about someone, but this was a test after all, and he did steal his points technically. But after his time spent in real combat, he doesn't pause to consider when saving someone in need of help. Still, he feels guilty enough to provide some recompense. Here then, my apologies for stealing your points. Izuku says as he casts a red spell on him, sending adrenaline coursing through his body. The effect was immediate as the boy's eyes sharpened. Holy hell, now that's a rush, he says excitedly before charging at the nearest robots he can see. Thanks for the assist. Good luck. His reply fell on deaf ears as the boy turned to stone and started smashing into robots like a rock slide. Shrugging, he decides to carry on to look for more points before the earth starts shaking. What now? He mutters to himself before searching for the source, his eyes widening as he finds it. A titanic artifact creature that was the size of a large building, crawls from below the ground as it smashes any building that was nearby. It had a blocky head and sat on gigantic tracks the size of a house each, with four-fingered hands that crush buildings like cardboard. Oh, he mutters, so that's the zero-pointer. So this was why present. Mike recommended them to avoid this one. It was gigantic, and while it wasn't invincible, he thinks, it would take considerable effort and time to do so for your average person while awarding 0 points. He has no reason to go after it and shrugs, prepared to move on, before he hears something. Oh! A barely audible of pain that he almost never picked up. He spun around and found a girl with brown hair near the zero-pointer, a piece of rubble crushing her leg. This was just a test, correct? There was no possible way she would be seriously hurt. It was an accidental injury and surely the exam would halt, or at least an invigilator would be sent to the area to resolve the issue and rescue the girl. That was what the logical side of his mind told him. The zero-pointer doesn't stop or notice, slowly rolling forward oblivious to the soul trapped in front of its threads. And then he blinks, and for a short moment he wasn't at the testing site. He wasn't even in UA, Muzudafu, or Japan. He was back in Dominaria, on the continent of Shiv on the Mana Rig. Sheoldred was approaching an incapacitated Karn, taking him forcefully and vanishing through a planar gate. He blinks twice and he was back in the testing site. He did not see Sheoldred, he saw the zero-pointer. He did not see Karn, battered and beaten, but the brown-haired girl with rubble crushing her leg as she desperately tried to move. The logical side of his brain told him there was no danger, that if he went on his way to continue scraping up points there would be nothing wrong with that. And as usual, he ignores his logical side and goes the opposite direction it suggested. Hold on, snipe. Nedzu orders as the hero was about to slam the emergency shutdown for the zero-pointer, his eyes on two particular individuals charging towards it. Let's see how this goes. Principal, that girl's about to be crushed. Snipe protests, but his respect for the principal being the only reason he has not slammed the button yet. Those two are intervening already. Nedzu explains, this is the reason for the zero-pointer after all. Let us see how these two plan to act. Meanwhile, Toshinori watches his successor with anticipation, thinking to himself, that's it, Melissa. When there is nothing to be gained, rising to the challenge anyways is the mark of a true hero. Time magic was something Izuku was familiar with. Being a teammate and student with one of the multiverse's greatest users of time magic allows one to pick up a few tricks. There was a time that Teferi Akosa slowed the sunset of an entire plane, and you don't need to be a mage or scientist to realize how much power and skill that took. If he was here, he could likely have held the zero-pointer indefinitely while having time to chat over tea and maybe play a round or two of clans and legions. He was not Teferi Akosa. An uncharacteristic swear was emitted from Izuku's mouth as he felt the strain of impeding the momentum of the zero-pointer, slowing down the time relative to the area around the robot. He had thought about calling the number of spells he has in his arsenal to destroy it, but they either caused too much collateral damage to destroy instantly or would take too long to destroy before the girl is crushed. Thus his only option was to stall it. What? The girl exclaims in surprise as she looks back, stunned that someone came to save her. Hello. Izuku grunts out as he struggles to maintain the spell over such a large target. The other times he did use the spell were on humanoid-sized or some pieces of falling rubble, not an entire artifact creature the size of a skyscraper. I recommend you remove yourself from the area for your own safety, don't you agree? He asks, trying to sound polite through gritted teeth, and maybe letting a bit of sarcasm slip in. The girl looks in stunned silence at the display of power before he urges her again. Now, please? He says as his focus momentarily slips and the zero-pointer's arm that had been swinging down moved by an inch. The girl, recognizing the urgency of his tone, snaps out of it and presses her finger against the rubble on her feet, causing it to float enough to pull her leg out. She tries to stand but then falls again with a cry of pain. Of course. Her leg was broken. Stupid him for not considering that. But now she was free, it meant he doesn't have to hold this thing in place anymore. With a grunt he releases the spell. There should be a short delay before the zero-pointer resumes its normal speed. With a flick of his hand he casts two spells, one to immediately heal her leg. He couldn't gauge how much damage had been done, so he basically eyeballed the spell to heal a basic fracture. He'd have to check later if it healed wrongly. The second spell targeted the road underneath her, causing it to roll backwards like a treadmill and send her flying backwards. "Run," he orders as he turns back to the zero-pointer just as the spell dissipates and it returns to its normal time, with Izuku now taking the brown-haired girl's place in front of it. But now there was no one to be caught in the crossfire. He can destroy it without fear. A small orb of fire forms in his hand, drawing in the red mana in the background and slowly but steadily growing in size. But then he fell to his knees, gasping for breath. Damn it. He curses in exhaustion. He hadn't been monitoring his stamina. Casting spells was not an effortless activity, and he had been doing so non-stop for the entire exam. He had been so busy venting his frustration into the robots that he failed to notice his own exhaustion until too late. He tries to push himself up as the zero-pointer crawls ever closer. What a terrible display, how careless of him. He can feel that somewhere in their respective afterlives, Gideon and Jaya were face-palming at his reckless tactic. He deserves it. And then he felt it. That same overwhelming power from before. Turning back, he only catches a glimpse of the blonde girl before she launches herself upwards, towards the head of the giant artifact creature. "What?" he mutters in surprise as he felt the shock from such a feat. Waves of air and excess mana rushed past him, nearly knocking him down as his gaze follows her as she becomes a speck in the sky, reaching to the face of the giant zero-pointer and reeling her fist back for a blow. The shockwave from the punch was so strong he could feel it even when he was on the ground, the wind blowing his hair back. It was a monumental display of power. It was intimidating. It was overkill. It was terrifyingly beautiful, like an exploding star for the lack of better words. It was also the most improper handling of mana he has ever seen in his life. He could feel mana leaking and wasting off her as she performed the feat. Instead of a faucet opening like normal to release a controlled amount of water, it was as if it suddenly snapped off and released an uncontrollable stream of high-pressure water. "What the hell?" he finishes in shock as he sees the girl float in the air for a moment, carried by the momentum of her jump. Then she stalls and gravity takes over as she plunges down. He immediately recognizes that something was wrong. Her body was limp and he swore her arm was bent in an unnatural angle. His first instinct was to cast a similar spell to slow her down, but the mana required was too much. He doesn't have enough blue mana gathered to slow her down. Perhaps grab her, but it won't be enough to stop her from plummeting. "Hey, you with the curly hair." He snaps his head back to the girl running towards him. Evidently she did not heed his demand for her to run. "My quirk can save her. I need to touch her first," she says, holding out her hand. He instantly recalls the sight of her lifting the rubble off her legs with just a touch. He couldn't hesitate as he knows it will waste valuable time, so he instead calculates the trajectory needed, the angle to throw the brown-haired girl. He may not have enough mana to stop her fall at near terminal velocity, but he can launch the girl to intercept the other. Using his telekinesis, he grabs the girl and flings her, taking her by surprise, but his aim was true and she hits her dead on, her hand slapping across the blonde's face as the brown-haired girl uses her own quirk on herself as well. They both fell, but their momentum was slowed to a halt just a few feet above the rough concrete road. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief. That had been a close call. And, "Time's up, everybody." Present Mike announced through the mock city as remaining robots halted and deactivated on the spot, and examinees looked around in both relief and panic at the news. Izuku meanwhile steadies himself to make his way towards the girls. "Are you all dash?" he asks the brown-haired girl first, but then recoils when she nearly vomits on his shoes. After she gives a shaky thumbs up and continues emptying her stomach, he focuses on the blonde girl. Instead, worse than he thought, the left gauntlet she had was missing, probably broken from the force of her blows. Her arm was a mess of bruises, an ugly shade of purple and red, bent in unnatural angles. Not the worst wound he has seen, but still unpleasant. "Just one more point," he hears her whisper. Even in her state, she was still concerned with the exam. Talk about improper priorities. "The exam is over," he explains calmly as he kneels over her. "Your arm, can you still feel it? Are there any other wounds on your body?" It's over? She grunts as she tries to sit up only to cry in pain before lying back down. My legs. Izuku looks down and sees the mechanical boots she was wearing sparking from damage received. Not completely blown off but definitely not functional. Not wasting time, he casts a small spell, with barely any blue mana, to remove them. There was no visible injury, so it may be a small fracture. This only adds to the headache he was getting, but he perseveres. F dash, she cries out, but this time in another language which he figures was called English, according to his father. My arm? Everything will be all right. He responds in the same language, having learnt it between the 3 weeks he spent preparing for the entrance exam. He hopes that this will calm the girl down as he places a glowing white hand on her damaged arm. All will be well. She gasps in surprise as suddenly the pain was replaced by a warm feeling, like sitting next to a cozy campfire in a cold winter. I apologize, but the most I can do is deal with the pain. I have no energy to spare to treat your wounds, he apologizes. Just dulling the pain makes him want to faint, but he has a duty to perform, so he keeps himself conscious, scolding himself for carelessly overtaxing himself so early in the exam. I'll take it from here, Sonny. An elderly voice came from behind him. Looking back, he sees a diminutive old woman in a white coat and a walking stick in the shape of a syringe. You've all worked hard, have some candy, she says as she hands some sweets to the other examinees as she approaches Izuku and the 2 girls. The blonde appeared to be close to fainting, and the brown-haired girl was already fainted. What seems to be the problem? She asks. 3 fractured limbs from the blonde. Left arm and both legs. Suspected hairline fracture for the legs, but as you can see her arm has the worst of it, every bone completely shattered. Izuku reports clearly. As for the other patient, possibly just passed from exhaustion. I suggest a check on her right leg. It was fractured during the exam but I healed it, but the bone may have healed improperly in my rush. Goodness, that certainly is an issue, she muses. I'll have to take a look at her later, but first this one. She presses her lips against the blonde's broken arm, and a green aura encompasses her body. Izuku barely reacts as he has seen a number of healing magic in his life, instead kept applying the spell. To dull the pain until the green glow fades. Do you still feel pain? He asks the girl as he slowly lifts his hand away from her. The girl shakes her head tiredly as her eyes closed. Is something wrong? Izuku asks the elderly woman urgently as she chuckles. No need to worry, dearie. My quirk merely uses her own energy to repair her wounds, she explains. Now, I'll have stretchers brought here soon to bring them to my office. They'll receive a proper checkup there. Are you injured, perhaps? Izuku shook his head. Just tired, doctor. Doctor? Most people call me recovery girl nowadays, not a lot call me doctor. They seem to forget the fact that I've gone through medical school. She chuckles. Speaking of which, do you happen to have medical training? You seem to recognize the damage quickly. Yes, I had medic training. Izuku nods as he thinks back to the number of times he had to heal others in the War of the Spark and Second Phyrexian Invasion. It's good to see children like you taking hero business seriously. She compliments. So many nowadays only think of saving people with brawn. Before Izuku could answer, the doctor, recovery girl she calls herself, waves some small robotic creatures over carrying stretchers. There they are. Help me carry them, dear, she asks, and Izuku nods, carefully lifting up the blonde and placing her onto a stretcher. They'll be okay now? Izuku asks as he does the same for the brown-haired girl, laying her on the second stretcher. A good night's rest would do them wonders, but other than that I believe they'll be fine. Recover girl answers as the drones carry their patients away. Now, is there anyone else with injuries? Line up please, don't push. Izuku glances towards the retreating drones and their patients, at the blonde girl. The power she displayed, it was as if her body could not control the power and it overloaded. But according to his research, the bodies are usually strong enough to contain their respective quirks. And the way she threw the attack, so much energy was released but there was also plenty wasted. Like she was wielding a brand new weapon she had no experience with. Curiouser and curiouser. And she blew up her limbs? Jairu asks in surprise over the phone. Yes, isn't that strange? Izuku asks as he pulls himself up on a pull-up rack his father had constructed for him, the phone lying next to him on a desk and on speaker mode. I thought bodies evolved to keep them safe from their own quirks? Well, that's how it usually goes. Usually when you get your quirk it's rough the first couple years, but then your body gets used to it. You know what mine was like. How was yours? I almost got eaten by a wolf and froze to death. Izuku answers without hesitation as he performs another rep. What, you were in Siberia or something? Jairu asks befuddled. What the hell happened? A long series of unfortunate events. Izuku replies with an exhale, 45. Are you busy or something? Asks, what are you doing? Working out. Izuku grunts, helps clear my mind, especially after the exam. You're worried? What happened to you telling me not to worry, that it doesn't matter if you pass or not? It's not the results. Izuku clarifies, it's my performance. I was reckless, I got too absorbed into combat. Didn't care about anything else. 46-inch. Well, it was pretty intense. Nobody can blame you for getting tunnel vision. I do. 47-inch Izuku grunts in annoyance with himself. I should have been better. I overtaxed myself, tiring out too quickly. If that had been a real combat scenario, I could have caused the death of 2 others and myself. 48. But you didn't, that's all that matters. Jairu assures. Besides, we're all going to UA to train to be heroes. You'll get better. But he should have been better, he thinks to himself. He wasn't some fresh meat sent to combat. He had seen literal wars and fought in them. He should be acting controlled, not lashing out like a berserker craving violence. Enough about me, he says. How was your exam? Did all go well? More or less. The written wasn't that bad, thank God. The practical went slightly better, got myself a couple dozen points when the 0-pointer showed up. Luckily no one was hurt badly, everyone just ran away once it popped its head out. Not as exciting as your area. Boring can be good. Izuku says as he finishes his set with a sigh before dropping, and it was wonderful talking with you again. Good night, Jairu. Good night, Goggles. Take care of yourself. The call ends and Izuku pockets his phone. It was a real convenience for a device such as that to exist, instant and cheap communication that can be mass-produced. He wonders how Dominaria or Ravnica would change if he brought back devices like the phone. That was something for the Izzet Guild to work out, he supposes. He checks the time first before walking out of his room, greeted by the sight of his parents in the living room watching some television. Oh Izuku, are you hungry already? Inko asks, dinner won't be ready in a while, but I'm sure I can whip up a snack. It's fine Mom, he assures before remembering something, although, I do have a question. Has Kaken showed up around the area? Possibly after I came back from the exams? That punk. Hisashi scoffs as he cracks open a can of soda. He did show up some time ago. While you were napping. Kept yapping and yapping about something I didn't care enough to interpret, but I chased him away. Do you want now, you brat? Hisashi yells from the balcony where he was in the middle of watering the new plants that replaced the ones that were damaged from Izuku's quirk accident. Bite off the leash your mom put on you? Looking to get your butt kicked? F off you shitty old man. Katsuki yells from the streets. I'd ask you to come down and say that to my face, but I ain't here to kick some failures, but I'm here for Deku. Where is he? Oh, you want to know? Where he is? Tell you what, go to the nearest pharmacist, ask for something called Viagra, and use it to go F yourself. Hisashi yells back leaning against the balcony. Now get your butt out here right now, don't make me come down there. F, you wanna go you old sheet? Katsuki retorts as he activates his quirk. I'll kick your butt. You think I won't throw hands at a kid? Hisashi challenges as he spits out some fire. I don't give a F dash, I'll chop you to bits and use you as fertilizer for these plants. I'll kill your first you dash. Oi, a neighbor shouts from his own balcony. Shut the F up. Off, we're in the middle of something here, dumb. Both of them shouted at the same time before they went back at each other's throats. Tell Deku that I'll be back and he better have the ball to come down and talk instead of letting his failure of a dad to do it for him. Eat sheet you little turd. Hisashi calls out as Katsuki leaves. That's right, keep walking. Motherfucker. He ends it by tossing the watering can at the boy, missing its mark by a lot, and Katsuki flips off the older man as he leaves. A-hole. Hisashi mutters to himself before returning to water the plants as he realized what he just did. Ah shit. Dear, do I need to sign you up for anger management? Inko asks after a pause and Hisashi shrugs. What? The kid needs a good kick in the butt if you ask me. Hisashi shrugs as he takes a sip from his soda. Is he always that angry? Izuku asks. I only remember bits of him, but he can't have always been this angry. Hisashi scoffs. Who knows? As far as I can remember, the brat's always been like this. Tried talking Mitsuki into sending him into some shrink to get his issues sorted out, but you can probably guess how that ended. A copious amount of unneeded swearing from Kaken? Izuku guesses. You guessed it? Hisashi snaps his fingers, but you get the idea. Anyways, what did you want? Just to let you know I'm going for a jog now. Izuku says, I'll be gone for about 30 minutes. Alright, just remember to keep your phone with you. Inko says and Izuku nods. And the tracking devices. Hisashi reminds, all 5 of them. Izuku rolls his eyes a bit at that. After his return, his father had insisted on keeping 5 tracking devices on him. 2 on his shoes, 2 for each pocket and 1 that was his phone's cover. I have them all, he assures before leaving the house. I'll be going now. Mom, make sure father doesn't get thrown in jail for assaulting Kaken if he comes by again. Don't worry, I'll keep him on a short leash. Inko assures, placing a hand on her husband's shoulder. Just like how I like it. Hisashi responds flirtatiously as Izuku hastily leaves before he witnesses any images that would scar him worse than any Eldrazi would. A rapid beeping sound alerts him that 30 minutes were up. He stops on the sidewalk and performs some stretches. The workout wasn't as long as he'd like, but it will suffice. He has to work on building up his stamina if he wants to get stronger. His father's news worried him somewhat. It appeared that Kaken was holding a grudge against him for some reason, and likely wanted to settle it with violence. At some point he'll have to meet with Kaken and hope they can settle whatever dispute they had diplomatically. If not, then in his father's words, give him a good kick in the butt. As he prepares to head home, he suddenly receives a text from his mother. Dear, I'm so sorry to bother, but we've run out of cooking oil. Do you mind getting some from the local convenience store? There were locations attached and he noticed that it wasn't that far away. Shrugging, he sends an affirmative before jogging to the location. He made it to the location in a few minutes and paid for the item by using his phone. It was surprising how similar the method was to modern Kamigawan credit chips. By the time he leaves the store, the sun has begun to set and darkness would soon come, but he still decides to not hurry, take in the sights and familiarize himself with his hometown. At least that was what he had intended to do when he suddenly felt something crash into his leg. He looks down in surprise at the sight of a young child knocked on her back after slamming into his leg. It appeared that she ran from a dark alley into him while he wasn't paying attention. Something he'll have to rectify in the future. I'm sorry for that, child. He bends down and offers a hand. It's getting late out here. Where are your dash? Please, help, she mutters softly, and Izuku pauses at the desperation in her voice. At that he takes a closer look and widens his eyes at her terrible state. Her clothes were torn and filthy as if unwashed for weeks. She looked malnourished and he could see fatigue and a bit of delirium in her teary red eyes. Who did this to you? He asks with all the calm he could muster as he inches a hand close to her, but then was interrupted. Eri? There you are. I've been worried sick. He looks up to find a man with black hair and a trimmed beard approaching, dressed in a jacket and long trousers. He appears to be a civilian, but Izuku felt suspicious and readies himself. Who are you? He asks, trying to keep his voice neutral. I'm her father, the man explains, sounding concerned. I'm so sorry about my daughter, she always gets carried away playing. Those are bandages on her. Izuku notices. Filthy bandages that look like they haven't been changed in a while, and she looks tired, like she's haven't eaten in weeks. Yeah, well, she got lost playing. I was so worried you have no idea. The man stumbles with his words as he hastily attempts to explain himself. Come now, Eri, you don't want to bother this nice boy anymore, do you? He says the word bothered through gritted teeth, and Eri flinches before looking between the two. After a moment's pause, she gets on her feet to slowly walk towards the man but is stopped. When Izuku grabs her arm, his eyes never leaving the man. I don't mind being bothered, sir, he says again with a neutral tone. The girl seems injured, why don't I call an ambulance? The man's friendly demeanor switches off and he sighs deeply before reaching into his jacket's pocket. Dumb kid, he mutters as he quickly drew out something, but Izuku drew first and casted a spell. In a flash of blue light, the knife drawn by the man went flying out of his hand, but before he could do anything else, Izuku summoned a whip made of white mana to restrain the man. "It," he says as Izuku forces him on his knees with a pull of the whip. You have no idea who you're messing with, boy. Then inform me. Izuku demands, sparing a moment to glance at the girl who is backed to a wall in the alley, looking at the situation in a panic. He hates that she looks at him terrified, but he has to deal with this situation first. He turns his attention back to his prisoner. I sincerely doubt that you are her father, so tell me everything. If I had to guess, she's been on the run from you for quite some time. How many more are looking for her? The prisoner retorts by spitting at his shoes and laughing. What you've seen in many spy movies, kid? Think I'll crack because you have me tied up? You won't even get my name. And when I get out of here, I'll find you and your family, teach you a lesson myself. Now, why did you have to say that? Izuku says softly, but his voice has a coldness in it. This man just threatened his family, and that removed most restraints he had. He steps closer to the man and places his free hand on the man's face, emitting a blue glow from his palm in the process. What the hell are you doing? He demands, a small part of him terrified of whatever quirk the child in front of him had. If you will not answer willingly, I'll get what I want directly from the source. Izuku says as the effects of the mind-reading spell took place. Now let's start with your name. The man screams as Izuku finally releases his grip on his face, the blue glow fading. He has what he needs. What did you do to me? The man asks groggily. I got what I needed from you, Egawa Masato. He spits the name out with venom, causing the man to flinch. Yakuza thug. Pretty new. I wanted this to be your chance to impress your boss. Overhaul, was it? He wasn't as great a mind mage as Jace is, but he can still read minds reliably to a degree. Anything greater than a few months started becoming foggy and jumbled, but in this scenario he had enough information. The girl was being chased by an organization called the Shai Hasaikai. Old-school criminal family, from what he sees in the memories. Now currently involved in the trigger trade, a drag that enhances the performance of quirks, something he makes a note of to research later. They were led by a man named Overhaul, with lieutenants being two others named Chronostasis and Mimic. There were also elites just below them, called the 8 Bullets. The man has only heard second-hand information about their abilities, and while they may prove inaccurate, Izuku notes them down still just in case. They were using this girl for some purposes. Whatever it was, the man in front of him didn't know. He had only joined days before the girl had escaped. But he doesn't have to know the details to know that it was something bad, judging by the girl's appearance, who preferred to run for 3 weeks, starving and exhausted, rather than return. He doesn't know what sickens him more. The man in front of him willing to throw this girl back to her captors for money, the Shai Hasaikai for whatever they've done to the girl, or the fact that this girl likely wandered through public streets for 3 weeks and nobody stopped to help her. You read my mind, you son of a dash, he cried, outraged by the invasion of his privacy before Izuku shot a white spell at him, literally removing his mouth and silencing him. You have no right to be outraged, not with what you plan to do. He spits at him. With that dealt with, he turns his attention back to the girl who never moved an inch from her spot, glancing around with fear in her eyes as if she was deciding whether to run or not. He raises his hand placatingly. It's fine, I'm not here to hurt you, dash. I don't want to go back, she cries. I don't want to go back. Her eyes were hazy, unfocused, she wasn't all there in the head. Sadly, it doesn't surprise Izuku in the slightest. Being on the run for weeks, having no one to trust during that time, all while being no older than a toddler? I'm not going to hurt you, Izuku assures as he tries to take a step closer with one hand stretched out. Unfortunately, the girl did not see the gesture as comforting. In her exhausted mind, she doesn't see a boy with green-haired offering a hand, but a grown man in a bird-like mask and a green bomber jacket reaching out with his hand. "Oh, please," she begs as she closes her eyes and shields herself. Izuku just stood hesitant. He had no idea how to approach the situation at all. The most experience he had was approaching injured and panicking civilians to heal them, but even then they would quickly recognize him as friend and not foe. Then sparks began flying, strange energy emitted from her horn, and Izuku instinctively backed up. "I don't want, go back, please." She starts hyperventilating as the energy begins coating her entire body in a thick aura. Izuku nearly drops his jaw when he recognizes the feeling of Syed aura. Temporal magic. Was it this girl's quirk? The ability to manipulate time itself? If so, it was a powerful one. But that wasn't his concern right now, it was how pained the girl looks. He didn't bother thinking what would happen if it goes wrong. What was in his mind was helping the girl right now. He coats himself in a basic anti-magic spell, praying it works well against quirks as it does with magic, before leaping forward and wrapping his arms around the girl in a hug. While the spell was powerful, it was unrefined, just releasing energy with no technique, meaning it took little effort to disperse. "Everything will be fine now," he assures, recalling words from his old idol before his ignition. "You don't have to be scared anymore. I am here." The girl, Eri, was surprised and fearful of the gesture, expecting pain to come from it. But it didn't, only a warm sense of an unfamiliar, almost alien feeling. Safety, comfort, warmth. Instantly the image of Chisaki disappears and she sees who is truly there. And then panic sets in as she realizes what she's doing. "No. Get away," she tries to warn. "You're going to get hurt." "No, I won't, trust me," he assures, never letting go of the girl, despite how inside he was terrified at the power she was emanating. If he falters his magic and fails to counter even for a second, he doesn't know what the quirk would do to him. He held on as the energy dissipated and Eri watched in surprise. She could not remember the details, but she remembered once when someone touched her while her quirk was activated, remembering how all that was left was a pile of clothes. Remembering how a woman was screaming at her, calling her a monster. Then her eyes became heavier as she struggled to keep them open. She was tired, but she tried to keep awake. Sleeping the past weeks has meant that people would come and find her, take her back to Chisaki. "Please, don't let me go back," she mutters weakly, close to passing out. "You won't, I promise." Izuku says soothingly as he brushes her hair with his hand, "Rest now. I will keep watch." She doesn't know why, but those words brought a warm sense of safety to her as her eyes closed. She knew at the moment she was safe. He sets her down on his lap, using it as a pillow, and holds a glowing white hand above her, searching her for any immediate injuries. None as far as he could see, only exhaustion and hunger, things his magic cannot counter. He would report this to the police, then get an ambulance for the girl. Pulling out his phone, he dials the number of Detective Naomasa. His father had given him the number to add to his list of emergency contacts, and this seems to fit the category of an emergency. "Hello, Detective?" Izuku greets professionally. "I apologize for calling so late this evening, but there's an issue I believe requires your profession." No, my parents and I are all right. I was out running an errand when I came across this girl, between the ages of 5 to 6, running from a criminal." "Yes, again I'm fine, but the girl isn't. She seems to have passed out from exhaustion and hunger. I need an ambulance to transport her to the nearest hospital." "Yes, and someone to detain the criminal. I have him incapacitated. Thank you and goodbye." He hangs up the call and turns back to see the criminal attempting to crawl away, still tied up by white wires. This man had seen his face. If he somehow gets out of prison or reports back to his superiors, then not just the girl, but his family will be endangered. But he can't execute a defeated foe on his knees despite how vile he was. It left a bad taste in his mouth. "How bothersome," he mutters to himself as he raises his hand again, glowing blue. "I finished talking with Masato." Naomasa tells Izuku, who sat on a chair next to a hospital bed where the girl, Eri as the man had called, lay unconscious with an 4-unit attached to her wrist feeding her nutrients she has been missing. He won't admit a thing, but my quirk says otherwise. We'll be sure to look and see if any security cameras caught him chasing her. That's good. Izuku mutters non-committedly, his eyes never leaving the girl. That's another thing I want to talk to you about. Naomasa says sternly, did you use your quirk on him? We tried interrogating him and the only true thing he said all night was that he doesn't remember what happened after he chased her into the alley. She doesn't remember fighting with anyone. He did receive an injury to the head. Izuku shrugs, not even looking at him. Perhaps that was the cause of his memory loss. A half-truth, Naomasa detected with his quirk. He frowns at that. There were no signs of physical injuries on him. I'm aware you went missing for 10 years and have only been back for a short period of time, and had a stressful time in the UA entrance exam, therefore I'm cutting you some slack. Naomasa sighs annoyed. You can't use your quirk in public dash. Even to save a life? Izuku snaps, suddenly turning to face the detective. If I had not intervened, the girl might have been taken and never rescued. While I thank you for responding to my call quickly and arranging all this, if you are here to lecture me, save it. Izuku exhales before resuming in a neutral tone. I apologize, detective. I understand the law, but I do not regret my decision. I didn't say it was the wrong thing to do. I'm just warning you to be careful next time. Naomasa sighs before pulling out his notepad, and wanted to ask some questions as well. The man is obviously a Yakuza judging by the tattoos, but I wonder if you heard anything from the perp that indicates any Yakuza group in particular. The Shai Hasaikai. Izuku responds immediately, 8 precepts of death. They were keeping this girl in their main base performing who knows what acts on her. I heard it from the man himself. Another half-truth, but Naomasa writes that down anyways. The thought of criminals doing terrible things to a young girl sickens him. Any crimes involving children disgusts and angers him. What was more concerning was that he recognizes the name he was given. Shai Hasaikai? I've heard of them before. Naomasa mutters to himself, old-school gangsters. A branch of the Yakuza that's been getting involved in the trigger trade recently. What actions will be taken against them? Izuku asks. Sadly, the information you gave us isn't exactly solid, proof. There's a reason why quirks that read minds or tell when people are lying aren't admissible in court. We try to use this to go after them, their lawyers will tear us to shreds. Naomasa explains, disappointed, but I know a pro-hero who's currently assisting on a case against them. I'll be sure to send this info to him. Maybe he'll find use of them. And the girl? What will happen to her? Izuku gestures to her. Has there been any attempts to find her family? That's another issue we're having. Naomasa says grimly, we combed for a match through the official record and came up with 0 matches. Officially, this girl doesn't exist. Neither of them likes the implications of that. Even with Izuku's lack of knowledge on his plane, he could tell that meant something bad. So either her records were destroyed or she wasn't registered in the first place? Izuku asks, concerned, those don't spell well for her parents. Either they intentionally allowed this, or those scum didn't give them a choice. And if the latter, they could be killed to silence them. Either way, it indicates that the Shai Hasaikai put a lot of effort into keeping this girl hidden. She's no ordinary kidnapped victim, but the question is, what does a criminal organization want with this girl specifically? That's something to ask when we nail them. Naomasa nods, surprised to see a teenager talk about things like that with clear understanding. For a moment he forgot he wasn't talking to a fellow officer, but a child. As for what we can do, our best bet is to send her to an orphanage or foster family to take care of them. This will guarantee her safety? There will be officers and pro-heroes constantly monitoring her. Naomasa assures, until the Shai Hasaikai is taken care of, she'll be under constant watch. But that's good. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief before leaning back on the chair. I would like to stay here if that's fine. I wish to be here when she wakes up. You don't have to do that. The doctors will do everything they can to dash. Naomasa starts, but is interrupted midway. Nevertheless, I swore that I would. Izuku says firmly, so I would like to stay until she awakes. he says in a tone indicating he wasn't going to argue. Naomasa pauses at the look in his eyes. They remind him of a certain hero, the conviction behind them. Not even in UA yet and already playing the hero, huh? Naomasa sighs in defeat. I'll be sure to inform your parents of your decision. I'm sure they're on the way now. Right. Izuku mutters, having almost forgotten, this is going to be difficult to explain. I'll take care of it. Naomasa assures before leaving, give a holler once she wakes, I have to check in and see how the interrogation is going. See if we've gotten the guy to crack yet. Izuku nods as the detective leaves before resuming his vigil, sitting next to the girl, tapping his fingers against the arms of the chair as he waits. There was a chance she may not awake soon and may even sleep through a full day. Considering what she went through, he couldn't blame her. It would be logical for him to leave her in the care of the doctors, but he swore he would keep watch, and so he will. His stomach growls, interrupting his thoughts. He had almost forgotten that he had not had dinner yet. He supposes he should at least grab a snack from that vending machine device he saw earlier. The products taste of artificial junk, but they should at least dull his hunger by a bit. Or perhaps he could conjure up a snack with his magic. But just as he was about to stand up, the girl shifted and Izuku froze before sitting down. Was she awakening this quickly? I'm sorry, she whispers as she tosses and turns in her sleep. Nightmares, he realizes. His first instinct was to wake her up from whatever bad dreams that trouble her, but he hesitates. She would need as much rest as possible, and who knows if she can continue sleeping after waking up. Instead he held her hand, which was full of scars. They were hidden by the filthy bandages before she was brought to the hospital. He softly holds it as he softly casts a spell, covering it with a blue glow as he reaches into her mind. He almost retches the moment he did so. He can't see anything specific, some shadowy figure reaching out, immense pain and darkness. But the emotions associated with them, the fear she was feeling. Just what did they do to this poor girl? Questions for later. He casts another spell and the images disperse. He wasn't that skilled of a mind mage to craft pleasant dreams, but emptiness was surely better than nightmares and pain, right? The girl stops shifting in her sleep and soon her breathing returns to normal. Sighing in relief, he moves to detach his hand from hers but feels the grip tighten around him. The girl must be clinging on subconsciously. He relents and shifts his chair so he could sit more comfortably while holding her hand. Might as well get comfortable, he supposes. She could only shudder in fear as Chisaki approached, peeling off his gloves. You ran away. Again, he growls as he raises his hands. You know what happens next. I'm sorry, she whimpers as she cowers, desperately hiding herself to avoid the pain she knows will come. I'm sorry. But before he could touch her, everything vanished. The room they were in was gone, Chisaki was gone, like the entire world just vanished. In that moment she felt something warm in her hands, holding on to her. She wasn't sure what it was, she had never felt anything like it before, it was kind. Then the feeling seems to withdraw and in a panic she desperately latches onto it. Desperate to keep that feeling of warmth and safety. Don't go, she cries as she holds on. Don't go. Izuku blinks in surprise as she grips harder and begins to stir. The girl clutches his hand in a vice grip like it was a lifeline and then blinks before slowly opening her eyes. Her first reaction is to freeze as she looks around the hospital room, then begins trembling. Seeing her fear, Izuku immediately spoke up. Are you all right, child? Izuku asks in concern as the girl looks at him in shock as if she had just been alerted to his presence. It wasn't a dream? She asks no one in particular, fearfully as if she would wake up any moment. Izuku gives a look of pity before affirming. Yes, child, it wasn't a dream, he says soothingly with a kind smile. I am glad to see you're awake. Eri looks stunned by his words, as if terrified to believe him, and then she gasps in remembrance. It's you, she whispers softly as the events replayed in her mind. Izuku nods. My name is Izuku Midoriya. And your name is Eri, correct? He has to be sure. She slowly nods as Izuku continues. You don't have to worry anymore, Eri, he assures. You're safe here. That man won't be able to get to you. This does little to assure her fears. It's not just him. He'll find me. He always does. Oh. Overhaul, he asks using the name of the shy Hisaikai's leader, which causes her to flinch in fear. No, that was an understatement. It looked like she was near hyperventilating at the name. I always run, but he keeps finding me, she gasps out as she hugs herself. He'll find me, and when he does. Izuku curses at himself for his lack of tact. This was exactly why Jace handled the talking, or Chundra, or literally anyone else in Gatewatch. Words failed him at the moment, so he did what came naturally, and wrapped both his arms around her to comfort the poor girl. He won't do anything to you, Eri, he whispers to the girl softly, because I am here. And as long as I am, I swear that I'll protect you. Eri chokes up from the gesture. The warm and unfamiliar feeling of safety and kindness was near overwhelming. He'll hurt you too, she mutters. I don't want Dash. He won't, he says as he brushes her hair. Trust me, Eri. He stayed in that position for a while before suddenly a loud rumbling was heard. Two actually. From Eri in his own stomach. He chuckles as he separates from the embarrassed Eri. Well, I suppose we're both hungry then. Why don't I grab us something to eat? He moves to leave, but then Eri grips his hand again, a terrified look across her face. Wait. Don't go. She cries before looking shocked at her own outburst before wincing, preparing for the worst. To be punished for raising her voice. But Izuku only gently pats her on the head. Eri, it's fine. I'm just going to get some food, he says kindly, but she still doesn't let go. But what if they come and find me? She asks barely above a whisper. The fear in her eyes was evident, and Izuku bites his lip before sighing. Very well then. I will stay. He sits down. But they still had the hunger issue, so he decided to amend that. Waving his hands, he summons 2 pieces of hardtack using his magic. He was no master of creating food, those were actually far different than summoning creatures or artifacts, so the best he could do was simple, tasteless food that still filled the stomach. He hands 1 piece to Eri, who took it gratefully but then started biting into it before Izuku could warn her. It's hard, she mutters as she rubs her jaw. I'm sorry, I should have warned you. Izuku apologizes and casts a minor spell to dull her pain. Here, let me help with that. He takes the piece of hardtack from her and softens it with some water he created with magic, before snapping them into smaller pieces for her to consume. He then hands her a smaller portion which she inserts into her mouth carefully this time. It's tasteless, I know, Izuku says as she starts chewing. It's the only food I know how to make, unfortunately. No, it's good, she quickly says after she swallows before holding out her hand meekly. Can I have more? Izuku suppresses the urge to hug her another time and hands her another piece of softened hardtack. She seemed to have no issue consuming it after the first bit, all but scarfing down the following portions handed to her. She must be starving, or have lived off on food of worse quality. He vows to introduce her to some of his mom's cooking when they get out, and give her a real delicious meal. Is he all right? Did someone hurt him? Because if so, I swear to God Dash. Hisashi growls as he storms into the hospital with Inko as Naomasa tries to stop him. Your son is fine for the 5th time. Naomasa exclaims annoyed. Now please calm down, I don't want to see you get arrested again. Calm? Oh, I am even calm, see how calm I am. Hisashi shouts before a nurse and his wife shushes at him. Still fuming but at least trying to be quiet, he hisses at Naomasa. What happened? All I heard was that my son is at the hospital. Yes, because you hung up and rushed over before I could explain. Naomasa sighs annoyed. He's perfectly fine. He just came across a kid and brought her to the hospital. He's fine. Oh. Hisashi mutters sheepishly before Inko speaks up. What do you mean, he found a kid? She asks for clarification. He was out when he ran into a girl about 5 to 6 years old, being chased by a Yakuza gang member. He was fortunately able to incapacitate him and save the girl, which he then proceeded to call me and brought her here. Inko immediately focused on the Yakuza part. My son is fighting Yakuza? No. Just a thug. It's fortunate that somehow, the thug can't remember who attacked him. Naomasa assures before going stern. That said, this isn't saying he can act as he pleases. He's been giving a warning on using his quirk in public. But there are no charges? Hisashi asks to make sure. None. Some put up a fight and wanted to find him, but I convinced them to just tone it down to a warning. Naomasa explains before sighing. Anyways, your son's been staying by the kid's side ever since they got here. I'll bring you to him now. They walked for a while down the hallway of the hospital before approaching a door to one of the rooms. He should be inside, Naomasa says as he softly opens the door to not surprise the occupants. As they enter, they look in surprise as they see Izuku creating blue shapes and patterns in some sort of small fireworks display as a girl on the bed watches with awe. And the look on Izuku's face surprised them as well. For the past weeks he has been back. Izuku's expressions were mostly neutral with tired smiles, but here he was smiling full on and enjoying himself. Then the moment was interrupted when the girl noticed their presence and her breath hitched in fear. Izuku quickly took notice and spun around before realizing who was there. Mother, father, he exclaims in surprise before removing the display. My apologies, I did not hear you come in. It's fine, Izuku. We're just glad to see you're all right. Inko says as she approaches them. And who's this little sweetheart? The girl grasps onto Izuku's arm as Inko approaches, trying to hide herself behind him. Eri, it's fine. These are my parents. Izuku assures kindly as the girl looks to Izuku confused. Mother, father, meet Eri. Hello. Hisashi waves awkwardly from behind as Inko takes a step back to give the girl space. Hello. She greets shyly, still clinging onto Izuku's arm like a lifeline. It's great to see you're up and about, young lady. Naomasa says, I was hoping to ask you a few questions. Eri looks at Izuku unsure, who gave her a nod to go on. It's fine, he's a good guy, he assures her. He just wants to help you like me. All right. She hesitantly agrees. Excellent. Naomasa says before turning to Inko and Hisashi, do you all mind leaving, please? I don't think you would want to listen to this stuff. It's fine, you go to your job, detective. Hisashi nods before gesturing to Izuku. Come on, we can go now, son. I think I would prefer it if I stayed, if you don't mind. Izuku says as he gestures to Eri, I don't want to cause any unnecessary stress. Naomasa looks between the two before noticing how tightly Eri was clinging onto Izuku's arm before sighing. If she's fine with it, I suppose so. We'll just wait outside then. Inko says as Izuku gives them both a thankful nod as they leave. Once the door shut behind them, Naomasa began the questions. First, about the shy Hisakai. Do you know why they kidnapped you? Eri looks confused and unsure at the word. Kidnapped? It means taking you somewhere you didn't want to go. Izuku helpfully supplies. The place you ran away from, did they take you there? That I don't know. Eri says, avoiding eye contact. All I can remember is living underground. Underground? Naomasa asks as he puts this down in the notebook. So the Shy Hisakai headquarters have an underground facility? She shrugs unsure as Naomasa went on to the next question. How about your parents then? Do you know any way we can contact or identify them? She shook her head sadly. No, he said they didn't want me anymore, that my curse hurt them. Eri subconsciously rubs her horn as she says this. Izuku suddenly had a bad feeling on what happened to her parents, if what Overhaul was saying wasn't a complete utter lie. He remembers the sparks she had created, a wild chronomancy spell, and he imagines what would happen if an unprepared, worried parent rushes to comfort their child during that. Would he be Overhaul? Naomasa asks, do you know why they kept you? What happened while you were living there? The question caused Eri to shudder. The doctor, Sasaki. She chokes up, unable to get a response out as Izuku comforts her. It's fine, Eri. You don't have to continue anymore. It's evident that they were hurting her, detective. Izuku answers for her as he nudges at the scars on her arms. Those are surgical, precise. They weren't abusing her for the hell of it, they did it for a purpose. So some sort of experiment perhaps? Harvesting something? It made both Izuku and Naomasa want to vomit, but the latter jots it down anyways. Anything they can get was another nail they will use to nail down Overhaul and the shy Hisaikai. It won't erase all the things they did to the girl, but hopefully she would sleep better with her captors behind bars after this. I think that would be enough questions, detective. She doesn't appear to want to answer more. Izuku suggests and Naomasa nods. It's fine, thank you for your help, Eri, he says to the young girl. You were very brave for this. You don't have to worry, because I promise these men won't get away with this. She doesn't respond, content with latching onto Izuku, who looks to Naomasa. So what happens now? He asks. She has nowhere to go. Since she has no parents or guardian, she'll have to stay here until we find a place for her in a foster home or orphanage. Is that the best option? Izuku asks after a moment of thought. Pardon. I just mean she'll be spending a lot of time alone in a hospital until then. Izuku points out, she shouldn't be alone during all this. So what do you suggest? Naomasa asks, wondering what he was going for. My house has more than enough room. Izuku points out, and I swore that I would take care of her. Why not let her stay at my place? You're serious? Naomasa asks, it can happen, but it's up to your parents. Then again, I can already guess their answer. You're more like them than you probably realized. He stands up and begins heading out. I'll break the news to your parents and get the paperwork started. Have a good night, Izuku. Does that mean? She doesn't finish her sentence, not daring to hope, but Izuku smiles assuringly in response. You'll be living with us, Eri, he affirms. I promise to take care of you, and I will. Their moment was interrupted when the tearful, joyous, confused, and very loud voice of his mother rang out through the hospital. My baby is adopting a little girl? After stopping the miniature flood his mother was generating with her tears, and apologizing to the hospital. For the ruckus, the travel home was a quiet one. Through the car ride, Eri sat on Izuku's lap as she kept looking out of the window in awe as she saw the bright lights of the city at night. Pretty, she mutters under her breath, and Izuku chuckles. It is, isn't it? Izuku says as he pats her head. Tell you what, when things settle down we can take you around the city. Without being chased by criminals, he doesn't say. But Eri is too distracted by the sights to notice. Soon they arrived home and Izuku helps Eri step down from the car to her new home. Welcome home, Eri, Izuku says as he guides her inside. The little girl looks around her new home with awe and curiosity. It was so different from her room. The room had felt cold, like it wasn't real. But here it felt warm and cozy. I'm really going to live here? She asks, looking up to Izuku unsure. Yes, you are. Izuku nods before glancing back to his parents. Thank you for doing this. It's the right thing to do, Hisashi says with a smile. Besides, it'll be good to have someone here to keep your mom company once you go to UA. Right, how about I go get dinner ready now? Inko says as she leaves for the kitchen. You're going to love it, Eri, Izuku tells the young girl. She cooks some of the best meals I've ever tasted. And he was right. When presented with a bowl of rice and assorted dishes, Eri looks at the food with a drool slightly leaking out of her mouth. After making doubly sure she was allowed to eat, she scarfed down the food with such ferocity that Izuku was reminded of starving dogs. You might want to slow down, Eri, Inko warns. You don't want to choke. She flinches, thinking she was being reprimanded before seeing the concerned look in Inko's eyes. The food is going nowhere, you can eat as much as you want, she assures her kindly. Just be sure to chew before you swallow or you'll choke. Besides, you want to save some room for dessert. Hisashi adds, we have some fruits for later if you want. Bananas, oranges, apples dash. Apples? She suddenly perks up, drooling once more. She recalled the rare times they were served to her, a few slices. Small comfort that helped to take the mind off her situation. She continued eating at a slower rate to avoid choking, but her excitement for the fruit was visible for all to see. True enough, she happily accepted the apple given to her after dinner was over. Izuku was also pleasantly surprised to see the ghost of a smile form on her mouth. When time came for sleep, it was decided for her to sleep in Izuku's room with him, both because the guest room had been converted to a sort of workshop for Hisashi that would take too long to clear out, and also because it was clear she was uncomfortable staying away from her savior. Well, We can't have her sleep in that. Hisashi points out, gesturing to the clothes she had been wearing. They were worn and filthy, which wouldn't be comfortable to sleep in, but they don't have any clothes for her. Hold on, we still have some of Izuku's old clothes. She's around your size when you were that age. Inko says before rushing off, I'll go find them. She came back soon with an All Might themed shirt, one Izuku recognizes. It belonged to him when he was young, before he had disappeared. It really was weird seeing how small he had been back then. After giving Eri a quick shower and change of clothes, Inko came out with Eri from the bathroom dressed in fresh clothes. I'll look at her. She's just the cutest, isn't she? Hisashi says as snaps photos with his phone. Izuku had to agree it was an adorable sight. Once both his parents were finished fawning over her cuteness, Izuku guided her to his room with a bedroll under his arm for himself. He can't have Eri sleep on the cold hard flood. He can handle sleeping on hard surfaces, and it would actually be preferable. Being back in a soft bed felt weird, like he could sink and suffocate at any moment. Izuku? Who is that? She asks, pointing to a corner of his room where he had packed up and placed all the merchandise his younger self had collected, as he found it eerie to have posters and figurines of All Might stare at him from all angles while he slept. Oh, that's All Might. Izuku explains with a shrug. He's this world's #1 pro hero. It basically means he goes around and saves people, and is very good at it. He cringes at the lame way he explained that. But honestly, even if he respects the man, he's somewhat of a skeptic for the whole symbol of peace he's instilled. Placing all your hopes of safety into the hands of one man seemed risky, even the greatest could fall after all. He quickly shrugs off the memories before they could flood his mind, as Eri glances up to him. A hero? Like you? She asks innocently. That's kind of you to think so, Eri. Izuku chuckles as he pats her head before looking towards the only piece of All Might merchandise on his table, a single aged trading card. But I'm not a hero. There are so many others that deserve to be called that, but I don't think I'm one of them. Seeing his sad smile, Eri instantly tried to make him feel better. But you saved me. So you're my hero, she argues. Izuku looks at her with a soft smile as he pats her head. Well, if you say so. But really, that's not important. What's important is that you get some sleep soon. He switches off the light switch, but then Eri yelps and clings to his leg. Of course she would be scared of the dark. What was he thinking? Right? Sorry about that. Izuku apologizes as he snaps his fingers, creating a floating orb of light. Not bright enough to light the room fully, but a dim one so that they weren't in complete darkness. Better. She nods before Izuku gently picks her up and sets her on his bed before placing a blanket over her. Sleep well, Eri. I'll see you again tomorrow. He then unrolled and placed his bedroll next to the bed before laying on it. But it soon became clear that sleep will not visit him anytime soon, as memories briefly flash through his mind whenever he closes his eyes, leaving him shuffling within his bedroll. Aizu, you can't sleep too? Eri whispers from his bed, surprising him as he had thought she had slept some time ago. No, I suppose not. You as well? He saw her shake her head in the dimly lit light spell. He ponders on what to do and wonders if he should use a sleep spell, but decides against it as it could damage a mind if used too often. Instead, he wanders back to early sleepless nights, back when he was a freshly ignited planeswalker traveling with Gideon. The warrior would tell tales to distract his mind, and eventually he would sleep at last. Do you wish for me to tell you a story? He suggests, and Eri thinks before nodding. Izuku thinks of what to tell her. Perhaps something from personal experience would be easier? Images of 4 familiar figures fill his head, standing defiantly against monstrous beings that defied logic, filled his mind as he decided on a story to tell. Once upon a time, he began, there were 3 creatures known as Eldrazi, creatures that ravaged and consumed entire worlds. Before long, 3 powerful mages, planeswalkers they were called, worked together and imprisoned them on a single world, to trap them and make them dormant. It worked for a few thousand years before they awoke once more. He went on to detail about how they awoke and created vast brood armies that threatened to overwhelm the entire world of Zendikar, the world the Eldrazi were trapped on. He described with great vigor on how 5 other planeswalker gathered. A blue mage whose power over mind was unparalleled, a red-headed pyromancer, an elf druid that was native to Zendikar, and last but not least an invincible noble warrior accompanied by a young child. And with the help of merfolk, were able to repel the hordes at Seagate, before the planeswalkers swore an oath to stand with each other against the Eldrazi and all threats to life. Lost in his own story and excitement, he never noticed that Eri fell asleep at some time. He was a bit saddened but doesn't blame her as he was also feeling tired himself, suppressing a yawn. He must have been talking for an hour or so. He snaps his fingers again to turn off the dim lights before closing his eyes again. This time, no bad memories or nightmares visited him. Only dreams of brighter days and better times. The lock clicks as Toshinori relocks it after his entry. He tried knocking and calling, but it appeared that young Melissa got too lost in her own work again. The studio apartment she rented had been refitted with power tools, machinery, and computers, practically transforming it into a workshop. He finds her sleeping, slumped over the table again with a couple tools in hand. He chuckles, with memories of seeing her father in the same position filling his mind. Young Melissa, it is unhealthy to sleep like that. He admonishes, shaking her awake. She snaps awake, and nearly stumbles out of her chair before realizing who woke her up. It was still a sight to get used to, her hero in his skeletal-looking form. "Uncle Might," she exclaims in surprise, "what are you doing here?" "Why am I here?" he chuckles. "I'm here to celebrate your acceptance into UA, of course. And to explain myself. You probably heard from my message that I was going to teach at UA. "Yeah, it was a surprise," she nods. "I nearly fell out of my seat when I heard that. Is it because of One for All?" "Well, to be honest, my position in UA was discussed far before I decided you would be my successor," he confesses, and Melissa looks surprised before looking down. "Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Where else would you go to but the world's greatest hero school?" She admits it was perfectly logical, because she would have done the same in his position to guarantee the best possible person to receive One for All. "Do you have second thoughts?" she asks worriedly before Toshinori laughs off her concerns. "Of course not. I don't regret choosing you one moment. Besides, the quirk is yours now. I can't exactly ask you to hand it back like some old hat I lent you." "Thanks, Uncle Might." She smiles at the praise before looking sour. "But really? The past week I've been wondering if I'm really cut out for this. Even with your power I barely got in. If it weren't for those rescue points I wouldn't have. And plenty of others got much more points than I did." "Nonsense, Melissa," he admonishes as he chops her head lightly, snapping her out of her funk. "You got in because of your own will and determination. Who was it that designed the equipment allowing you to use 5% of OFA reliably? And who was it that leaped to rescue those two? The spirit of a hero burns brightly in you. You only need to have a little faith in yourself." "You're right." She smiles as she rubs the spot that Toshinori smacks on her head. "I will. But if you don't mind, since you're here, I have a question." "HM? Go ahead, I'll do my best to answer." "That boy who scored the #1 spot in the exam. What was his quirk?" she asks as Toshinori's smile fell. "It's been bugging me all week. That girl, Ochako Uraraka, had some sort of touch-based quirk that affects weight. And I saw that Ida Kid has engines on his legs that lets him run fast. But I couldn't figure out just what that guy's quirk is. Do you have any ideas? He's going to be a student after all. She may be studying to be a hero, but she was a scientist first. And the boy's quirk made little sense. Some sort of super speed, being able to heal, some sort of telekinesis, and she even saw what appeared to be a fireball forming before he almost collapsed from exhaustion. They just didn't add up. Where was their common element? It was like he had multiple quirks. She mutters before seeing the look at her mentor's face. Is something wrong, Uncle Might? Nothing. I'm fine, Melissa. He put on a smile immediately, but she saw through it. Uncle Might, we promised no more secrets, didn't we? She recalls as Toshinori sighs. He supposes this is what he gets for choosing a successor close to him. She'll see through most of his lies like they weren't even there. After that incident involving Island where he had run out of time and was caught by Melissa, After explaining about how he was crippled by a villain attack after seeing her courage in action during the incident and deciding to make her his successor, she made him swear that he'll be honest from now on. Remember the fight I mentioned? The one 5 years ago that crippled my ability to be a hero? He asks as he rubs his weak spot. I can't tell you all the details, but the villain I fought, he had multiple quirks as well. Melissa's eyes widened in shock as he continued. For years he ruled the criminal underworld with an iron fist with his quirk. The ability to take quirks, not only that, but to give quirks as well. Many of his most loyal and powerful followers would benefit from such a boon, obtaining a second or third quirk. Melissa widens her eyes at the implication. So you mean that guy Dash? I'm not sure about that. He quickly interrupts her, not wanting to even entertain the thought. I saw the BSTRD's corpse get cremated myself. Burnt it to ash, and then I personally threw them into the nearest volcano just to make sure. He is gone. I'm sure of that. She balks at that. The idea of All Might killing a villain just seemed unreal. But then she thinks about how strong the villain must have been to do so much damage to him, and realized he may not have had a choice. But then, why are you so scared if this villain's dead? She asks. Because this kid, Izuku Midoriya, went missing 10 years ago. Reports said he had a teleportation quirk of sorts. Now he showed up nearly a month ago with completely different abilities and joined the UA entrance exam. She explains, I could be wrong. This wouldn't be the first time I saw a variable quirk and instantly thought of him. But he had a large empire, and his reach was far. He may have a handful of agents out there looking for revenge that I have somehow missed. Melissa pales at the implications. So, you're saying that a villain could be attending UA? Instead of nodding, Toshinori just sighs. I truly do not know. It could be that this is just the paranoia of an old man. This could just be completely unrelated. I hope I'm wrong, but if I'm right, then we could be looking at an insidious undercover agent. Look at you. Inko says proudly to her son in his UA uniform. You look so cool, Izuku. Don't you think so, Eri? The little girl shyly nods her head. But he notices that she looks sad and worried as well, so Izuku chuckles and kneels down to her eye level, patting her head. Hey Eri, don't worry. I'll just be gone for a few hours, he assures with a smile as he notices the puzzle box in her arms. And look at that, you almost solved that? You're a smart girl. Eri. It was a puzzle box gifted to him by Turfree a few years back on his birthday. It was a good exercise for his mind, and as he recently discovered, a wonderful toy for kids to keep their minds occupied. It's been taking her days and she's made little progress, but she was enjoying the process of trying to solve it. Besides, someone her age making progress on that puzzle box was astounding in his opinion. Maybe when I come back I can help you finish if you're still not done. Perhaps over some candy apples? She brightens up at the mention of that. You promise? Izuku smiles and offers his pinky. Yep. Pinky promise. She wraps her own pinky finger around his as they shook on it, with Inko squealing as she snaps photos with her phone. I'm sorry, but this is all just too cute. She says, don't mind this old lady, just carry on. Izuku laughs before turning to Eri. Take care of my mother while I'm gone, won't you? I'll be back before you know it. He says his goodbyes one last time before he begins his journey to the train station. It was cramped like before, but he does his best to bear with the situation, pulling out his phone and checking it to take his mind off things. To his delight, he sees a message from Quirk, almost at the station. HBY. When they discovered they were dropping off at the same station closest to UA, they collaborated to meet up there and walk the rest of the way. He quickly types his own response. To Quirk, I will be arriving in an estimate of 15 minutes. I hope to see you there soon. From Izuku Midoriya. She sent a reply soon afterwards. You know you don't have to write like that every time. You're not writing a letter or anything. Sorry. Old habits die hard. He types back without the formalities this time. Sure, he was used to writing formally in letters, but wasn't it more polite and respectful that way? You sure you're not an old man in some teen's body or something? They continued bantering for a while before the train screeches to a halt and he gets off, searching the station for a familiar purple-haired girl. Yo, Midoriya. Over here. She waves from a few meters away and he heads towards her. Same with him, she was dressed in Yue's school uniform with a blazer and tie but with a skirt instead of pants. She greets him with a smile before looking at something and stifling a laugh. "What's so funny?" he asks confusedly before she points at the crumpled mess that was his tie. "What is that?" she asks while laughing. "It looks like a kid tried tying your tie." "In fact, a kid did," he says with no trace of humor. "Out of all the attempts including my parents, this was the best result. On the bright side, I now know over a dozen ways I can strangle someone with a tie and make it look like an accident." Jiru chuckles at that before waving him over. "Come on, let me give it a try." He shrugs and relents, allowing her to approach where she untangled the mess that was his tie before neatly looping it and tying into a knot. While they were doing this, Izuku couldn't help but feel flustered at the lack of distance between them. "That'll do," she declares as he moves back to look at her handiwork, and indeed it was much better than it was before. "Thank you," he smiles gratefully as he inspects his now neat tie. "It looks like you keep coming to my rescue, Jiru. It's kind of funny if you think about it." Jiru snickers. "You got the top scores in the practical, but somehow you can strangle yourself with a tie." "Yes, I'm glad my suffering amuses you," he rolls his eyes. "But I wouldn't have gotten the top score if it wasn't for rescue points existing." "Bullshit, if we're going by villain points alone, you would have still scored pretty high," she says, giving his arm a slight punch. "And you were still going on about how much you hated your performance." "What the hell, man? It's true, it was a sloppy performance," he argues as he rubs the spot she hit on his arm. "If I had carefully regulated myself, I would have scored at least a dozen more points. And I wouldn't have required that girl to save me." As they exit the train station, they catch a glimpse of the UA building towering above nearby buildings and houses. "Are you excited for it?" he asks, nudging his friend. "Or nervous, perhaps?" "Of course I am. I barely got in with a couple dozen villain points and a few rescue points. Hell, I'm wondering if it's too late to drop out and join some other hero school. I hear Shiketsu is still an option." He chuckles. "Well, if it makes you feel better, I'm nervous as well. I haven't been to school since I was 11 years old." She looks at him in surprise. "You haven't been to school since you were 10? Geez, every day I learn something new about you. You were homeschooled?" "Something like that," he shrugs. "If you could call being taught by some of the greatest planeswalkers to roam the multiverse homeschooling, then sure, this will be the first real class I've attended in a real school. I can only hope I don't embarrass myself." "That makes two of us," she mutters, glancing back at UA before jokingly asking, "Is it too late to change our minds?" "I'm afraid so, he nods his head before straightening himself. "Well, in any case, we shouldn't be late on our first day. Onwards, I suppose." They walked through the gates of UA once more, but this time they were heading deeper into campus, through the halls with giant doors. Probably to accommodate for gigantic individuals, Izuku assumes. As they near the door labeled 1A, Izuku can't help but feel somewhat excited. He had fond memories of Strixhaven, working with fellow students on research, exploring ruins for artifacts and whatnot. He was confident that the experience in UA would be pleasant if it was anything like Strixhaven, full of professional students that "Remove your feet from the desk immediately," a familiar voice declares. "Such action dishonors our seniors who came to UA before us, as well as the craftsman of this desk. Like I care about that, you extra," an even more familiar voice retorts. It was Katsuki and the blue-haired teen from the exam. Once again he was reminded just how much the multiverse hates him. "You good? You just stopped all of a sudden." Jiru asks from behind him as suddenly the two in front of him, as well as the rest of the class, notice their presence. And here he was, hoping for a normal first day. "Deku," the blonde growls as he glares at him. "Kaken," he greets neutrally with a nod of his head. It appears he was still sour after their encounter some time ago. "Deku." Izuku turns as spots the familiar blonde approaching him. He had been out for a short jog and didn't expect to run into him. "Ah, Kaken. How are you doing?" "I'm in middle of jogging, but you're welcome to join Dash. I heard from my mom you got into you." He snarls, interrupting him. "How the hell did you do it?" Izuku looks at him confused before shrugging. "Well, I merely Dash." And not just that, he interrupts him once again, but you got a higher score than I did? That I merely did the same trials you did and scored enough points. Izuku finishes his sentence before he can be interrupted again, and technically you got more villain points than I did, you got 77 and I got if it wasn't for the 45 rescue points you would have scored second place while I dash. Stop looking down on me, you nerd. Bakugo interrupts again and rushes at Izuku, slamming him against the walls of a nearby house. It was an easily telegraphed move that he could have avoided in a number of ways, but for the sake of de-escalation Izuku takes it calmly as he was pressed against the wall with a hand grasping at the collar of his clothes. Kakintu, he says slowly and calmly, let's talk this out. What's the issue here? The issue? The effing issue is that I don't effing buy it. Bakugo screams as he slams a fist next to Izuku's head with a small explosion, but it doesn't seem to faze the green-haired boy, which angers Bakugo even more. You've been gone for years. 10 effing years. And now you come back somehow good enough to get into UA? Somehow you got more points than I did. I call FNG bullshit. You cheated somehow. So that was the source of the issue? He believed he cheated? Well, if you believe so, you can bring that up with the faculty of UA. Izuku calmly suggests, I'm sure they'll be able to provide ample evidence as to why I did not dash. And there it is, he snarls, acting all demon conceited, thinking you're better. What? Izuku asks, just plain dumbfounded, I'm just trying to be diplomatic about this. Shut up, he yells as he punches Izuku in the stomach, causing him to cough and wheeze. Here's what's gonna happen. You're going to UA and dropping out right now. Izuku looks at Bakugo right in the eye with increasing annoyance and frustration. I let you have that one. Don't try that again. He warns as he moves to pry Bakugo's hand from his collar. Bakugo scoffs and goes for another blow, but then faster than he could react, Izuku decks him across the face with a mana-infused punch, causing him to crumple on the floor. Let us be clear on this, Bakugo. Izuku says as he straightens his clothes, I am not dropping out of UA for the foreseeable future. Maybe one day you will have your wish, when circumstances force me to withdraw, but as of now you'll have to tolerate my presence. Are we clear on that? After an awkward pause, he doesn't get a response, so Izuku bends down and nudges him. Did you hear me? I said, oh, you're unconscious. Apologies, I didn't mean to strike that hard. Let me just... He picks up the unconscious boy effortlessly before glancing around. Now where do you live exactly? You know those guys or something? They look sad. Gyro asks as the blonde and blue-haired teen stares at Izuku. Yeah, I punched them both in the face. Izuku whispers to her, but the blue-haired one was an accident, really? Well, let's hope he believes that. Gyro says as the blue-haired boy approaches them, standing upright and marching towards the two. Greetings, my name is Tenya Ida, he says as he bows towards him, taking Izuku and Gyro by surprise. My name is Izuku Midoriya, he says as he bows back. Midoriya, isn't he the guy who scored the top score? One of the students with blonde hair and a black lightning bolt pattern asks. Yeah, that dude's manly as hell. Saved my butt during the exam too. A familiar redhead answers the blonde. Muttering broke out amongst the class as Bakugo's glare somehow grew more intense, but Ida ignored it all. Midoriya, you saw the true nature of the exam, didn't you? He asks. I did what now? Izuku asks before realizing, wait, you meant the rescue points? Yes, you realize it earlier than any of us. That is why you went back to save that girl, correct? As much as I hate to admit it, despite your attitude, you are the superior candidate. Izuku frowns at that. In fact, he could say that he feels somewhat offended if someone would think of it that way. That he went to save people for a few extra points. No, I simply went back because it looked like she was in danger. There's nothing complex about what, he insists, I only knew about the rescue points by the time I got my acceptance letter. Truly? Ida asks before bowing again, somehow even deeper this time, then I apologize for assuming so. You have the heart of a hero, Midoriya. I truly apologize for assuming the worst of you after you struck me. Yeah, I didn't get to apologize for that, did I? He asks before doing so. I'm sorry for that, but you surprised me. I don't do well with surprises. Gah. Then I apologize once more, he says, bowing for a third time, his forehead all but touching the floor. See, can you stop? Izuku asks, seriously concerned for the guy. It's not a problem, truly. We all make mistakes. Raise your head. Speak for yourself. Drew says over his shoulder, I kinda want to see if he can bow even lower. Before he can do anything, another familiar voice comes from behind them. Hey, it's you. I recognize that curly hair anywhere. Oh, you have got to be kidding me, he mutters before turning to find yet another familiar figure, two in fact. A girl with short brown hair, and behind her was a bespectacled girl with flowing blonde hair. Did you punch them in the face too? Jiru whispers to him. No, they're the ones I saved in the exam, remember? He whispers back before turning back to the two girls. Yes, it's me. Forgive me, but I didn't really get to know your names unfortunately. Oh, I'm Ochako Uraraka, and this is Melissa Shield. She says excitedly as she pulls the blonde girl over who seemed to be staring at Izuku in surprise. I ran into her in the entrance, and it turns out we were in the same class. And it's the same for you as well? This has gotta be fate. Yeah, the blonde girl does look familiar, except her hair wasn't in a ponytail like during the entrance exam. Sure enough, a quick sense of her mana revealed the same overwhelming presence. Across the multiverse you can mistake one thing for another, but there was no mistaking anything like that signature of mana broiling inside her body. Dude, is everything alright? Jiru asks, snapping him out of his thoughts. It appeared that he had instinctively took a step back again, but he quickly recovers and bows to Melissa. It's great to see you again, Shield. I'd like to apologize for forcing you to intervene and rescue me during the entrance exam. Had I not been so reckless, I would not have been in that situation in the first place, and you would not have to injure yourself. Melissa immediately waves her hands in a panic. What? No, I only got injured because I couldn't regulate my quirk. She speaks in fluent Japanese but has an accent that reminds Izuku of Ravnikan. Jiru seems to notice that as well. Wait, that name doesn't sound Japanese. You're a Westerner? She asks and Melissa nods. Yes, I'm American actually, she confirms. Well, technically I was born in America, but I grew up on I-Island. I-Island? You mean that floating island full of scientists and inventors? Jiru asks in surprise. Izuku perks in curiosity as that sounded much like the plane of Kaladesh, the home plane for Chandra, which was similarly full of inventors. So a transfer student. Ida says as he joins in on the conversation, a pleasure to meet you, Melissa Shield. I look forward to studying with you. Actually, they were socializing right now, weren't they? This was the perfect time to ask the questions he had on his mind about this girl's quirk. If you're here to socialize, then get out. Everyone nearly jumped when a figure appeared behind the group at the entrance. Jiru was one of the most surprised since she had enhanced hearing, but somehow she was unable to pick up on the man before he announced himself. As the class just stares in confusion, Izuku immediately puts himself in front of Jiru in case this stranger means any harm. Who are you? He asks immediately, readying a number of spells to protect or to restrain the man despite him appearing as a non-threat. At least one of you got enough sense. The man in a yellow sleeping bag grumbles as he esicas up a juice pouch in an instant before getting up. He had messy, unkempt hair and dressed in black, loose-fitting clothes with a strange scarf around his neck. Name's Shota Aizawa. I'll be your homeroom teacher. Pleased to meet you. Homeroom teacher? Izuku mutters as he searches his memories. He does recall seeing that name in the schedule given to him by UA. Immediately he ceases any spell casting and relaxes as Aizawa addresses the rest of the class that was starting to quiet down. It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down. Time's a precious commodity in pro-hero work. I expect better from all of you. Before anyone could respond to that, he grabs something from within his sleeping bag and tosses it toward the closest person, being Izuku. He catches it before realizing it was some sort of clothes. I want everyone in their gym uniforms now. We're heading out to the ground. Aizawa announces before he pulls out more clothes from his bag and throws them to each student. You're already wasting time dawdling like this, get to it. The students immediately start heading out to the changing rooms the moment they catch their gym uniforms, but Izuku suddenly realizes something. Wait, there's 20 of us. How did you fit all these inside while sleeping in it? You learned some tricks there and there. Aizawa waves him off. Now stop wasting time. First day and we're already thrown into class? Guess that's UA for ya. The spiky redhead says as they arrive in the locker room. What do you think of that guy? Aizawa, was it? Izuku looks at the boy before realizing he was being addressed. Well, he appears stern and serious. Good qualities for an instructor. But he does look a bit like a vagrant. Midoriya. Comparing the faculty of UA like such would be a grave insult to them. Ida cries out before coughing into his fist. That said, he does look rather unkempt. By the way, my name's Ijiro Kirishima, he says as he changes out of his school uniform. It's great seeing you again after the entrance exam. Same to you. Glad to see that you made it. Izuku responds as he takes off his blazer and shirt. Truth be told, he all but forgot about Ijiro after the exam, but the redhead doesn't need to know that. Then, those are some manly scars you got there. Kirishima exclaims as most of the boys in the changing room turn to look at what he was talking about. 3 jagged scars were seen on Izuku's back and chest, like he was stabbed clean through. Not only that, but there were a couple of other minor and older-looking scars through his body, including some that looked like his ribs were broken. Izuku's mood immediately soured. As he put on the gym uniform quickly, there's nothing manly about them, Kirishima. But it means you got through plenty of rough fights, right? He asks, confused in Izuku's suddenly sour mood. Aren't you somewhat proud of them? Not all fights are manly, as you call them, he says grimly before hurriedly leaving. Gideon, how easy it is to play the protector when you think yourself untouchable. How wrong you are. The talon of Nicol Bolas punches through Gideon's magical barrier like a knife through tissue paper as he screams in agony. Stop, a young voice cried out. Leave him alone. Sparks of lightning flew out, not even leaving so much as soot marks on the dragon's scales as he scoffs. Again with this? If fire can't work, just throw lightning, right? A single flick of his tail sends a 12-year-old Izuku Midoriya flying, landing on his back, but the shield that surrounds his body flickers on the verge of breaking. All around him, members of the Gatewatch lied in similarly defeated states. And this must be the child, Izuku. Last and most definitely least. He snorts, already at the age where children think they're invincible. Let this be a learning experience. Izuku barely brought his arms up in a pitiful attempt to shield himself before the tail slams on him again, shattering his ribcage as he blacks out from the pain. Midoriya, you alright, man? Gyro asks as they gather in the training grounds. Your heart's racing. I'm fine, Gyro, he exhales, sounding exhausted. Gyro frowns, not buying it but relenting and letting it off for now. Good, everyone's here at last. Aizawa says with a clipboard under his arm. No time to waste, let's get started with the briefing first. All of you have done standard gym tests, correct? Softball throwing, standing long jump, 50-meter dash and whatnot, but without your quirks. Not everyone, Izuku thinks. He definitely hasn't been through any of that stuff. Unless morning PT counted back when Gideon. He shakes his head to rid the memories before they can assail him. Aizawa carries on. Our ever-reliable Department of Education still insists on prohibiting quirks when calculating the average of these records. Irrational if I say so myself. Izuku agrees on that. Since quirks count as natural-born abilities, it'll definitely be more rational, as Aizawa described it, to calculate with quirks as well. Knowing your true limits is an important thing if one wishes to improve themselves. Suddenly Aizawa pulls out a softball and chucks it at Izuku, who catches it. Midoriya, you got the top score, didn't you? How far could you throw in middle school? Well, Izuku stammers, not having expected to be asked such a question. I didn't actually attend middle school. So I never did any of this before. He says, somewhat embarrassed as some of his classmates look at him with a mixture of plain confusion and shock. Gyro, who already knew this, gives him a sympathetic look as Bakugu scoffs loudly. Aizawa just sigh and waves it off. Whatever. Get in that circle over there and use your quirk to launch that ball as far as you can. Anything goes as long as you remain within the circle. Izuku obeys and walks within the circle, staring at the softball in his hands as he ponders his move before raising his hand with the palm pointing downwards, emanating a stream of colorless mana. Nicol Bolas had been right on one thing. It definitely had been a learning experience. What do you think he's going to do? Ochako whispers as she nudges Jairu, who looks surprised at being addressed. Well, I don't really know, she shrugs. Honestly, she doesn't even know what his quirk really is besides that it was very variable. Maybe throw it with some telekinesis? Bakugo scoffs at that. His shitty quirk ain't telekinesis. It's teleporting. What? That can't be it. Ochako says confused. I'm pretty sure it was telekinesis. He used it to throw me at you, ain't that right, Melissa? She asks the blonde girl, who snaps out of her thoughts. Well, yes. I do recall seeing that. But I also saw him throw lightning and move at super speeds. Perhaps it's a particularly flexible quirk that allows him to do all these things? Ida suggests before turning to Jairu. You appear close to him, what do you think? Jairu, embarrassed at suddenly being the center of attention, simply shrugs. I don't know, his quirk just does plenty of weird stuff. We'll have to wait and see what he's going to do. As she says that, Izuku finished with his preparations as he gathered enough mana to begin summoning an artifact. Everyone's eyes begin widening at the sight, especially the tall girl with a black ponytail, as Izuku summons what appears to be a scaled-down flak cannon with a wider and shorter barrel that was barely within the circle he stood inside of. With a flick of his hand, the ball flew from his palm with a blue aura as it was loaded inside the cannon. Izuku spares a glance back and looks directly at Jairu. You might want to cover your ears for this. With that warning, she hastily rolls up her ear jacks and clasps her arms over them in her best effort to muffle the incoming sound, backing up as far as she could. Many of the other classmates did the same as Izuku used his telekinesis to manipulate the strange cannon into aiming at just the right angle before engulfing his hands in flames and snapping his flaming fingers. A loud roar erupts as the cannon fires its projectile, leaving a blazing red trail, faster than most eyes could keep track of. Unfazed by this, Aizawa pulls out a measuring device that calculates how far it was before showing it to the rest of the class. It's important to know our limits. That's the first rational step you will all take to becoming pro heroes. 20,000 meters. Holy shit, the blonde student with the thunderbolt mark on his hair exclaimed. That was manly as hell. Kirishima erupts into a cheer. So we can use our quirks however we want? Hero course is really awesome. Awesome, you say? Aizawa asks frostily as the atmosphere shifts. Is that how you view it? He starts to say before Aizawa interrupts him. Do you expect this all to be fun and games? He asks the crowd of students almost scathingly. Then tell me, do you think natural disasters are fun too? Are villain attacks ecstatic? Do you expect to spend your time chatting with friends? Hanging out after classes at some fast food joint? Well, let me break this illusion of yours right now. You aren't normal students, studying for college to find some job in the civilian sector. You are here to study in the heroics course. For the next 3 years we will be working you to the bones, putting you through the ringer. You will learn how to go beyond your limits, the true meaning of our school's motto, plus ultra. You aren't here to play heroes, you are here to be heroes. I expect all of you to act as such. I will not waste any time if you think otherwise, am I clear? Izuku believes he'll like this teacher. While he lacks a professional appearance, it's clear that he more than makes up for it. He stands to attention and gives a clear, yes sir. The rest of the class mimics him with variable degrees of enthusiasm. Right, Midoriya, disassemble that cannon so the next person can get on with their test. Bakugo, you're up next. Izuku nods and with a flick of his hands, returns the mana cannon he summoned to the ether, disintegrating it into a shower of gray mist as he returns to the group. That was awesome! Ochako exclaims. How did you make a cannon? I would actually like to know as well. The tall girl with a black ponytail approaches them. Your quirk, is it some sort that allows the creation of objects? Izuku shrugs. Not exactly, it definitely is one of my skills, but I can do other things besides creating objects. Before he could continue, he reflexively reaches out and grabs one of Jairu's earjacks before it could strike him. What did I— Ow, he cries as Jairu used her other ear jack to hit him. What was that for? For not finding a quieter way to do that. Jairu complains as she rubs her ears. You should know how sensitive these are. Izuku winces. Yes, that did seem inconsiderate of me. Do they still hurt? What do you think? Of course they do. They're still ringing. Here, let me help with that, he says as he reaches out with glowing white hands and touches her ears, surprising everyone. What the hell are you doing? Jairu protests with a blush but then feels the pain dull and the ringing fade. Just something to deal with the pain, he says. Is that better now? Why yeah, I guess so. She answers meekly, still sporting a blush from how close Izuku was and how he was touching her ears. The worried look in his eyes didn't help, the way he looked concerned for her. She hopes he can't hear how fast her heart was beating. So, telekinesis, creation and healing? The black ponytail girl asked in surprise. What exactly does your quirk do? It does things. Lots of things, he answers vaguely before he spots Bakugo preparing his throw. Then he instantly presses his palms against Jairu's ears to block the incoming sound. Everyone, brace yourselves, he quickly warns as they confusedly cover their ears. Wadash! Jairu asks before Bakugo releases a large explosion from his palms, the ball launching with a smoky trail as it flies over the distance. 705.2 meters, the readings on Aizawa's device announced. The ever-present look of rage on Bakugo's face seemed to intensify. That can't be it. Give me another shot, he demands to Aizawa. I didn't put my back into it. You only get one chance. If you didn't put your back into it, that's your own fault. Aizawa responded as he waved him off. Now back in line. But Bakugo wasn't giving up that easily. This ain't fair, Life isn't fair. The most anyone ever gets is one shot and you wasted yours. Aizawa cuts him off with a glare. Now unless you want attention for disrupting the class, get back in line. Growling, he storms back to the crowd while glaring at Izuku all the while. The green-haired planeswalker didn't pay him much mind as he released Jairu's ears. Sorry about that, it happened fast so I didn't have time to think. He apologizes to a blushing Jairu. It's fine. She stammers out as she pushes Izuku off her hurriedly, before trying to change the subject and hide her blush. Hopefully that's the last explosion today. The black ponytail girl then coughed into her fist. Well, actually I plan to pull a similar move like Midoriya did for my part in the test. Just forewarning you. Jairu rolls her eyes. Great. I'm probably getting tinnitus by the end of the week. But Izuku latches on to what the girl just said. Wait, does that mean that dash? Yes. She nods as she held out her hands and pink sparks emitted as she created a set of headphones. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu, my quirk is creation. Like the name suggests, it allows me to create items. Here. She offers the item to Jairu, in case there's any more explosions. I take it your quirk gives you enhanced hearing of sorts? Great thanks. Jairu nods as she accepts the headphones gratefully. So you two have the same quirks? Ochako looks between Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. Are you related or something? I'm certain we are not. They both say at the same time, surprising each other, as Ochako chuckles. Yeah, you two even sound like rich kids. No, he sounds more like an old man. Jairu teases. He texts like he's writing a letter, signing every message. Ochako snickers at that. Really? Ah. Izuku sarcastically laughs. It's simply more formal and polite that way. I can't be the only one who does that. He is right, such a format is definitely preferable. Ida says, I do the same as well. Izuku smiles vindicated but Jairu and Ochako just laugh even more, even Yaoyorozu seem to be snickering at that. Yeah, laugh it up. He rolls his eyes before turning to Yaoyorozu. I'd like to know more about your abilities actually. Perhaps after these trials. Yaoyorozu nods, and I'd like to know more about yours as well. I wish you all good luck. 50-meter dash. Don't even think of beating me, Deku. Bakugo growled as they stepped to the starting line. You won't be able to cheat your way through this test this time. Whatever you say, Kaken. Izuku sighs as he gets into a sprinting position. It was probably beneficial if he just tunes out the yapping blonde, as most of what comes out of his mouth were either threats or a stream of expletives. A small golem emits a loud bang signaling the start, and Bakugo propels himself forward. But before he was halfway there, a streak of red lightning sped past him with a thundering crackle as Izuku skids to a halt a few meters ahead of the finishing line. Bakugo, 4.13 seconds. Izuku Midoriya, 1.05 seconds. Super speed as well? One of the students, a boy with strange elbows, exclaim, "Now that's kinda unfair. What else can he do?" "Hey, Ida, do you think you're that fast?" Ochako nudges the tall boy with her elbow. "I believe I could match that speed if I have time to shift into third gear." Ida says. Izuku was very fast, possibly more so than his elder brother, but if they were able to use reciproburst, then he has no doubt they could outspeed him. From what he could recall in the entrance exam, Midoriya appeared to be only able to travel with his speed in short bursts. Grip strength. Izuku eyes the strange device in his grip. So apparently he just has to grab it as hard as possible and it'll measure his strength output? He has no clever tricks for this, so he'll have to rely on soul brute strength in this case. He mutters as he casts a spell, dragging his free hand across the arm holding the device. Red runes and marks appeared as he felt his strength increase. Not satisfied with that, he used his telekinesis in conjecture to maximize it. He looks down at the result of 798 kilograms. Nodding at the satisfactory results, he takes a look around to see how everyone else was doing. Yaoyorozu appeared to have made a vice to do the exercise in her stead, which Aizawa allowed. Ochako and Ida didn't have appropriate quirks that enhanced their results, and Jiraiya was using her earjacks along with her hand for her test. One of the strongest seems to be a boy with mutant quirk, wearing a cloth to cover his lower half of his face. He seemed to have multiple arms that were gripping the device at the same time to grant a result of 540 kilograms. Mutant quirks. They weren't odd to see, as he had befriended creatures of different species with wilder appearances. But here they were not different species really, they were all humans. And what's more, some mutant quirks appear to mimic modern devices, like how Ida's quirk mimicked engines of cars, and Jiraiya's earjacks. How does one naturally evolve a biology that resembles artificially made devices? Do you mean it? He looks over his shoulders to see Melissa with her hand glowing with power as she grips the device. He actually braced himself for a powerful blast of power to emit from her hand, but to his surprise it fades quickly as the results show 135 kilograms. It was higher than average, but compared to the display of power she showed in the entrance exam, it was disappointing. It was the same with previous results, decent but not as good as they could be. He knew she could do better, but for some reason she was holding herself back. Was it because she would risk harming herself if she used too much? But surely this could not be her upper limit if she spent her whole life with this quirk. It was quite a paradox. Strong but weak. Old but new. The mana that dwells within her felt ancient, not millennia long, but definitely older than one would think. It did not fit the image of a struggling teenager he now sees. "You got a very good taste." A voice interrupts his thoughts as he spins around to see the blonde with a lightning bolt hair pattern looking over his shoulder. "Looks a little bookish for my taste, but damn, she has curves in the right places." "Pardon?" he asks, surprised before realizing what the boy was implying, and cringes. "For your information, I am not eyeing her up. I am merely curious about her capabilities." "Really?" the boy asks in disbelief. "She's a pretty hot foreign student and you're not interested in that?" Izuku sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose. "No. I admit she's aesthetically pleasing, but I'm only observing her for purely an academic interest. Now, is there anything I can help you with? Or do you simply wish to discuss how attracted you are to the female form?" "Geez, that actually makes me sound like a creep. Wait, am I one?" he mutters to himself before continuing. "Actually, yeah, I wanted to ask you about that whole lightning dash thing you did. How does that work?" "HM? Well, it's a move called Expedite. It basically allows me to move at high speeds in short bursts." "Why do you ask?" "Well, it has things to do with my quirk." He shows a hand sparking with yellow electricity. "Hard to do anything physically impressive when all you can do is throw lightning around." Wanted to know if you got any tips to share with a fellow electric quirk user. Izuku instantly brightens up. Now this was something he enjoys, exchanging theories and practical application of magic, or in this case quirks. Well, what exactly does your quirk do? He asks as he pulls out his trusty leather-bound journal from apparently nowhere. The boy looks stunned at that before continuing. Well, my quirk's called electrification. Basically, it lets me generate electricity, but I can't really control or direct it. Wait a minute. Izuku stops him incredulously. You channel electricity through your body? Isn't that dangerous? Well, I guess so, he shrugs. My body's pretty used to it, but whenever I use too much my brain gets friends. And I kinda short-circuit myself. Izuku's jaw slightly drops. So you basically give yourself brain damage every time you go overboard? I mean, not really, he shrugs. First time I went overboard my parents took me to the doctors. They said it doesn't really do any permanent damage to my brain, so I guess I'm fine. That's very fortunate. Izuku says with relief, but why not just channel it out of your body? To demonstrate, he holds out his hand and creates a small orb crackling with red lightning. Comparing the two, the boy's yellow lightning seemed to course through his hand like a glove while Izuku's lightning gathered in a controlled but chaotic orb. Geez, don't think I can do that. Kaminari says disappointedly, sorry, guess our quirks aren't as similar as I thought. Don't apologize, there's nothing wrong with learning. Izuku assures as he dissipates the orb, but anyways, you came for advice. I'm not sure how since we use different methods to channel our power. But if you're channeling electricity through your body, perhaps you can use them to STMLT your muscles. They won't exactly give superhuman strength, but it should provide some little improvements. Really? He asks, surprised as he ponders that. That's a thing? But my body's kinda used to electric shocks, so will that even work? Perhaps not. Izuku shrugs. But if you wish, I can assist with research of your abilities. Open new avenues and ways to utilize your quirk. For real? He asks delightedly. Yeah, that'd be a great help if you really don't mind. Yeah, I'm always up for learning new things. Yeah, I knew you were a cool guy the moment I laid eyes on you. The boy says as he wraps an arm around Izuku's shoulder. Sure, the boy was initially annoying, but he can respect the genuine desire to improve himself. But there's also another thing you can help with. The boy subtly nudges towards Melissa. You seem to know her. Mind if you introduce me? Izuku rolls his eyes at that but doesn't say no. I'd need a name first unless you'd like me to introduce you as a stranger. Denki Kaminari. He eagerly introduces as he offers his free hand, to which Izuku shook. Pleasure to meet you. The rest of the trials were relatively uneventful. For the standing long jump, he covered himself in blue mana that launched him through the sky, hovering for a few seconds before falling back down. For the endurance tests like the distance run, sit-ups, seated toe touch and repeated side steps, there weren't really any spells that could help him with that, so he performed it all using his base abilities. It wasn't that bad. People like Ida had higher stamina than him, but he was sure he got above average score for them. Honestly, watching Yaoyorozu create a myriad of items to make those exercises easier made it feel unfair. But who was he to judge? He literally created a cannon to launch the softball. So did she actually, except it was a smaller handheld cannon with not as great of a range. Perhaps her creation abilities were limited in some way? Time for your results. Aizawa announces as a small golem on threads projected a display of blue light. These are the total aggregate of your results. If we compare them individually, we'll be here until graduation. Izuku looked up and was pleasantly surprised to find himself in first place. Besides him, Momo looked somewhat disappointed when she found she was second place, but wasn't really that bothered by it. Third place belonged to a boy named Shoto Todoroki, which Izuku realizes was the cryomancer boy whose head looks split in half between white and red, and fourth place was Katsuki Bakugu, with Tenya Ida taking fifth place. Besides that, he schemes through the results for other familiar faces. Ochako got 12th place and looked relieved that it wasn't any lower, with Melissa getting 6th, but judging from her face she was disappointed with her position. He looked at the very end and saw Kaminari and Jairu at 18th and 19th respectively. Both look equally crestfallen with their results. The one at 20th was someone called Toru Hagurake, but he doesn't know who that was. What the F is this? Izuku turns to see Bakugo shuddering at the sight of the scores. If he had to guess, it appears that Bakugo wasn't taking the fact he scored 4th place instead of 1st very well. What are you talking about, bro? Kirishima asks. You got 4th place, that's manly as hell. You should be proud. But he pays the spiky redhead no heed as his head snaps towards the source of his rage, towards Izuku. He raises a hand warningly, Bakugo, let's not dash. But before he could finish, the blonde launches towards him with his explosion. You FNG cheater. You did something, didn't you? Again with this? Izuku groans as he readies a blast of blue mana to counteract Bakugo's quirk when suddenly he feels a pulse, and the roar of explosions silenced at the same time the blue mana he was gathering scattered like dust in the wind. What the dash? Bakugo looks at his hand confused before a white scarf launches out and wraps around him. Attacking a classmate isn't very heroic, Bakugo. Aizawa says sternly, his hair floating as red pupils stare at them. I don't care what this is about, but Midoriya didn't cheat. He used his quirk just like all of you. So shut it and stay in line. You can erase quirks? Izuku mutters surprised. Seeing as how his own spell was countered at the same time as Bakugo's explosions, it was a powerful one. He tries to gather some mana to test how strong it was, but it slipped through his grasp like flour through a sieve. A very powerful ability for someone so unassuming. Goes to show that looks aren't everything. Aizawa cancels it and rubs his eyes. Demon brats, gonna give me a dry eye from all this. He mutters and shuts off the display. If that's all, we're going to finish this up. Melissa Shield and Shoto Todoroki. Step forward please. Both glance at each other. Confused but do so, stepping towards Aizawa as he stares at them both. Out of everyone in this class, you two performed the worst. If I had permission from the principal, I would have expelled you two without hesitation. He bluntly informs, stunning the two. Even the stoic-looking Todoroki widened his eyes slightly at that, and Melissa looks like she's panicking. But why? She asks befuddled. He scored 3rd place and I got 6th. Why is that a failure? Are you seriously asking me that? Aizawa asks, annoyed as he facepalms. It's very simple. I have no use for students who aren't bothering to give their all, he says, pointing at Todoroki before pointing at Melissa, and neither do I have use for students that are so strong she's useless, or too weak to be of any use. She tried to say but was cut off. There are no excuses in this line of work. You either succeed or you don't, he growls. If you don't push yourselves, you'll never save anyone. What will you say to the families of someone you failed to save? That the reason they have to attend a funeral is because you couldn't even use your full power to save them. Todoroki just looks at Aizawa without emotion, but judging from how he was tightening his hand into a fist, his words had an effect on him. With Melissa it was easier to tell as she looked down in shame. And that goes for the rest of you. He points at the rest of the students who most froze in shock. I'm disappointed in the performance of a lot of you. In my opinion, the entrance exam doesn't do a good enough job to weed out the best, and if I had my way, more than half of you would be out by the end of the day. But I can't, so I'll work with what I have for now. You all have a long way to go before I can call you Hero Corps students, let alone pro heroes. The class was silent as they let his words sink in. If Izuku had to describe it all in a few words, it was cold logic. But there was a slight bias in it as well. Like a past experience was influencing his thoughts and actions. Aizawa sighs and waves them off. You're all dismissed. Head back to your classroom, the rest of the PRD's free. He walks off without so much as a goodbye, disappearing around a corner of the school. A bit cruel, don't you think so? A familiar loud voice asks as Aizawa sighs. All Might, he greets gruffly, what are you doing here? Why, I'm simply taking a look at my future students, of course. As a teacher, it should be my duty to get to know the capabilities of them, isn't it? That girl, Melissa Shield, she's got potential, don't you think? Just Shield? Aizawa raises a brow as All Might stammers a response. A little early to start picking favorites, isn't it? But if you want the test results just now, I'll send them later then. He moves to walk away before All Might stops him. Come on, Aizawa. Don't you think you were being a bit too harsh on them? They're just children. Complaining about my teaching methods? Aizawa rolls his eyes. It's exactly because they're children they need this. They shouldn't be caring about fame or money or whatever that comes with being a pro hero. They shouldn't think of the job as fun or exciting. The sooner their delusions are broken, the more effective heroes they will be. Everyone should know that it's not fun in games. Aizawa says, eyeing the injured spot All Might was hiding. The large hero sighs as his wide smile drops slightly. Yes, that is true. But it doesn't change the fact they're still children. They have 3 years before they hit the roads as true-blooded pro heroes. Let them have fun while they still can. You don't want your students to graduate hating you, do you? Just as I thought. From our teaching philosophies alone, we won't be getting along. Aizawa sighs as he walks off, whether they hate me or not. As long as they're alive to do so, I might sleep a little bit easier. So much for a fun first day, am I right? A pink-skinned girl asks as they return to their classrooms in their school uniforms. Who would have known our homeroom teacher would have been such a sour guy? That guy looks like he saw someone kicked his dog in front of him or something. You got that right. Kirishima agrees. And what was that all about, how we're not even hero course students yet? We all passed the entrance exam, didn't we? I think he's not being literal when he says that. Izuku pipes in. It likely means he doesn't respect or recognize any of us yet, and will not until we prove ourselves. Yeah, I get that. I also get we're still kids and all, but did he have to be such a D about it? Kirishima complains. Language, Kirishima. Ida admonishes as he chops his arms in his direction. We should not disrespect our teacher's style of teaching. It is unbecoming of us as students. Let us instead sit in silence and wait for our next teacher. The pink-skinned girl blew a raspberry at that. Boring. We got like 25 minutes before the next class. Let's all get to know each other or something. We're going to be spending the next 3 years together after all. That is actually a wonderful use of our time. Ida admits, surprised by the good idea. Very well, let us organize and begin from an alpha dash. I'll go first. She interrupts as she vaults over her desk and onto the front of the classroom in a display of acrobatics. Name's Mina Ishido, everybody. Glad to meet ya. My quirk's called Acid and my hobbies are dancing and partying. Favorite foods are natto and okra. Hope to get along with you all. The rest continue at a somewhat random pace as Izuku sighs and leans back against his seat. As far as first days go, it was definitely not like Strixhaven. Not even an orientation or anything. But he can't argue with his homeroom teacher's desire for results first and foremost. He can respect that. The students were also another thing. Sure, his fellow students in Lorehold were older and a bit more mature. Perhaps it was unfair to judge it by comparing it to Lorehold, as this was high school, something he had never attended before. He wonders if feeling like an alien in this class was normal. They talk about how exciting being heroes would be, being unable to wait for training and fighting. It feels like he was griping, but he feels like that was a naive way of looking at things. Was this how Aizawa felt too? He wonders if they'll think the same after facing a beast such as Nicol Bolas. Or facing the Phyrexians head-on. His attention shifts to the front when it is Melissa's turn to introduce herself. Hello, as some of you might know, my name is Melissa Shield. I'm a transfer student from I-Island and my quirk is called Superpower. And actually I'll be attending a sort of hybrid course for the duration of my stay. Half the week I'll spend the support course and the other in the hero course. He quickly raises a hand, not wanting to waste this opportunity to finally have some questions answered. Actually, I have a question on your quirk. You displayed significant amounts of power during the entrance exam, and yet I failed to notice any similar display in the most recent quirk apprehension test. Yeah, he's right. Ochako nods her head. You punched the head of that 0-pointer. That was her. Really? She doesn't look that strong. There were murmurs around the class as most who weren't there to see it was impressed by such a feat, causing Melissa to blush. Well, the thing is, my quirk's a bit too strong for my body. So whenever I go beyond my limit my bones get damaged, she explains, rubbing her arm, but I'm getting a hang of it. I can use 5% of my power more or less reliably now. That was just 5%? Kaminari whistles. I'd hate to get hit by 100%. Yeah, you would. It's what I used against the zero-pointer. But why do you get injured? Izuku asks as he notes it down in his journal. From what I hear, bodies are born to be resistant against the quirk. Wouldn't your body be resistant to getting damaged? Now Melissa seems nervous and reluctant to answer. Oh, that? The thing is, I only got my quirk a few days before the entrance exam. Before that I was misdiagnosed as Quirkless. So yeah, that's why. The entire class went silent at that, in awe of what they just heard. So you passed the entrance exam with a quirk you only got some time ago? Ochako asks. That's so cool, Melissa. Indeed. Ida agreed. Now I understand why you were wearing support items during the entrance exam. You were still adjusting to your quirk. That is very admirable. Momo nods in respect. Beach just got lucky. Bakuga mutters under his breath, but no one pays him and heed. Everyone else seemed to be impressed by that feat as Melissa smiles bashfully from the praise. But Izuku jots it down and can't help but find discrepancies in her story. Wait, islands full of scientists and inventors, is that right? He looks around for confirmation and Yaoyorozu nods. Yes, it's a mobile artificial island. Constructed to house some of the world's greatest minds and keep their inventions and families safe from harm or exploitation. She explains. So how did you get misdiagnosed there? Wouldn't their medical technology be very advanced? Well, they say I'm just a very late bloomer, she quickly answers. Too quickly, as if rehearsed. And then a few days after you got your quirk you decide to go overseas and study in Japan? He asks confused. Is there no hero course in Island? It seems odd to travel a large distance when there are closer options. Well, no, actually. And UA is actually one of the few schools in the world that has a hybrid course between support and hero course. She explained quickly again. Besides, I have been wanting to become a hero ever since I was a kid. But when I was diagnosed quirkless, I decided it would be better for me to follow my dad's footsteps and become a support engineer. But once I found I had a quirk, I decided to take my chance. There it was again. Quick and clean answer that felt rehearsed. It made some sort of sense, but it didn't really alleviate his doubts. And how did your quirk get that strong in a few days? He asks once more. That much power doesn't come from nowhere. You don't go from 0 to 100 in a few days, do you? You don't get that much power in one day unless there's some sort of source. Like Chandra drawing mana directly from all the ley lines of Zendikar to wipe out the Eldrazi. Or a multitude of other examples. To build up that much power takes years of accumulation, not an instant or something. Well, I guess quirks are weird like that? She shrugs, but there was a nervous hitch in her voice this time. A lot of quirks disobey laws of physics regularly. That is in no way a satisfactory answer, he deadpants. Well, how about you then? Melissa asks, turning the question back to him. Can you explain how your quirk works then? Me? Izuku asks. Suddenly the thought of speaking in front of the class terrifies him. There was a reason he was never the public speaker of Gatewatch. Surely there's someone else to go first, I can wait last. Just get it over with. Jairu says, if I have to do that, so do you. Wait, you already went? Izuku asks, confused. Did he really spaced out that long? Unfortunately, that was possibly the wrong thing to say as Jairu's eyes narrowed. Yeah, weren't you paying attention? She asks, crossing her arms. You were really attentive during Shield's turn. Oh, he stammers. There didn't appear to be any good answers to give her, was there? I'm sorry, he tries, but she just pouts in response. It's nothing really, I just space out a lot. Oh, but you were asking so many questions when Shield's turn came, she rolls her eyes. Will free lunch at a venue of your choosing earn your forgiveness? He asks hopefully. She hums in thought, tapping her fingers on her arm. It'll be a start. And I have eyes on some CDs actually. Your wish is my command, he says with relief. She was smiling when she said that, so it was probably a good thing. All right, enough flirting. Mina cuts in. You can kiss and make up with your girlfriend later, it's your turn. He's not my girl boyfriend. They both exclaim at the same time, both sporting blushes at their cheeks. Ooh. Mina looks between the two curiously and entertained before realizing the time left, and we only got a couple minutes left until our next class. Hop to it. Well, I guess I have no choice, he mumbles as he took Melissa's place in front of the class before waving awkwardly. Hello, my name's Izuku Midoriya. My favorite food is katsudon and my hobbies include research, training, and meditating. But I'm sure you all probably have a lot more questions about my quirk. Yeah, what is it exactly? Kaminari asks, like we saw super speed and strength and you even made a cannon like Yaoyorozu. He sighs, that was to be expected. But there was no going back, and he can't risk getting caught lying, so his best bet was to be as honest as possible. Well, my quirk is something I took to calling 3 colors. Technically 4, but these 3 are the primary ones. Red, blue, and white. They all have different functions. Red is what I go for when I want to deal damage directly and quickly with elements such as fire, ice, or lightning. He demonstrates by showing the 3 elements, emitting sparks, then flames, and coating his hand in a layer of ice before shattering it. This seems to catch the attention of Todoroki, who was suddenly paying deeper attention. Or I can even enhance the physical abilities of myself or others, he says as red runes covered his other hand, which he then used to easily lift the teacher's desk over his head before setting it down. As for blue, it's a little more varied and less physical. He coats his arms in blue. If red is my offense, then blue is my support. I use it for information gathering, telekinesis, slowing down enemies, or even disabling quirks. Wait a minute, you can do that? Kirishima asks, like how Aizawa did? Izuku shook his head. No, from what I saw he turns it off before you can use it. Mine is a bit more. It'll be easier to demonstrate. Can I volunteer? Preferably an emitter quirk or sorts. I would like to offer myself up for that. A blonde boy with a strange accent and belt says as he got up, my quirk is naval laser, which allows me to shoot a laser. Would that suffice? Izuku nods. It was a bit weird for a location, but who was he to judge? Yeah, step right there will you? Midoriya, this seems highly irresponsible. Ida protests, what if you get injured? I'll be fine, he assures as he readies a counterspell. Hopefully it works like it did with Eri, or it would be very embarrassing. After the strange blonde strikes an even stranger pose and fired off a laser, Izuku blasts it with the counterspell, neutralizing it midair with a blue wave. As you can see, the blast intercepts the quirk and erases it. He explains as the laser blonde went back to his seat and sat down, I don't really prevent it from being used in the first place, I just counter them. It's fascinating. This gives you a lot of options during combat. Yaoyorozu remarks, and what did you mean by information gathering? Well, primarily I can use that for scrying or mind reading. You can read minds? Half the class ask in shock as he rushes to calm them down. Yes, but it's difficult. I'd first have to be in constant contact with the individual, he says, and it's only reliable for recent memories such as days ago or even weeks. Geez, it's like you're a broken video game character. Kaminari complains, and we're only halfway done? No, next up is white. It's the defensive option out of the 3 he demonstrates by coating himself in a white aura. It enables me to protect myself from harm by using shields. Or as some of you have seen, even heal if harmed. So it's a lot like my hardening quirk. How strong is it? Kirishima asks curiously. Very strong. You're welcome to test it out. Izuku offers before someone immediately throws a book at him that bounces off his shields. Hey! What? UFNG asked for it. Bakogu growls as Izuku sighs before returning to his presentation. But how about your creation? Which color is it? Yaoyorozu asks. Short answer? None. It's colorless, he says as he gathers the colorless mana in his hand to form a small orb of gray mist. And technically I'm not creating a completely new object. I am simply creating a copy of it, based on my own memories and knowledge. My quirk requires me to have knowledge of the item as well. I have to memorize the chemical composition and structure of said item. Is that similar for you as well? Correct, but not necessarily. Let's imagine a scenario where I create a sword. If I do so by just imagining a sword, I will get one, but it'll be terribly fragile and break before it can even cut something. To demonstrate, he created a bronze sword and slashed it against his hand despite the cries of shock from the class. It shattered like glass against a brick wall and they sigh in relief. But if I do what you suggest? Focus on its composition and structure? Focus on what makes a sword? Then I'll get a battle-ready blade fit for cutting down enemies. With that done, he throws the ruined hilt away, making it vanish into gray mist. Even then, it's not a true sword. Just a copy of one, even if well made. But even then But there is no rule that says an imitation cannot defeat the original? Kaminari quickly and excitedly throws in and Izuku nods. Yes, that's a way of looking at it. He agrees as he hears someone muttering about how he stole that quote from some anime. Whatever that was. I hope that satisfies you all. And I thank you for listening. Izuku finishes with a bow. Then, that's such an awesome quirk. Kirishima says, you're definitely pro-hero material. With that. Yeah, almost like you have 4 quirks instead of 1. Melissa says with a tone he can't place. Diamen, you hit the genetic jackpot with that. Kaminari owns. And all I got was some electric quirk that fries my own brain if I use it too much. It's not that impressive really, he says honestly. Compared to the mages and planeswalkers he's met, some on truly monstrous levels, he was quite middle tier. I only got this strong because I had a lot of help. It took me a lot of training from some of the strongest people I know to get this far, and I'm still miles away from getting on their level. We're all here to get stronger, right? I still have miles to go before I can really call myself a hero. There was some polite clapping after that as he returned to his seat. Honestly, public speaking wasn't as bad as he thought. Then again, he had been mostly focusing on familiar faces throughout his presentation. Like Kaminari, Ochako Ida, Jairu. She seemed pretty impressed, didn't she? Then again, most of the class was, why was he focusing on her? He shakes his head as he thinks about his first day so far. It was good, to be honest. It was weird at times, and he may disagree with some of his classmates' viewpoints, but it wasn't necessarily bad. They were good people, and he thinks they'll be fun to hang around. Certainly better than his lorehole days. Those were spent burying himself in work, searching for artifacts or scrolls that can even give him a hint on how to get back home. Every spare second he had was devoted to research. And honestly, he wished he had gotten to know some of his classmates a little better. Get to know them more than just their names that he could barely remember. One more regret, he supposes. Looking around at the classroom, where his classmates were already talking with each other and forming friend groups, he can't help but wonder if it could be different this time. He knows it's all temporary, but who knows? He could experience what it's like to have friends his age for once.